Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Vienna. With each exhale, my breath leaves in tiny white puffs, conspicuous amid the slightly dark surroundings around me. The sky remains a dim blue, rolling clouds, yet to partake in welcoming the sun's arrival, which won't be until another hour or two later. The cold breeze pricks my skin, a nice comfort to the sweat dribbling and rolling down my neck. I yawn a little, making a mental note to myself that this is the fourth time I've done a complete circle around the neighborhood. My morning runs often take me 5 laps, but I'm a bit short on time today, so I ought to cut off 1 lap and just make up for it tomorrow. I pause by the street lamp for a second to catch my breath and wind down. Popping open my water bottle, I hydrate myself, swallowing gulps and gulps of well-needed sustenance to soothe my dry throat. It's like finding an oasis. After I wipe my lips, I close the bottle and kick off to get back to my apartment. A few other joggers pass me along the way, familiar faces I've come to know around Hollowtown, and we share acknowledging glances and nods. These nonverbal cues never fail to rejuvenate me a little. Heaven knows I need it for the day ahead. The door to my apartment comes within sight after turning down the corner to my block, and I give myself a little pat on the back, jogging up the steps. As I enter my apartment, a concoction of exhaustion and exhilaration from my morning run suffuses my entire body, but I push through, flicking the lights on. The apartment is small and a little run down, with peeling wallpaper and sparse furniture that only consists of the essentials. The living room, which doubles as my bedroom, has a worn-out couch that I use as a bed sometimes when the single bed shoved in a corner gets too uncomfortable. There's a small coffee table at the center and a rickety bookshelf filled with dog-eared paperbacks by the wall. The kitchenette is cramped, with a tiny fridge, a hot plate, and a microwave that barely works. The bathroom is just big enough for a shower, a toilet, and a sink with a rust stain that I can't seem to get rid of no matter how much I try. Despite its shortcomings, the apartment is home, and I've grown to appreciate its quirks. I can't help but feel a twinge of sadness, though, as I think about the fact that I need to save up for a better place to live. I know that I deserve more than this, but the reality of making ends meet is a constant struggle. Even working 2 jobs, it's still a challenge to pay the bills on time. I try not to let it get me down, but some days, it's hard not to feel discouraged. I shake off the negative thoughts and head to the kitchen to make myself a cup of coffee. As the machine gurgles and hisses, I think of good days, which have been hard to come by lately. A hot cup of coffee, a good book, and a cozy couch to curl up on are all I need to feel content. I take a deep breath, savoring the aroma of the coffee, and remind myself that things will get better. I just need to keep pushing forward and stay focused on my goals. Lost in thought, I suddenly realize that the ticking clock indicates that it's almost time for my early shift at the pet store. I quickly finish my cup of coffee when it's done and have a quick shower, changing into my work uniform. I hastily tie my hair up and grab my bag before heading out the door. I don't have time to dawdle, so I hurry towards the pet store, feeling the weight of my run settling in. It's hard to keep up with the hustle and bustle of life sometimes, especially when you're juggling multiple jobs just to make ends meet. But as I make my way towards work, I remind myself that this is all for a better future. I steel my resolve and give myself a pep talk, telling myself that I can do this. As I walk, I focus hard on the positive. Sure, life can be tough, but I'm doing everything I can to improve my situation. I think about the animals I'll be taking care of at the pet store and how much joy they bring to people's lives. It's a small thing, but it's rewarding in its own way. And who knows, maybe one day I'll be able to afford a pet of my own. The idea makes me smile. The pet store comes into view, and I pace my steps languidly. Despite the obstacles I face, I'm proud of myself for staying committed to my goals. I take a moment to gather my thoughts before heading inside, ready to tackle the day ahead. I know it won't be easy, but I'm determined to make the most of it. The door chimes as I enter, a familiar sound that I've grown accustomed to after working here for so long. I greet my coworker with a tired smile before clocking in to feed the animals that greet me. "Morning, Vienna," Janice says as I pass her by. "Hey, how's it going?" I ask, already making my way towards the animal enclosures. I find a little reprieve in taking care of the animals, winding down as I feed them. They always seem to know when I need a pick-me-up, and their unconditional love never fails to make me feel better. There's a little Chihuahua named Tiny that I've grown particularly fond of, as well as a big old Saint Bernard named Brutus. I've also named a few of the birds, like a parrot named Polly and a cockatoo named Coco. Working here is good, for the most part. It can be tiring, especially when I have to work a double shift, but I love being around the animals. They're all so unique and have their own personalities, and it's gratifying to know that I'm helping to take care of them. Plus, it's a nice change of pace from my other job at the coffee shop. Midway through my shift, I get a text from my manager at the coffee shop, reminding me about my evening shift. I sigh, but I know I need the extra hours. So I take a break and spend some time with the animals, delighting in their company to distract myself from the lethargy that's starting to set in. It's moments like these that make it all worth it. The day at the pet store is a typical one. I started by feeding the animals and cleaning their enclosures before helping customers with their purchases. I take pride in being able to handle whatever the day throws my way, easily doing the tasks that need particular attention, and knowing how to sort my priorities. At lunchtime, I grab a quick bite from the deli across the street before heading back to the store. I spend the afternoon restocking shelves and helping customers with their pet needs, including a couple who are looking for a new fish tank. I'm able to help them find the perfect one, but the highlight of the day is being generously tipped. Maintaining the tank and keeping the fish healthy has perks other than keeping them in good condition, it seems. As the day wears on, I can feel my energy starting to wane, but I push through, knowing that I have to clock out and head to the cafe. I say goodbye to my coworkers and make my way to the cafe, even more determined as I walk. Exhaustion and resolve work hand in hand for me. At the cafe, I hit the ground running. I manage the orders and brew the coffee, not letting the rush hour cause me any necessary panic. The orders come and go at a steady and fluid pace, making sure there are little to no mistakes, not wanting to cut any corners. The most taxing part is when a typical customer becomes rude and demanding. It's a test of my patience, especially when they're all worked up over a missing pump of vanilla in their drink, which I did add. I'm better off preserving my sanity than debating with them, though. So I bow my head, apologize, and carry on. It's a toilsome endeavor, but I'm quick to resolve the issue before she can escalate it to my manager. I've learned that being honest and upfront with customers is the best approach, even if it means being a little blunt. Thankfully, the customer handles it like a champ, but that's only after she has been appeased with a free cookie. Sometimes our managers say to give rude and irate customers a small dessert for free to avoid terrible mishaps. I sigh. If only life accepts cookies, I murmur, keying in on the cash register to ring in another order. Thank you. That'd be $20.25 in total, please. We'll call your name when your order's up. When I finally clock out and make my way to the employee's back room, I'm already sighing, feeling the weight of the day's work settle on my shoulders. But I quickly bolster myself, reminding myself that this is all part of building a better future. Can't climb a mountain by taking an imaginary escalator. Nope, you gotta hike. This is my everyday routine, but I wouldn't have it any other way. I'm determined to make the most of every opportunity and to keep pushing forward, even when it's tough. And I know that with hard work and perseverance, I'll be able to achieve my goals and create a life that I'm proud of. My dream flashes before my eyes, a bookshop that's all mine, with cozy reading spots and coffee on tap. I'm not stopping now. I drag myself home that night, feeling utterly worn out from the long day of work. But as I approach my apartment, I see Mandy waiting at my front door, and my spirits are lifted. I just saw her 2 weeks ago, but who cares? She greets me with a huge smile and a warm hug, and I can't help but feel grateful for her friendship, practically melting into her hug. She laughs, holding me up playfully. "Hey, girl, I have some news," Mandy exclaims, pulling out an invitation from her purse. I'm taken aback for a moment before realizing what it is. "Oh my God, you're getting married?" I exclaim, feeling a mix of excitement and happiness for my friend. "Theo finally asked?" Mandy nods, beaming with joy. I can't believe it either. It's all happening so fast, but I'm so excited. I give her a tight hug, feeling my fatigue momentarily forgotten. It's amazing to see my friend so happy, and it makes me feel grateful for the good things in life. "Do you want to come in?" I ask, feeling a little ashamed that I don't have much to offer in terms of food or drink. Mandy shakes her head. "No, I still have a few more invitations to drop off, but I promise we'll catch up soon for my bridal shower." "Ooh, I can't wait to tell you all about it." Her smile is contagious. I nod, smiling and accepting the invitation, then assuring her that I will be there for the wedding. As we say our goodbyes, I feel such immense gratitude for the one good thing that happened today in spite of everything. It is a reminder that even in the midst of hard work and endeavors, good things can still happen, and it's important to hold on to them. I look down at the invitation, happy to see my friend off before entering my apartment.
Chapter 2. Jonathan! This is the moment you've been training and working for. The roaring crowd is white noise in my ears, muddled as I maneuver through the ice. Don't slip up now, Jonathan, come on. Anticipation, excitement, nervousness, and dread. All these mix up into a concoction within me, threatening to burgeon into a paroxysm that makes me jittery. The barn around me is familiar. The ice, my home. A close friend that's never let me down. My eyes dart to and fro on my way to the goalie. The puck I've stolen zooming forward along the guidance of my stick's blade. Go on, John! Go, come on! My teammates and their encouragement seep into my ears, and I'm bolstered to push through, almost getting the puck stolen until Leonard comes in the nick of time for the defense. Everything's a blur as the fortress doubles down on our way to victory, but I know not to celebrate early, not when I haven't scored yet. The timer as well as the commentator's voice reels me into alarm as the seconds tick by, and I push on, grunting as I speed along the opposing team's defenses, the world blurring in slow motion. I exhale, my vision tunneling. I'm gliding across the ice, stick in hand, eyes laser-focused on the goal as I pass the puck to coordinate with the others in the strategy we discussed before the tournament. Gotta keep my head in the game if we want to win this thing. It's a solid move. I maneuver just in time as my teammate rounds past the other team's defenses, passing me the puck as the crowd shouts. I receive it effortlessly, pivoting on my skates to change direction. Two defenders move to block me, but I fake left and swing right, blowing past them. I'm on a mission now, flying down the ice like a freight train. Nothing can stop me. The world slows again the moment I see an opening and decide to take the shot. I wind up and slap the puck with all my might. It rockets through the air, aimed right at the top corner of the net. The goalie stretches out his glove, but no dice. The puck hits the back of the net with a satisfying swish. The announcer shouts, "He scores!" The red goal light flashes and the buzzer sounds. My teammates come skating towards me, smiles on their faces. Their expressions are already on the verge of sporting grins by the time I throw my hands up in triumph. "Dude, nice shot," Leonard says, giving me a fist bump. "Thanks, man," I say, breathing hard but grinning from ear to ear. Coach blows the whistle and waves us over. "Splendid! Great team effort out there," he says. "That's how you finish a game strong." We cheer, celebrating the moment of victory as we seal another triumph. The feeling of such thrill after a win always gets to me, and I can't get enough of it. Not when we get a bouquet and a trophy, and certainly not when there's a party looming on the horizon. The thrill of our win is still buzzing through me, even when we enter the locker rooms. Man, do I love this game. All the hard practices and drills have paid off for sure. My teammates pat me on the back as we walk to the showers. "You killed it tonight," Sam says. "Just doing my job," I say joyously, though I'm proud of how I played. The locker room is buzzing with excitement after our big win tonight. We hit the showers, recounting the play where I scored the winning goal. "I saw that opening and just went for it, I say, miming my slap shot. Top shelf where Mama hides the cookies. The guys laugh, and Leonard gives me a high five. "That was sick, bro. You put that puck right where it needed to be." We're all still riding the adrenaline rush as we get dressed, chatting about our plans for the weekend. By the time our coach is giving us a good solid pat on the back, we're already prepping on ways to celebrate our victory. The options are endless. Last time we had an impromptu skinny dipping in a lake miles away. Granted, it was the most random spur-of-the-moment thing, but it's the ridiculous fun that ropes us all in together after a tough competition. We had an awful cold following that, though, so that's definitely off the list now. "So club on Saturday night to keep celebrating," I suggest. "Drinks are on me!" A chorus of cheers erupts. Everyone is down to keep the party going. "Sounds epic, I'm so there," Sam says, elbowing me. "Let's get rowdy." I grin, loving that the team is always down for a good time. It's gonna be wild. Dave already promised he'd hook us up with VIP and a couple of bottles if we won. "Nice," the guys exclaim. We finish getting dressed and continue talking about the club as we make our way out of the locker room. "Oh no, I don't think I can go," Leonard frowns, scratching his head. "Got a date with my lady on Saturday." Our collective groans resound as we leave the establishment. I scratch my cheek a little before grinning. "Hey, it's still pretty early. If y'all are free, we can hit the club tonight. Still on me." "Your energy just never goes down, does it?" Leonard grins. "Yeah, I can do that." "Hell yeah." I beam as we make our way across the parking lot. Even with the weight of fatigue on our shoulders, it's nothing some alcohol can't cure. For the others, at least, since my natural store of energy never runs out. I drape my arms around Sam and Cole's shoulders, whooping. "Fellas, this day's gonna be one for the books. We definitely earned it after that win. Let's live it up." They laugh and bump fists with me. I'm already psyched, and I'm going to be the one driving. Gotta keep it cool. Don't want any sort of accidents along the way to celebrating a good victory now. And after a quick drive later, we're piling into the club, more than eager to get wasted after winning the game. It's packed wall to wall with people ready to party, the DJs dropping banger after banger, lasers and strobe lights flashing overhead. Fog machines fill the dance floor with mist as clubgoers dance and grind to the beat. This is my kind of scene. I'm posted up in the VIP section with my teammates, bottles of champagne chilling in ice buckets. We're having a blast, drinks in hand, just soaking up the energy. I'm laughing and joking around, amped off the adrenaline still pumping through me from our win. A little while later, I'm on the dance floor, lost in the music. A few girls come to join me, smiling and dancing close. We party into the night, spirits high, bonds growing tighter. The moment grounds my love for the sport and this lifestyle. This is why I work so hard on the ice, for team nights like this. Good food, good music, good friends. This is a win in itself. I soak in every moment knowing tomorrow it's back to the grind. But tonight belongs to us. Eventually, the revelry dies down and the club shuts down for the night. Despite being a little overexcited myself, I successfully round up my sloshed teammates to pile into my car. As the only sober one, it's my job to get us home. I ain't ready to go home yet, Alvin slurs as I start the car. A chorus of, "Yeah, dude, and let's keep raging," arises from the back seat. It makes me snort, already listing off a number of other overnight clubs in the area. Guess this party ain't over yet. Peeling out of the parking lot, I start driving nice and slow. My teammates boo and jeer, whining from the back seat. "Step on it, Grandpa," Chris teases. I wave him off. "Nah, y'all are too drunk. A snail's pace is better than a car crash." I've no intention of crashing my car, even if speeding down the road sounds so tempting to me right now. The barest screams of rationality in my head win me over, even if the cars are already honking as I drive ridiculously slowly, and my friends are laughing. "John, dude!" they groan dramatically. I drive us through the city with no real destination in mind after they agree to not put their kidneys through another battle with beer. We're all content to just cruise and enjoy each other's company. And I couldn't ask for a better crew to celebrate victories with. My phone rings, jolting me awake. I fumble for it, my head still foggy from last night. "Hello?" I mumble into the phone. "John, hey, it's Chris." My buddy's voice comes through, way too chipper for the ungodly hour, which really is 8 in the morning. "Listen, I got invited to my cousin's wedding in Hollowtown. Want to be my +1? I perk up at this, suddenly wide awake. A wedding invite is the perfect excuse to get out of the city for a bit and visit somewhere new. +1 for a wedding, huh? You got the right man. I'm so down, I say. Chris whoops in response. I grin, already looking forward to the trip. Sometimes you just gotta say yes to new adventures outside your comfort zone, and I have a feeling this one is gonna be unforgettable. Just a heads up, though. Hollowtown ain't exactly a rager, Chris adds. It's really quiet and peaceful there. It's totally far from your cup of tea. Psh, a change of pace will be good for us. Don't worry, I'll make sure we have a blast no matter what. Chris chuckles. If you say so. I don't know if you can handle too much peace and quiet. Oh, also the wedding's in 2 weeks on Saturday. Are you even free then? I checked my calendar real quick. We have a 3-week break from hockey, so my schedule is pretty open. I'm free, just text me the details. We chat a bit more, then say our goodbyes. I roll in bed, unable to stop smiling. A weekend wedding getaway is just what I need. Another trip awaits, and I'm ready for wherever it takes me.
Chapter 3. Vienna. Mandy's wedding is a big thing in Hollowtown. It's like a huge get-together of most, if not all, of Hollowtown. We're definitely quaint and simpler compared to big cities, but knowing Mandy and her equally extroverted soon-to-be husband, Theo, their invitations probably went out far beyond our humble town. I look at myself in the mirror, humming as I scrutinize my appearance. My mode of living hasn't exactly graced me with enough savings to buy a more appropriate fit, but I managed to make do with a secondhand dress that looked brand new after some ironing. The color has faded just a little, but the aesthetic fits Mandy's vintage-esque wedding theme. My brown hair is in loose waves today, having been in heated rollers for the sake of the event. I almost don't recognize myself, having been used to the frequent fit of plain jeans, shirts, and denim jackets. Nice. I breathe out, nodding as I slip into a pair of heels, grateful for having bought them some months ago. With my essentials in my purse, I leave my apartment, phone in my hand, ready to book an Uber. I can always just walk to the venue, but I decided against the thought of dirtying my good dress. Riding an Uber is undoubtedly the safest. As the Uber pulls up, I slide into the back seat, the soft hum of the engine, a comforting background noise, as we set off towards the venue. The streets of Hollowtown pass by in a blur of familiar sights, quaint little shops, and the sprawling park where we used to hang out as kids. It's all decked out now. probably for another community event. I find myself tapping my fingers against my knee, a bundle of nerves and excitement. Mandy's wedding, it's not just any wedding to me, it's Mandy's. She's been my anchor in countless storms, even if we can't always be there for each other. And seeing her so happy, so in love, it's big. The car ride feels surreal, like I'm floating slightly above reality. I keep fixing my dress, making sure every crease and fold is just right. I want to look my best for her. Thoughts swirl in my head, memories of us scribbling future dreams in worn-out journals, promises to be each other's princess friends. I'm overwhelmed with pride for her, and maybe a touch envious of this new chapter she's so bravely stepping into. But more than anything, I'm just really, really happy to be a part of her day. As the car turns down the lane leading to the venue, my heart skips a beat. It's really happening. The moment the Uber doors shut behind me, I'm hit with the buzz of the wedding venue. Stepping into the sprawling backyard of the old Whitmore estate, which Mandy always dreamed of renting for her big day, is like stepping into a fairy tale. The place is decked out with strings of soft white lights, twinkling like stars draped between trees, and rustic tables are scattered around, covered with vintage floral tablecloths. There's a gentle hum of chatter, punctuated by laughter, a sound warm enough to thaw the slight chill of intimidation from seeing so many unfamiliar faces. I'm sad for a moment that I couldn't attend the ceremony this morning, but I couldn't miss my shift. And, to be honest, I don't know how well I would have been able to hold up. Plus, Mandy was totally fine with it, as long as I could make it to the reception. As I weave through the crowd, I catch glimpses of the buffet, a lavish spread that smells like heaven, roast meats, exotic cheeses, and a tower of cupcakes that practically begs for attention. Each detail of the decor, from the delicate lace runners to the soft pastel flowers, reflects Mandy's impeccable taste and attention to detail. Walking through this dreamlike setup, I can't help but remember when I thought this would be me. There was a time when I, too, had started planning a life with someone, thinking about venues and vows. The sting of that broken engagement still pinches at my heart, especially in moments like these. But today isn't about what ifs. It's about celebrating Mandy's new beginning, even if it's a bittersweet reminder of my own detour. So I shake off the nostalgia, adjust my smile, and get ready to embrace the evening, determined to soak in every joyful moment. I let out a deep sigh, shaking off the shadows of the past, and decided to plunge into the sea of guests. The mingling is a welcome distraction. Everyone's in high spirits, recounting stories and sharing laughs. It feels good to be swept up in the lightheartedness, the joyous energy of the event, pulling me away from my own tangled thoughts. But as I make my way through the throng, laughter fading into background noise, I spot them, Sheila and Max. There he is, my ex, looking just as he did the last time I saw him, only now he's standing next to Sheila, who's clearly pregnant. Her hand rests on her protruding belly, a smug smile playing on her lips as she catches my eye. It's like a punch to the gut. It should have been me. We were so good until I wasn't enough, until he decided she was more. The sting of betrayal slices through the festive air, sharp and cold. But as I stand there, a fierce heat builds inside me, a burning reminder of my self-worth that I had let flicker in his deceitful shadow. No, I won't let this ruin me. Not today. Not ever again. I straighten up, my resolve reinforcing within me. I did love him truly, but that was a love built on what I thought was trust and shared dreams. Seeing Sheila's deliberate caress, that smug, almost victorious grin, it makes my stomach churn. I can't stand here, not a moment longer. With a tightness in my chest, I turn sharply, a quiet grunt escaping me as I stride away. I need air, space to breathe, to remind myself that this pain, this awkward encounter doesn't define me. I am more, so much more than the broken pieces of a past love. I head towards the garden's edge, where the fairy lights dim and the real stars take over, ready to reclaim the night. I make my way to the fringes of the garden, away from the crowds and the painful reminders. I keep telling myself, I've been through hell and back with Max's betrayal. I'm not letting that mess steal today's joy. Today is about Mandy, my dear friend, her laughter, her vows, her happiness. I clutch my wine glass a little tighter, the cool liquid barely swaying with my movements. Just get through today, I murmur under my breath, planning to drown my evening in caffeine and the scratch of my pen against paper. Preferably after I find Mandy and congratulate her, of course. I make my way into the reception hall to see if I can find her. Lost in thought, I hardly notice the bustling around me until a sudden jostle snaps me back to reality. My arm flings out reflexively, sending a splash of red wine cascading over the crisp, neat tux of the man in front of me. Oh, good heavens! I'm so sorry, I blurt out, my hands flying up to cover my mouth, gawking in astonishment and embarrassment. Was I that deep in my head? But as I brace myself for a frustrated outburst, the man turns around, and my breath catches. Instead of annoyance, a charming grin spreads across his handsome face. Hey, no harm done. It's just a bit of wine. He chuckles, brushing off the droplets as if they're nothing. My worry evaporates reluctantly, replaced by an unexpected flutter in my stomach. The stain on his tux seems trivial now, almost a fortunate mishap, as his easy demeanor and the twinkle in his eyes suggest the evening might just have taken a turn for the better. The stranger waves off my apologies with a disarming smile. And besides, it's my fault. Should have been more aware of my surroundings, yeah? His voice is warm, tinged with naught but friendliness, and it washes away even my reluctance to accept his carefree response. Despite the charm that seems almost too polished, there's an earnestness in his eyes that feels genuine, to my observation. And wow, this man is fine. He's tall and well-built, his tux well-made, and hugging his biceps perfectly. Realizing the wine is still seeping deeper into the fabric of his tux, I snap back to the task at hand. Still, let's try to get that stain out before it sets, I suggest, gesturing toward the venue's powder room. He nods, his demeanor relaxed, and follows my lead without any hesitation. As we make our way through the crowd, he exchanges brief greetings and nods with several guests, his familiarity with everyone hinting at a certain level of fame or recognition. People's faces light up as they see him, and it strikes me, I've seen him somewhere too, but I can't remember. Ruminating over this, I lead him into the powder room, still trying to remember where I saw his face. Was it in a movie? A magazine? His defined facial features, his blonde hair, that easy smile and those sharp, attentive cerulean eyes, they're too distinct to be easily forgotten. Yet here he is, the center of calm in my stormy evening, following me to clean up a mess that feels increasingly insignificant as my curiosity about him grows.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyla Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promised to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. but you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life.
With Miss Tyla.
Chapter 4. Jonathan. Man, Chris is right. Hollowtown is far different from what I expected. In his defense, he has a good heart. I can't hold it against my buddy when he already warned me about it by saying that the town is far from what I'm used to. Really, almost everyone here is either a little apprehensive or over the top. There's no in-between, so it's like I'm socializing under pressure. It's just a little hard, and that's a lot coming from me who likes to mingle and put his face out there in the crowd. I'm having a great time, though. Of course, it's not as much as I do when I'm in the city, but it's the sentiment that counts. Making my way along the reception hall, mingling with guests and strangers, keeps me in high spirits, distracting me from the passing time. I see the huge wedding cake being rolled in on a cart, the splendor making me gawk, but that intensifies twofold when I've spotted an unfamiliar woman entering the venue. My eyebrows arch. I've seen many new faces tonight, yeah, but this one... Pretty, I muse. There's something about the way she almost looks guarded that draws me to try and get her attention. I don't have to try very hard at all. A couple minutes later, one little bump sets the night in motion. Wine spills all over me, but that's the least of my concern. Oh, good heavens, I'm so sorry! She fusses over my tux, completely oblivious to the fact that I bumped into her on purpose. I can't help but watch her, a little more intrigued now than when I first spotted her. She's calmer than I thought. A little frantic because of the wine spill, but she has her bearings still. She deals with the situation with a sort of grace that you don't see every day. It makes me wonder what her story is. Is she always this calm under pressure? Does she handle all of life's unexpected spills with such composure? As we both hurry into the unisex bathroom, which is a surprisingly modern twist in the otherwise traditional reception hall, I chuckle. Never thought I'd see one of these bathrooms here. I laugh, trying to ease the palpable tension after the wine mishap. She flashes me a quick, nervous smile, still fussing over the crimson stain spreading across my tux. She's so close I can see the flecks of gold in her brown eyes as she focuses on wiping the stain from my shirt. I'm Jonathan, by the way, I say, introducing myself with a grin, hoping to distract her from the disaster at hand. She pauses her dabbing, hesitating for just a second, and then returning the smile. A bit more warmly this time. Vienna, she replies, her voice steely and clear. Vienna continues to pat down the stain, her brow furrowed in concentration. She keeps murmuring apologies, her words tumbling out in a rush about dry cleaning costs and not being able to afford a new tux if it was ruined. Really, it's okay. These things happen, I reassure her. But guilt is gnawing at me a bit. I mean, here she is, worried about my suit when it was all my plot to get her attention. As she keeps talking, the earnest concern in her voice only serves to make me wonder why she's so insistent on this. Despite the unconventional start to our encounter, I find myself wanting to know more about her, about why she's so concerned over a stranger's tuxedo at a wedding. There's something about Vienna that my senses are just reeling from, an enigma that seems deeper than just surface-level niceties, and I'm definitely keen to discover what that was, in more ways than one. Hey, listen, you really don't have to worry about the tux, I start, shaking my head slightly. Honestly, instead of thinking about paying for anything, maybe you can just hang out with me tonight. Maybe even share a dance. Consider it your payment for the crime, I add with a wink, hoping to see her smile again. She looks up from the stain, a mix of surprise and amusement in her eyes, her guard dropping just for a second. Are you always this straightforward? She asks, with a rather playful and astonished note in her voice. Only when I'm abandoned at weddings, I confess with a laugh. My buddy Chris, who dragged me here, has vanished into thin air. Vienna's hesitance seems to linger for a moment as she thinks over my proposal. Finally, with a small sigh that feels like a mix of resignation and curiosity, she nods. Okay, I guess I owe you that much. But I'm warning you, I'm not much of a dancer, she warns, her tone teasing. That's perfect because I'm an excellent lead, I quip, relieved and more than a little excited about the prospect of spending more time with her. Her light chuckle echoes in the bathroom hall, easing the earlier tension and somehow making the empty space seem less awkward. We step out of the bathroom, ready to face the festive chaos of the wedding together, and I feel a genuine smile stretch across my face. Maybe this night will turn out to be memorable after all. The weight of solace and a budding excitement settles over me as Vienna agrees to join me for the evening. I'm thrilled. There's just something about her acceptance that gives me a kick of adrenaline. Like those times when I'm successfully leading a girl to the dance floor, then to the bar. Maybe it's the challenge, or perhaps it's her intriguing demeanor that has already captured my interest far more than I'd anticipated. A part of me wonders if my usual charm is going to have any impact on her. She seems different, and that only makes me more eager to engage. Shall we? I offer my arm in a gesture that is both playful and gentlemanly. Vienna looks at it, a hint of a smile tugging at the corners of her lips, and then slips her hand through my elbow. As we walk toward the dance floor, the vibe between us shifts slightly, becoming lighter and more comfortable. So, Vienna, tell me something interesting about yourself, I venture, keen on making the most of our stroll through the reception hall. The music swells around us, lively tune that promises a good time. Well, I sometimes paint, mostly landscapes, but I dabble in other styles when the mood strikes, she shares, her voice lively, her eyes lighting up as she spoke about her passion. But I'm more of a reader. That's awesome. I can't even draw a stick figure without messing it up, I jest, and she laughs. A sound that fits absolutely perfectly with the rhythm of the music around us. Her forwardness in sharing her life takes me aback, but in a good way. It's refreshing to meet someone who doesn't play the usual coy games at these events. Ready to show me those dance moves, then? I tease as we find a spot among the other dancers. Watch and learn, Jonathan. I might surprise you. Vienna counters with a huff, her growing smile still shy, but her hesitation is long gone. And not in a good way. I guffaw. Now, that's what I'm here for. Let's dance. As we move to the music, I know one thing for sure. Getting to know Vienna is going to be the highlight of my visit to Hollowtown.
Chapter 5. Vienna. I'm not a clumsy person, but life today has different plans for me. Because not only have I managed to bump into someone while lost in my reverie, but I managed to spill wine onto a stranger's patently expensive tuxedo. I can hardly stare at anything but the conspicuous monster of a stain on his ashy blue-colored fit, the wine permeating past the fabric and leaking into his vest. I groan inwardly, grateful that this stranger is kind enough to just ask for my company and not my money. As embarrassing as it is, I can only give out measly pennies, and that's being generous. So, although my luck's been awful in disturbing someone's good day, I can say that I still managed to luck out, since the poor victim is a kind man. I'll think of greeting Mandy later. For now, I have to pay this little debt I incurred over the course of a few minutes. I did what I could in the bathroom, but I know for a fact that getting wine stains out of an expensive fabric spells costly. So even if I'm hardly a spectacular dancer, I'm grateful for this alternative, if anything. As we dance, my stomach twists into a bundle of nerves. I've never been good at dancing, always the one to shy away or awkwardly shuffle at the edges of any dance event. But there's something about Jonathan's confidence that makes me forget my two left feet for a moment. His hand is firm on my back, guiding me effortlessly, as if he's already decided that I can do this. And oddly enough, I start to believe it too. The moment we step onto the dance floor, he pulls me closer, his hands positioned respectfully yet confidently. The warmth from his grasp seeps through the fabric of my dress, a stark contrast to the cool air of the reception hall. When he looks into my eyes, there's an intensity that's almost too much. His gaze is unwavering, piercing, as if he's trying to read my thoughts or perhaps share a secret joke between just the two of us. It's intimidating, but in a thrilling way, sparking a flutter in my chest that I haven't felt in a long time. He's nothing like Max, whose touch always seemed hesitant, as if questioning its own right to be there. Jonathan's hold speaks of assurance and intent, pulling me out of the shadows of my past hesitations. A soft, lilting melody fills the space between us. Jonathan begins to move, his steps deliberate and gentle, encouraging me to follow. Left, right, then back, he instructs softly, his voice a calming presence in the swell of music. To my surprise, my body responds in sync with his, the initial awkwardness washing away with each step. I find myself melting into the rhythm, the earlier reluctance dissolving into a budding confidence, kindled by his patient guidance. Throughout the dance, Jonathan's charm doesn't falter. He's attentive, adjusting his pace to match mine, occasionally flashing a smile that seems to light up his whole face. It's disarmingly genuine, a far cry from the rehearsed grins I've encountered at countless other social gatherings. His focus is unwavering, as if our slow dance in this crowded room is the evening's main event. This attentiveness, this unexpected ease in his company, lifts me away from the usual self-consciousness that clings to me like a shadow at these functions. Dancing with Jonathan feels like stepping into a different world where my usual anxieties don't find grounding. The way he leads, the way he reassures with just a smile or a gentle squeeze on my hand, it's all so new yet oddly familiar, as if this is where I was supposed to be all along. The dance floor, under the spell of his charm, transforms into a place of possibilities, of new beginnings, and maybe, just maybe, a hint of something wonderfully unpredictable. Nevertheless, I don't allow myself to be thoroughly swept up by his charms. Eventually, Jonathan and I step outside for a breath of fresh air. The cool night brushes against our faces, a welcome reprieve from the warm, bustling atmosphere of the dance floor. Leaning against the railing, our conversation flows as if we've been friends for years, rather than mere acquaintances who just met tonight. It puts me at ease in a way that throws me off a little. So, tell me more about this job at the pet store. Sounds like a fun gig, Jonathan asks, leaning in slightly, genuinely curious. I roll my eyes, my initial nervousness ebbing away. It's chaotic, furry, and everything in between. Never a dull moment, I reply, watching his eyes light up with interest. It's comforting, and for a moment, I let myself enjoy the simplicity of sharing bits of my life without the usual filters. This is new, this feeling of being truly listened to. It's disarming how he makes me feel seen, acknowledging even the small things I mention. It's a parallel to past conversations I've had, where I often felt more like an accessory than a participant. However, a small voice in the back of my mind nags at me to be cautious. A leftover whisper from past relationships that weren't as shiny as they seemed at first glance. But tonight, that voice is just a whisper, drowned out by the genuine interest Jonathan shows in my stories about mischievous puppies and dramatic kittens. How do you find the time to unwind after all that? He inquires after I tell him about my other job. Mostly this. I gesture around in the evening air and the quiet of the night. Only I prefer it at home, on my couch with a good book. Jonathan nods, understanding, and there's a comfortable silence that settles between us, filled with mutual respect and an emerging fondness. It's a rare connection, one that makes the looming shift later tonight at the store seem less daunting. With each word and shared laughter, I'm starting to get a bit more anchored in the moment, the usual anxiety slowly slipping away. His shoulder brushes against mine, spreading goosebumps down my arm. Time seems to have slipped by unnoticed as Jonathan and I continue our conversation outside. We've been chatting for over an hour now, and I'm legitimately impressed by how effortlessly he keeps the conversation engaging. He's attentive and a jokester, adding thoughtful comments and asking questions that show he's really listening, not just waiting for his turn to speak. I'm actually getting a bit thirsty, I mention offhandedly, shooting a look towards the reception hall, searching for waiters that serve beverages. I'll grab you a glass of wine. I need a new one myself. Be right back. He stands, calling over his shoulder. His eagerness to make me comfortable is flattering, though a small part of my brain can't help but whisper warnings of hidden motives. Reminders of past experiences, where kindness was just a facade. I managed to catch Mandy in the throng of the gardens, seemingly having strolled out with Theo for a moment, and we share a quick chat and a hug. Then, I'm back on my spot, sighing with a smile. As I wait, lost in my thoughts, Max suddenly stumbles into view, his movements sloppy from intoxication, with Sheila by his side, shooting me an accusatory glance. Hey, you. You shouldn't be alone out here. Come back to me, come on. Max slurs, reaching out in a clumsy attempt to touch my arm. Upon closer look, I realize just how much he's changed. I step back, feeling a mix of pity and irritation. Max, you're not yourself and this isn't appropriate. My voice is firm, trying to cut through his drunken fog. Sheila pulls him back with a huff, her eyes still pinned on me as if I'm the one at fault. The situation is uncomfortable, a patent opposite to the warmth I felt with Jonathan. I'm anxiously starting to hope for Jonathan's quick return, not just for the wine, but for the reassuring presence he's come to represent tonight. As I watch Max sway slightly, a flood of memories rushes back. The laughter, the shared moments, and then the sharp sting of betrayal when I caught him with Sheila. The pain resurfaces, tightening my chest, and I grimace visibly, turning him down firmly. Listen, Max. It's over. It has been since the day I walked in on you two. His face reddens with anger, and Sheila, ever the instigator, starts to berate me loudly, drawing the attention of nearby guests. You think you're so perfect, walking away like you're something special? She spits out, her voice shrill. I'm baffled and my heart races, but panic doesn't take hold. Instead, a resilient, headstrong part of me surfaces. Listen, Sheila, I'm not the one who cheated. I have zero tolerance for betrayal. You both made your bed. Now you can lie in it. Without me. As the scene escalates, I feel a touch at my waist and turn to see Jonathan sliding his arm around me, a protective gesture that gives me a sense of security. The growing panic dissipates the second he leans, his voice charmingly calm. Everything okay here? He asks, turning to Max and Sheila. His intervention is a breath of fresh air, and I exhale, grateful and relieved. Jonathan's arrival not only bolsters my stance, but also clearly marks a boundary for Max and Sheila. His action isn't just about playing a role. It feels supportive, a genuine, albeit abrupt role. His stance strong and unwavering beside me. Leaning against Jonathan, I try to amplify the message that I'm not interested in rekindling anything with Max. My heart is still racing, but Jonathan's presence is reassuring. He looks directly at Max and Sheila, his voice steadily assertive. I have no plans to share her, so if you two could excuse us. I glance up at Jonathan, his easy smile gone as he stares Max and Sheila down. A flutter erupts in my stomach and I quickly look back to the interlopers. Max's face falls, a mixture of confusion and hurt passing over his features, while Sheila looks downright disgruntled. However, they don't argue further and slowly drift away into the crowd, leaving us standing in a sudden, peaceful bubble. I turn to Jonathan, who's now sporting a beaming grin. Mission successful? He jokes, his eyes twinkling with humor, though I'm sure you could have handled that yourself. Yeah, maybe, I admit, chuckling despite the residual tension. But you stepping in before things got out of hand, that was something. And the way you said those things, I pause, searching for the right words. It was good. De-escalating the situation. Take that from someone who handles customers who scream at you for missing one pump of vanilla. He laughs. His pretend boyfriend act, though a facade, stirs something within me. I start to wonder, with a hint of reluctance and a budding sense of excitement, if I could let go of my troubles just for tonight. Jonathan's quick thinking and the ease with which he supported me make me reconsider the walls I've built around myself. So, what do you say we forget about all this drama and enjoy the rest of the evening? Jonathan suggests, still close by my side. I nod, feeling a rare lightness. Yeah, let's do that. Just, let's stay away from the drama zone, okay? Deal. He laughs, and we turn back to lean against the top rail of the terrace's balustrade, indulging into another chat amid all the music going on around us, the night suddenly full of potential.
Chapter 6. Jonathan. The silence between us is a comforting one, not awkward nor stuffy. Just a well-needed break from all the rambling we've been doing for the past half an hour. Tisk, tisk. I shake my head at the retreating couple, unable to help but just follow them with my eyes as they disappear back into the throng of people in the reception hall. Admittedly, it's couples like them, or rather the complexity of relationship issues that deter me from pursuing anything beyond the casual flings I'm used to. As I survey Vienna's visage out of the corner of my eyes, I hum and hold out the glass of red wine I promised I'd procure for her. She takes it with a grateful murmur, and I tilt my head, wondering what would have gone down if I had returned earlier. Chris spotted me earlier after getting the wine, so I was held up for a little while until I mentioned that I'm busy for the rest of the night. He quickly understood what I was hinting at, and let me go after a teasing punch to my arm. That guy... Vienna's sudden start makes me turn towards her, blinking as she swirls the red wine in her glass. Max, he's my ex-fiancé to be specific. He looks desperate, I say a little stiffly. And sad. She huffs, shaking her head undeterred. Leaning against the cool railing, I listen intently as Vienna unpacks the story about Max and Sheila, the tension from earlier unraveling with each word. I caught him cheating with Sheila when I got home from searching for wedding dresses, she admits, her voice steady but tinged with a bitterness that speaks volumes. I even helped pay off his college debts. The revelation hits like a gut punch, and I'm unable to help but wince in sympathy. Wow, that's rough, I say, my brow furrowing as I try to imagine the level of betrayal she must have felt. I can't even begin to understand what that's like. That must have hurt, huh? Vienna gives a small, sad chuckle, swirling the wine in her glass again. I was so stupid to fall for a guy like that. I shake my head immediately, cutting her off. Hey now! You weren't stupid. You were just in love. It's easy to get blindsided when your feelings are involved. She looks at me, a faint smile playing on her lips, perhaps grateful for the defense. I'm comfortable stepping up like this, being the pillar of support. Whether it is cheering up a buddy who got dumped or just lifting the spirits of my team after a tough meeting, it is second nature to me. Thanks, Jonathan, she murmurs, her eyes reflecting a mix of appreciation and sadness. No problem, I respond, giving her an encouraging nod. Anyone would be lucky to have a thoughtful partner, really. He missed out. Don't let one jerk's mistake make you think any less of yourself. I don't say it just to get kudos, I mean it. I barely know her, but she just emanates some sort of endearing vibe, buried beneath the mounts of her defenses. We both look out over the terrace, the night air crisp and somehow soothing, as if it can wash away the remnants of past mistakes with its cool embrace. As Vienna shakes off her pensive mood and readjusts her composure, I'm struck by her resilience. It's remarkable, really, how she bounces back, smoothing over her emotions like ironing out creases in linen. Thanks again, Jonathan, she says, her voice regaining its usual steadiness. You must have had your fair share of heartbreaks to be this good at comforting people. I laugh. Actually, I don't do love. I just complicates things too much. I lean back, looking over the dimly lit edges of the reception area, thinking about how seeing Max earlier only reinforced that. You see, I continue, eager to explain my perspective, getting too hung up on love can really mess with your life. It can interfere with work or limit the kind of free-spirited life I enjoy. I like to travel, meet new people, and just live without strings. Vienna listens, nodding as I speak. And the best part of it all? I eagerly add, my voice growing enthusiastic with the topic. It's the freedom. There's a certain liberation in not being tied down. I've operated like this for years and never regretted how free it makes me feel. She hums in thought, a taken, intrigued expression painting her face, like it's her first time considering it. That sounds like a dream, being so unencumbered. Yeah, it's like you're open to everything and nothing can quite hold you back, I say, feeling a sense of pride in my lifestyle choice. We both gaze out into the night, the soft hum of distant conversations blending with the rustle of leaves in the breeze. It feels good to share this part of myself, especially with someone who seems to genuinely understand the allure of such freedom. As I continue sharing my views on the liberating aspects of a commitment-free lifestyle, I notice a hint of conflict in Vienna's expression. It appears that she harbors quite the opposite sentiment towards relationships. Recognizing the shift, I soften my tone, genuinely curious and keen to bridge our perspectives. I get that it's not for everyone, I admit, leaning in slightly, eager to understand her point of view, and maybe subtly sway her to see the charms of a freer approach. Despite our differing views, I find Vienna interesting. She's refreshingly different from the women I usually meet, those who often share or at least entertain my thrill-seeking tendencies. It makes me eager to discover what's in store. Look, I say, a gentle smile playing on my lips. Why don't we just forget all that's happened tonight and enjoy the evening? Just hang out with me, no strings or heavy talk. We can just sit back and watch the crowd. We can make up random stories about everyone in the reception hall. She chuckles a tad, the sound mingling with the soft music in the background, and I see her considering my offer. Sure, why not? Vienna gives a nod, and my grin spreads wide across my face. It's not just about scoring a pretty girl. It's about connecting with someone I genuinely find interesting. You won't regret this, I assure her confidently, my eyes twinkling with a hint of excitement. She rolls her eyes playfully, a light, teasing gesture. We'll see about that. Her words are cut off as I lean in and kiss her, a bit more rushed and sudden than I intended. Vienna doesn't pull back. Instead, she eases into the kiss, her lips meeting mine with a soft, accepting pressure that prolongs the moment. The initial rush settles into a warm, lingering connection, promising more than just fleeting thrills tonight.
Chapter 7. Vienna. This morning, I thought that I'd be spending the entire reception waiting to snag my chance to spend some time with Mandy on her big day. Instead, I've been with Jonathan, an unexpected delight. Aside from running into Max and meeting Jonathan, there are various other things that I saw happening which are considered normal, like drinking down more wine than I need to, and being unable to talk to Mandy for more than a couple minutes. But the most unanticipated occurrence of all is kissing this man that I've only just met. Regardless of the abrupt, searing kiss, however, I don't find myself hating it at all. Despite the voice in my head saying that this is going against all that I'm used to, I welcome the kiss. I feel Jonathan smile against me, prolonging it for a little while longer before pulling away. I smile, warmth spreading across my cheeks. He meets my eyes, and before I know it, we're both leaning in again. As Jonathan's lips meet mine, it's like a door long closed creaks open within me. It's been ages since I had a kiss. My last was a forgettable peck with Max, nothing like this. Jonathan's kiss is an exploration, gentle yet confident. His lips are soft, unexpectedly so. and every touch sends a jolt of electricity that dances down my spine, making my fingers tingle and my knees weak. I can't help but lean in, losing myself in the moment, welcoming the intensity as he deepens the kiss. It feels right, alarmingly right. Jonathan has a way of kissing that makes the world fall away. It's just us, here and now. His hands tentatively resting at my waist, as if asking for permission I'm too eager to grant. But then as he pulls me closer, deepening our kiss further, reality snaps back. I open my eyes for a moment, catching a glimpse of the terrace around us. It's dimly lit, with only a few scattered people enjoying the cool evening air, but it's not the secluded hideaway this moment deserves. Flustered, I gently push his chest, breaking the kiss but not the connection. Maybe we should find somewhere a bit more private, I suggest, my voice heavy with fluster and anticipation. Jonathan's blue eyes spark of mischief that's both exciting and a bit unnerving. Is that an invitation? He whispers, his voice low, sending a shiver down my spine as he grasps my hand and leads me elsewhere. This side of him, playful and bold, contrasts sharply with the chivalrous demeanor he showcased earlier. He's quick to take the lead, his hand warm in mine as he guides us away from the terrace and down a dimly lit path that leads to the secluded gardens. With that impish grin and those mischievous eyes, I should have seen this coming. Yet here I am, surprised and a little thrilled by the sudden turn of events. His earlier respectfulness had set a tone, yes, but now his actions are all tinged with a daring that suggests he's playing by a different set of rules. Rules I'm surprisingly eager to follow. So, whisking me off to somewhere private, huh? Didn't know you had this side to you, I say, trying to sound more teasing than flustered. Jonathan laughs, a sound that seems to echo lightly through the garden. Only for those who can handle it, and when the lady asks for it, he replies, winking. His confidence is palpable, and it stirs a foreign, adventurous spirit within me. We stroll deeper into the garden. The noise from the reception fades, replaced by the intimate rustle of leaves and the distant melody of night creatures. Here, in this hidden sanctuary, it feels like we have stepped into another world. A world where the roles we play and the facades we wear don't seem to matter. I realize that by accepting his earlier advances, I've opened the door to this playful, intimate exchange. And honestly, I'm ready to see where it goes. As we reach a secluded spot in the gardens, enveloped by shadows and the sweet scent of blooming flowers, Jonathan's intentions are clear. His hands are both eager and respectful, tracing paths over my arms and shoulders, but never venturing beyond without my silent consent. The pace is slow, wonderfully slow, matching the rapid beating of our hearts as we lean into another kiss. I'm grateful for the measured tempo, allowing us to explore this connection without rushing. Kissing Jonathan is unlike anything I've ever experienced. I've never been this intimate with someone I barely know, but the thrill of it causes me to hold on to him tightly. The thrill of the unknown and the unexpected sends a shiver of excitement through me. Each touch, each breath shared, adds layers to this moment, deepening it beyond mere physical attraction. When we finally break apart, both breathless, I search his face. His eyes hold a subdued longing, a gentle questioning that tugs at my heart. Swallowing hard, I find the courage to voice the gnawing question. Is this just a one-night thing to you? The terms are foreign, but necessary, as I steel myself against the vulnerability that threatens to spill. Jonathan's response is honest, his eyes never leaving mine. Yeah, it is, he admits softly, his hand cupping my cheek in a tender gesture. Is that okay with you? His voice is low, filled with a careful concern that makes my heart twist. It's a stark reminder of our reality. This connection, however electrifying, is fleeting. Part of me screams to run, to cling to the familiar patterns I'm used to. But another part, Perhaps the part that led me here to this garden wants to savor this rare spark, even if just for tonight. As I stand here in the shadowed tranquility of the garden, Jonathan's nearness makes me reassess everything I've ever believed about relationships. They've always been built on trust and deep knowing for me, never spurred by sheer spontaneity. One-night stands? They were never my scene. Yet, every relationship I've had, built on what I thought was solid ground, has crumbled. And here is Jonathan, offering a different rhythm, a sudden shift that's both startling and oddly inviting. I'm not naive. The risks of intimacy with someone I hardly know flash through my mind. Emotional disconnect, misunderstandings, even the simple fear of regret. These thoughts swirl around, casting shadows of doubt. But then a different thought strikes me. My life lately has been nothing but the company of animals at the pet store and the quiet, somewhat lonely existence in my rundown apartment. No, I'm not on the hunt for another relationship, not after the mess with Max. Isn't this, then, the perfect opportunity to just live in the moment? Actually, this is perfect. Perfect, he echoes. He leans in, his lips brushing mine in a soft, promising peck. Let's make it a good time, then, he murmurs against my lips, his voice a thrilling whisper. We should get out of these gardens, find somewhere a little more appropriate to heat things up. I nod, feeling an incredible rush of adrenaline and anticipation. Lead the way, then, I muse, my voice steady, my heart racing as he grins. Together we race out of the gardens, making a beeline out of the reception hall and to the parking lot. Tonight I decide I'm stepping out of my comfort zone, embracing the unknown with Jonathan by my side. I let go of hesitations, allowing myself to fully embrace the thrill and the sweetness of this ephemeral encounter.
Chapter 8. Jonathan. As soon as we're safely ensconced in the privacy of my car, I pull Vienna close, my hands roaming her body with a sense of urgency that matches the pounding of my heart. The heat between us is palpable, almost tangible, like an electric current firing through the air. My touch is feather-light at first, tracing her delicate collarbone before moving up to the soft skin just below her earlobe.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 9, Vienna. As soon as we step into the elevator, Jonathan pulls me close against his chest, his heart beating rapidly against mine. He presses the button for his floor and closes his eyes, taking a deep breath as if savoring this moment. When the doors slide open, he pulls me down the hallway, our footsteps echoing softly off the polished marble floors. The room is dimly lit and warm, with walls painted a deep shade of blue that matches his eyes. A large king-sized bed dominates the space, draped in crisp white sheets that look impossibly inviting after such a long day. Jonathan kicks off his shoes and tosses his keys onto the nightstand, then turns to me with a smile that lights up his entire face. He takes my hand again and leads me to the balcony, where the night sky stretches out before us like a velvet blanket studded with diamonds. A cool breeze ruffles my hair as I step through the sliding glass door, and I shiver deliciously. This is going to be unforgettable, he whispers against my lips, pressing me against the railing and pulling me into him. His fingers trace invisible patterns on my back as we gaze out at the cityscape below. The view was breathtaking during the day, but now it's even more so. Buildings twinkling brightly against the midnight blue sky. Music and laughter drifting up from below like an ethereal symphony. His lips find mine again, tender and teasing at first, before growing more urgent. His tongue darts out to taste me fully, exploring every corner of my mouth as his hands wander down my body. He nips at my neck softly before trailing kisses down to my collarbone, while one of his hands squeezes gently at my buttocks, pulling me even closer against him. It feels so good being held by him like this, under this starry sky, surrounded by thousands of twinkling lights. My body shivers in anticipation when he finally pulls away from me with a smirk on his face. "Not here," he murmurs huskily into my ear before leading me back inside, where he locks eyes with me for a moment that feels both charged and tender. There's no doubt in my mind what happens next. Jonathan needs this release just as much as I do after all we've been through today. And tonight will be special. The air crackles with desire and possibility as we tumble onto the bed together. Jonathan's touch is both rough and gentle at once as he undresses us both swiftly but methodically until we're naked beneath each other's gaze. The way he looks at me sends shivers down my spine, hungry yet reverent gaze taking in every inch of exposed skin under dim lighting from lamps set around us, casting warm shadows across every plane of our bodies. His large hands roam over my skin possessively yet lovingly, kneading muscles tight from stress while tracing patterns on sensitive skin with his fingertips, which sends delicious trembles through every part of me. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 10. Jonathan. For all it's worth, Hollowtown can have awesome parties. The saying, "Don't judge a book by its cover," rings truer now than ever, because last night's wedding reception, a total blast out of the park. I ought to give this place a proper chance. So far, I've only seen the pretty wilds and greens mingling in with some of the modern architecture. Perhaps there's more to be seen and discovered. Not to mention last night. The comfort of the blanket ensconces me in a lulling embrace amid the coldness of the room, thanks to the air conditioner. Slowly, I peel my eyes open to the sun greeting me straight in the face, and I squeeze my eyes back shut with a content groan. The sun just edges over the horizon as I stretch out, feeling every muscle pleasantly remind me of the night before. It's a bit of a paradox, really, feeling both completely relaxed and slightly worn out. My body is tense, a good kind of sore, the kind you only get from a night that you know you'll be replaying in your head over and over. And yeah, last night with Vienna, absolutely one for the books. I've had my fair share of wild nights, tangled in sheets in countless rooms, but nothing quite like this. There's something about Vienna that just clicks. It isn't just the usual rush. It's like a dance we'd both somehow already memorized the steps to, but are feeling the beat for the first time. Steamy is an understatement. It's like every moment was just building to the next, hotter and more intense than the last. It's been ages since I've had a night that feels this complete. Carefully, I roll out of bed, trying not to disturb Vienna, who's still out cold, lost in what I hope are pleasant dreams of round 2 or 3. Or was it 4? Who's counting anyway? I pull on my pants from last night. They're a crumpled mess, but right now they feel like a trophy. I step out onto the balcony quietly, the cool morning air a stark contrast to last night's heat. Out here, with the fresh air filling my lungs, I start gathering my thoughts. It's quiet, peaceful, and I'm just taking a moment to really soak in the afterglow, the residual buzz of a night that was definitely more than just another notch on the bedpost. It's a refreshing change and makes me wonder about the possibilities of more moments like this. Just maybe this isn't a one-off chapter in my usual run of adventures. Maybe. Stepping back in from the balcony, the idea of food suddenly seems like just the thing we need. I grab the phone and dial up room service. Yeah, hi. Can I get the breakfast special? Yeah, 2 of everything, and add an extra side of bacon, thanks. I set the phone down, my stomach growling just thinking about those fluffy pancakes and fresh orange juice on their way. As I wait, I start scooping up the clothes scattered around the room. My shirt from under a chair, Vienna's bra dangling from the lampshade. Each piece a silent testimony to the laughter and wild abandon of last night. I grin as I fold things up. Even the room seems to hum with the energy of what went down. Tidying up, I feel this bubble of contentment. It's not just cleaning up. It's like I'm preserving the memories, setting them neatly aside to reminisce later. The room still smells like her perfume mixed with the crisp, clean scent of the sheets, a reminder of the intimacy and connection that felt so damn right. It's funny how the aftermath of such a heated night can feel so soothing, so peaceful. I'm usually not one for lingering in moments or getting caught up in what-ifs, but something about last night makes me want to hold on to this feeling just a bit longer and savor it until the last possible second. As I fluff the last pillow, there's a knock at the door. I swing the door open with a smile, and there it is. The glorious breakfast spread. Thanks. Appreciate it. I shoot at the room service guy as I take the heavy tray from him. The smell of bacon and pancakes fills the room, and I'm already salivating as I close the door behind me. As I turn around, tray in hand, Vienna is just starting to stir under the sheets. Her hair's all tousled, and there's that sleepy blink as she tries to figure out where she is. I snigger as I make my way over. Good morning, beautiful, I say, laying the tray down in front of her. She scrunches her eyebrows at me, still half in her dream world, and I laugh. Yeah, I know. Too cheery for the morning? I tease, sitting down beside her on the bed. She stretches, a slow smile spreading as the smell of breakfast seems to finally reach her. You really know how to make a morning, she murmurs, reaching for a piece of fruit, and I can't help but wonder that, yeah, maybe I do. As I slide the tray between us, loaded with all the breakfast goodies, Vienna looks at me with a mix of surprise and something else. Maybe caution? It's like she's trying to figure out my angle here. Why are you doing this? She asks, a hint of defensiveness lacing her voice. It throws me off a bit, not gonna lie. I'm used to quick goodbyes, not questions. But there's something genuine in her confusion that makes me want to explain. I reach out, gently tucking a stray hair behind her ear, trying to ease the tension. Just because we had a one-night stand doesn't mean we can't be friends, right? I say, keeping my tone light. I grab a piece of bacon, munching on it as I continue. Look, I'm all for fun, you know? And yeah, one-night stands are part of that. But it doesn't mean I'm out the door at dawn every time. It's not about dodging a relationship, it's more about not rushing into anything too complicated too fast. She watches for a moment, and I can tell that she's processing. Maybe reassessing the situation or me. I just smile, pass her the orange juice, and hope she understands that this morning isn't about expectations or anything remotely grand. It's just breakfast, shared between two people who had a great night. Vienna pauses, her fork mid-air, really chewing over what I just said. Hey, if we're not friends, does that mean I get all the pancakes to myself? I flash her a playful grin. She looks up, the corners of her mouth twitching into a smile, and finally she nods, seemingly putting whatever doubts she has to bed. Okay, breakfast in bed with a friend sounds good, she agrees, and relief washes over me like a warm tide. I let out a chuckle, masking my earlier jitters, and added, You know, making friends comes with the risk of pancake theft. I waggle my eyebrows at her, and she laughs, pointing her fork at me with mock severity. "Don't push it, or I might just eat your share too," she threatens. And we both dive into the food, the earlier tension dissolving into laughter and the clinking of our forks. It feels good, really good, to turn a potentially awkward morning into something light and easy. Laughing and eating with Vienna feels like the easiest thing in the world. Conversation flows like we're old friends catching up rather than two people who just met last night. Each story leads naturally into another, and there's a rhythm to our banter that feels both comforting and exhilarating. As we delve deeper into various topics, we stumble upon our shared love for literature. "You've read Murakami?" Vienna asks, her eyes lighting up when I mention his name. "I love how he blends the mundane with the surreal," I respond, and we both express our admiration for his unique style. The conversation shifts seamlessly to our love for the outdoors. "There's nothing like a quiet morning hike, right?" she says, and I enthusiastically agree, recounting a recent trek that left me feeling both exhausted and deeply fulfilled. The more we talk, the more I realize how aligned our interests and perspectives are. It's a refreshing discovery. "Guess that explains why we clicked so quickly," I muse aloud, and she nods, smiling. It feels like these shared passions are the threads that pulled us together last night, beyond just physical attraction. Then, somehow, the topic shifts to careers, and I casually mention that I play hockey professionally. I brace myself, expecting her demeanor to change. Many are suddenly more interested when they learn of my public persona. But Vienna just nods appreciatively. "Forward or defense?" Her question, so straightforward and unassuming, takes me by surprise. She doesn't skip a beat, doesn't change her tone or start asking for favors or tickets, nothing. She just continues to see me as the guy she's sharing pancakes with, not some hockey star on a pedestal. Sitting there, talking and laughing with her, I feel a genuine sense of connection. It's not just about finding common ground, it's about the comfort and ease with which we share that space. It's unexpectedly nice to be seen for who I am, not what I do. When we're halfway through breakfast, Vienna's eyes nearly pop out as she checks her phone. "Oh no, my shift starts soon," she exclaims, scrambling out of bed. "I need to get home and change." I start chuckling at her sudden panic, unfazed. Hey, no worries, I'll give you a ride," I offer, grabbing my keys from the dresser. "And after dropping you off, I need to hit the car wash anyway," I add with a wink, reminding us both of last night's adventurous detour in my car. She huffs, relief smoothing her features. "Thanks, that's a lifesaver. And yeah, your car definitely needs some cleaning up after last night." As Vienna springs out of bed in a rush, I blink, admiring how effortlessly she shifts from sleepy to stunning. Her figure prompts me to give a low, appreciative whistle, earning me a playful smack on the arm. "Stop it," she laughs, darting into the bathroom to freshen up, emerging minutes later, dressed and looking crisp, her hair pulled back in a quick ponytail. As she gathers her things, she sneaks over to my side of the bed and swipes the last pancake from my plate, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "That's for the whistle," she declares triumphantly, biting into my poor pancake. "Hey, that was my pancake!" I call out, more amused than upset. She just throws me a challenging look over her shoulder and dashes out the door, her voice echoing back, "Hurry up, slowpoke!" Laughing, I jump out of bed and scramble to pull on a shirt and grab my wallet. I love this playful side of her. It makes the morning feel like a scene from a rom-com. I quickly check the room to make sure we haven't left anything behind, then swing the door shut, locking the fleeting moments of passion inside. I race down the hallway, eager to catch up to her and see what other adventures today might hold.
Chapter 11. Vienna. There are many things I like to do during my short break times and my shift in the employees' lunchroom. Catching up on my meals and scarfing them down like a madwoman. Reading a book to have a momentary pause in my otherwise busy and fast-paced lifestyle, and many more. The bottom line is that whatever rest I can't get from juggling 2 jobs in a day, I try to have during recesses. But today, all I can do is think about last night. Ugh, I groan, burying my head in my arms, my sandwich wrap halfway done beside me. Why am I hung up over this? I literally consented to his offer, but I didn't know that accepting it came with Jonathan running in my head and living there rent-free. It's absurd. If I knew I'd be this taken by the idea of a one-night stand and the lingering after effects it has, not just on my body but in my mind, I probably would have done a double take. But do you regret it? I falter, drumming my fingers on the table as the clock ticks on the wall. Do I regret it? Break is over, Vienna. My manager opens the door, peeking inside. Time to clock back in. I take one big bite of the rest of my sandwich wrap and keep it in my bag before taking my cap and fixing it on my head before catching up. Yes, boss. I zip out of the break room, instantly caught up in the whirlwind that is the afternoon rush at the cafe. My feet barely touch the ground as I weave through tables, balancing a tray loaded with steamy cups and the day's special sandwiches. Can I get a refill here? A regular waves his cup at me, and I swoop in with the coffee pot, pouring with a practiced hand. Thanks, Vienna, he says, and I flash him a quick smile before darting off to the next table. Orders fly at me from all directions, and I catch them like a pro, scribbling on my pad. The clatter of dishes, the hiss of the espresso machine, and the murmur of conversations create a symphony of everyday chaos. Vienna, table 6 is missing a fork, my coworker shouts over the din. I grab one from the pile, delivering it with a swift apology before darting back to the counter to help another customer. Will that be all? I ask, my voice barely rising above the noise. Despite the frenzy, my mind keeps drifting back to last night, to Jonathan's laugh, the warmth of his gaze. I shake my head, trying to dispel the memories, focusing instead on the steaming coffee in my hand. But it's tough. Every quiet moment between the rushes sends my thoughts spiraling back to him. At the counter, I fill orders for cappuccinos and lattes, the espresso machine, a comforting constant as I steam milk and sprinkle cinnamon. My hands move on autopilot, crafting perfect swirls in the foam. Here you go, enjoy, I say, sliding the cups across the counter with a practiced smile. The afternoon wears on, and I keep pushing, refilling, taking orders, clearing tables. My body moves through the motions, but my heart, still tangled up in what happened with Jonathan, and I can't seem to shake it. As I'm topping off a latte with a final swirl of caramel, my manager taps me on the shoulder. Vienna, you've got a visitor, he says, a mysterious grin on his face. Confused, I wipe my hands on my apron and follow him, leaving the chaos of the counter behind. We weave through the packed cafe to a secluded table in the corner. My heart skips a beat. It's Jonathan, looking casually cool and completely out of place among the coffee-stained tables and bustling waitstaff. What are you doing here? I blurt out, more flustered than I'd like to admit. Just a few hours ago, he was waving goodbye from his car, and now here he is, in my workplace. He flashes that grin that seems to know too much. Well, I figured I needed a personal tour guide, he says, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Who better to show me around than someone who knows all the best spots? I raise an eyebrow, leaning back against an empty chair. A tour guide, huh? And you just decided this on a whim? There's a playful skepticism in my voice, but a part of me is thrilled by the spontaneity. Absolutely, he laughs, and I can't help but smile. I'm at your mercy. Show me the hidden gems of this town. As Jonathan pitches his spontaneous plan, my pulse races, a mix of surprise and a flutter of flattery stirring inside me. Is this how one-night stands usually go? I ponder, my mind racing. I'm not exactly seasoned in this department, and the thought of someone I just met, wanting more time together the next day, it's uncharted territory for me, and it feels both intriguing and a tad overwhelming. I mean, I'd love to. I start, hesitating as my gaze flicks toward the busy counter, but I'm still on my shift, you know. Before I can protest further, my manager chimes in with almost too much enthusiasm. Actually, Jonathan here has taken care of that. He's paid for your time while you're out. And guess what? Angie just texted. She's coming in early for her shift. I blink, taken aback by the smooth coordination of it all. This isn't just a casual visit. He's planned this. Oh, is all I manage, a surprised laugh escaping me. Well, that's thoughtful and a bit unexpected. Jonathan grins, standing up from the table. So, it's settled then? You're my official guide for the day? As reality sets in, I nod, my mind still reeling from the swift turn of events. Yeah, it looks like I am. Stun doesn't even begin to cover how I feel. There I am, caught in the whiplash of Jonathan's unexpected gesture, my emotions bouncing between flattered and a little freaked out. He actually paid for my time? Like, went out of his way to ensure I could hang out without worrying about work or money. That's not just friendly. Well, it's something else. The more I think about it, the more it feels like stepping into a bizarre new reality. This isn't just some guy being nice. This is someone who had a one-night stand with me and then decided to keep the connection going in broad daylight with plans and payments. It's weirdly flattering, sure, but also a bit alarming. Isn't the whole point of those fleeting encounters that they're supposed to end when the sun comes up? And there's another layer to all this, the playboy vibes of Jonathan that I can't just ignore. He's smooth, charming, probably does this all the time. After everything with Max, jumping headfirst into another whirlpool of emotions is the last thing I need. But here I am, considering spending more unplanned time with Jonathan. What does this mean? Am I just another notch on his belt? Or is there something more sincere beneath his actions? I clear my throat, looking at both Jonathan and my manager. I need to work just a half hour more. I took a long break earlier, and I want to make it right. It's important to me, this bit of integrity, even if the rest of the day is quickly veering off my usual script. My manager shares a look with Jonathan before acquiescing with a smile. All right, but no time extensions, okay? You're working too hard and too much. Nodding, I ask Jonathan to kindly wait before I dive back into the cafe's rhythm, the familiar motions grounding me for the moment. I clear tables, refill coffee cups, and offer smiles that are gradually less strained as I settle back into my role. Each tick of the clock is a reminder, though, that an unexpected adventure is just minutes away. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 12. Jonathan. Oh, I blink, astonished as I sip the beverage I ordered, as I wait for Vienna to finish the last of her half-an-hour shift. This actually tastes nice. I don't usually order anything besides my usual black coffee, but since coming into Hollow Town, I promised Chris and myself that I'd venture beyond some things I'm comfortable with. And that includes my good old coffee, of course. The drink of the day is a peculiar but aesthetic-looking vanilla rose latte. The name threw me off a while ago because rose with a latte. By the time she finishes her shift, having dressed out of her uniform to a more casual fit, my cup is empty. I whistle as she approaches, eyebrow arching as I appraise her apparel. Well-fitted jeans and a t-shirt under her denim jacket. She catches on to the look in my eyes and scoffs, crossing her arms over her chest. I glimpse an accessory of hers, a bracelet. Judging by the slight wear and tear, she must have had it for a long time. It must be of sentimental value. I smile. You ready? Let's go. She nods, walking ahead and leaving me to catch up to her. I chuckle, not the least bit chagrined as we left the coffee shop in tow. As I steer the car down the winding streets of Hollowtown, Vienna rides shotgun, her finger occasionally darting out to point at something interesting. See that? The oldest bakery in town, she says, her voice tinged with pride. It's a quaint little building, the bricks worn but holding stories of generations. They've been baking bread since the 1920s, can you believe it? I nod, genuinely impressed as she chuckles and shakes her head in mild disbelief. We pass by a mural painted on the side of an old warehouse. It's vibrant, full of colors that pop even under the soft cloud cover. Local artist did that last summer. It's sort of a timeline of the town. Vienna's eyes light up as she talks, her hands gesturing animatedly. Right there, see? That's the Founders' Parade back in 1890-something. Her fingers trace the lines of history as if she can touch the past. Man, you really know your stuff, I say, watching her light up with each piece of history she shares. She hums, a sound that fills the car. I guess I'm just a bit of a history nerd. But there's something about knowing the stories of the places you walk by every day, you know? Yeah, it makes everything feel more alive, I reply, feeling the history wrap around us like a warm embrace as we continue our leisurely drive through the living, breathing history book that is Hollowtown. I pull up to the drive-thru of a cozy cafe nestled in the picturesque town square, its rustic charm instantly noticeable against the backdrop of the modern world beyond Hollowtown. As I roll down the window to order 2 lattes, since there's no such thing as too much coffee, Vienna leans over slightly, the blanknesses of her visage belying her excitement. This building, she starts, pointing at the cafe, which looks like it's straight out of a history book, was once the town's post office, built in the early 1900s. They renovated it into this cafe just a few years back, she says, looking at the intricate woodwork framing the windows. As we wait for our order, she dives into the local folklore. You know, they say the square is haunted by the midnight mailman. Her eyes gleam with a mix of mischief and intrigue. Legend has it, he still roams around, delivering unseen letters to the old post office on foggy nights. Wait, what, really? I ask, half skeptical, half captivated by the eerie charm of her tale. Yep, she nods earnestly. People have reported seeing shadows and hearing the sound of old postal scales at night. It's spooky, but it's such a hit with the tourists around Halloween. I chuckle as the server hands us our drinks. This town really knows how to keep its history alive, huh? Absolutely, Vienna agrees after taking her latte with a satisfied sigh. It's the stories that make Hollowtown unique. We pull away from the cafe, our conversation deepening into the spirited past that seems to linger in every corner of the town. Clutching our takeout, Vienna directs me around the town square. Each turn reveals a new vignette of small-town charm, boutique shops with hand-painted signs, an old-fashioned barber pole spinning lazily, and a small park where kids chase pigeons under the watchful eyes of parents. Vienna waves at nearly everyone, receiving warm smiles and enthusiastic waves in return. Everyone knows everyone here, she states as she points out Mrs. Dalrymple, who's apparently famous for her blue ribbon apple pies at the county fair. It's like living in a giant family. Coming from the big city where anonymity is the norm and the pace can make your head spin, Hollowtown feels like stepping back in time. The leisurely strolls of the townspeople, the absence of blaring horns and the lack of towering skyscrapers. It's disarmingly peaceful. Surprisingly, I don't find it bland or boring. There's a richness here, not in grandeur, but in simplicity and history. There's something refreshing about this place. It's like breathing real air after being stuck in a stuffy room for too long. I admit, feeling the tension ebb away with each quaint corner we explore. Vienna nods, seemingly pleased with my answer. Good, because there's a lot more to show you. As we drive, the unique rhythm of Hollowtown slows my pulse, the city's clamor fading like a distant memory. We leave the car behind and step into the bustling atmosphere of the outdoor market. It's alive with the sounds of local musicians strumming guitars and the chatter of vendors pitching their crafts. The air is sweet with the scent of fresh pastries and smoky barbecue. Sunlight filters through colorful umbrellas, casting a warm glow on the myriad of stalls. Vienna's face lights up as she leads me through the maze of vendors. "Check these out," she says, pulling me towards a stall draped with handcrafted jewelry. She picks up a bracelet, her fingers tracing the intricate beadwork. "These are made by the local high school art class," she explains, her usual stoic expression replaced by a bright smile. As we wander, she insists we try a sample of homemade apple cider from a stand adorned with hay bales and fall decorations. "You've got to try this. It's a festival favorite," she urges, passing me a cup. The cider is sweet, with a tangy kick, warming me from the inside out. That had not mixed well in my stomach with the vanilla rose and regular latte, but darn, that tasted good. Her enthusiasm is infectious. I find myself genuinely curious, asking questions about everything we see. Each of her answers adds layers to my understanding of Hollowtown, and I realize how deeply connected she is to this place. "Never thought I'd enjoy a market this much," I admit with a grin, munching on a skewer of grilled vegetables we'd snagged from a nearby stall. Vienna simpers, her eyes crinkling with genuine delight. "Told you, there's magic in the simplicity here." As we continue to explore, her passion for the town makes every stall, every taste, and every story feel like a discovery. We eventually wander into a scenic public garden. The tranquility and sheer variety of colors from the blooming flowers captivate me. It's a peaceful haven, with neatly trimmed pathways leading us past bubbling fountains and sun-dappled benches. For a moment I realize I haven't thought about ice hockey, the clubbing scenes, or any of my usual city pursuits since the tour with Vienna started a few hours ago. Vienna pauses by a bed of vibrant tulips, her hand gently brushing against the petals. "These are imported from Holland every spring," she explains, her voice soft yet filled with a reverence for the simple beauty around us. I nod, my eyes following her gesture, and it hits me. I'm completely absorbed. Not just in the beauty of Hollowtown, but in the company of Vienna herself. There's something about her enthusiasm, her knowledge, and the gentle way she interacts with her surroundings that has me captivated. "You know," I start, a smile spreading across my face. I can't remember the last time I felt this relaxed. I haven't even thought about hockey or going out, just this. Partying and clubbing in the city is a wild ride, but this is solitude. Vienna arches an eyebrow, her eyes lighting up. That's the charm of Hollowtown. It kind of sweeps you off your feet, doesn't it? Yeah, it really does, I agree, laughing a little at how unexpected this whole day has turned out. As we continue strolling through the garden, I realize just how much I'm enjoying this detour from my usual fast-paced life. Our last stop of the day is a historic cathedral that stands solemnly at the edge of Hollowtown. Its towering spires reach confidently into the sky, each one lined with intricate carvings that tell stories of saints and sinners. The massive wooden doors are adorned with ironwork that looks like it's been twisted by the hands of time itself. The stained glass windows are a kaleidoscope of colors, casting a mosaic of light onto the stone floor inside, transforming sunlight into a vibrant dance across ancient tiles. I've seen churches before, sure, but nothing quite like this. This place feels like it's alive with history. Vienna's earlier explanation echoes in my mind as I gaze up at the cathedral. She spoke of its foundation laid down in the mid-1800s and how it served as a beacon of hope and a gathering spot for the community during tough times. Every element from the gargoyles guarding the outer walls to the old bell in the tower was steeped in local lore, and Vienna knew every tale by heart. Throughout the day, I've been struck by Vienna's ability to peel back the layers of what might seem ordinary to reveal something truly extraordinary beneath. Despite her serious, no-nonsense exterior, she's shown a passion and enthusiasm for her town that's downright infectious. It's funny how someone who seems so reserved can light up with such vibrancy, turning every stone and story into a vivid picture. Continuing to stand under the shadow of the cathedral, I can't help but feel grateful for the new perspective she's given me. It's like seeing color in what I assumed was just black and white. The sun begins to dip below the horizon. It casts a golden blanket over Hollowtown, making the old cobblestone streets glow with a warm, amber light. The quaint shops and rustic buildings bask in the sunset, their windows twinkling like stars come to earth. I'm caught in the beauty of it all, realizing that hanging out with Vienna has transformed what I expected to be a dull day into something memorable. As we watch the last sliver of sun disappear, a knot forms in my stomach. Yesterday's one-night stand was supposed to be just that, but today felt different. I turned to Vienna, needing to be upfront. Hey, I know last night was supposed to be simple, but today it was really something else, I start, scratching the back of my neck nervously. I thought Hollowtown was just another dot on the map, but you brought it to life for me. It's been great, truly. She nods, her expression unreadable, and I then hope I haven't just made everything awkward. But I mean it for real. Today was incredibly amazing. What I wouldn't give to experience it again.
Chapter 13. Vienna. It's gotten even more expensive. My nose scrunches as I tap my foot on the floorboards, surveying the goods on the shelf. It's a good thing I bought these last week then. Shaking my head, I move to a different column of goods altogether in my little splurging session. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that I do this, having gotten a commission fee from the pet store. I got to see a good pup go for adoption, so the money went straight to my savings, after taking half as a little reward for myself. I don't get these all the time since most of my earnings are in the bank to save up for a better living space, so when I do, I'm extra thoughtful and meticulous in choosing what to spend my reward money on. What better way than to get some new books? I've already eaten my share of junk food the past few days and have burned them down in my morning runs. I figure a good set of secondhand or mystery books will do me well. I've read through the ones on my shelves more than twice now. Nothing's wrong with reliving the adventure every now and then before bed, but I'm itching for more. Plus, my part-time shift in the retail shop is over, so I can buy what caught my eye earlier. I zoomed towards the book section, straight towards the mystery section that had a sale sign overhead with a hum. Fantasy books line my bookshelf, but I'm looking for some suspense today. I smile, deciding on the genre and beginning to peruse the books available for my interest. I shove the door open, the little bell jingling merrily above me as I step out of the book-laden haven of the small retail shop. My new mystery novels tucked under my arm. The air's got that chill, you know, the kind that tells you the sun's clocked out early. And honestly, so have I. I didn't have work at the pet store and coffee shop today, and the retail shop isn't as busy, so my Sunday's been as blank as a brand new notebook. I've been lounging, flipping through channels, trying to find anything remotely interesting. Everything felt just a bit too quiet, a bit too slow. As I'm trudging down the street, wrapped up in thoughts about how to spice up my non-existent evening plans, I spot a familiar figure. It's Jonathan. His face lights up with that easy, infectious grin as he spots me. He waves, a bit too enthusiastically if you ask me, and jogs over. We've been crossing paths a little too frequently as of late, I'm unable to keep myself from being just a tad suspicious. "Hey, Vienna," he calls out as he reaches me, slightly out of breath. "I was actually hoping I'd run into you. What a stroke of luck, huh?" His energy's like a splash of color on a drab canvas. "I was just about to grab some dinner. Join me?" The dinner invite prompts surprise to wash over me, pausing my thoughts for a solid minute. Isn't this kind of the norm between us now? Just a few days back, I was giving him the grand tour of Hollowtown, all the while chatting like we'd been buddies for years. But now, standing here as the evening starts to tuck in around us, I start to feel a little cautious, a bit vigilant maybe. Are we moving from just town guide and visitor to something more frequent? Something like friends? Or is it something else? It's tricky, navigating this unexpected shift. I mean, sure, he's fun, easy to talk to, and has that adventurous spirit that's kind of contagious. Still, I can't shake off a guarded sensation, like I'm standing on the edge of something unfamiliar and a tad bit intimidating. But just as I'm stewing in my sea of thoughts, my stomach decides to cut through the silence, growling loud enough to remind me that philosophical musings don't fill an empty belly. Despite the whirlpool of mixed feelings, I sigh. After all, dinner is just dinner, right? And who knows, maybe a meal is just what I need to figure all this out. I shrug. A part of me can't say no to a free meal, especially when it means saving a few bucks. All right, let's do it. There's this little spot I know. Cheap, but the food's pretty great. Jonathan's face lights up. Perfect. Lead the way then. I start walking, pointing down the street. It's not fancy, but I swear the burgers are top-notch. He falls into step beside me, enthusiasm bubbling. I'm all for a good burger. Thanks for this, Vienna. No worries, I reply, feeling a bit lighter. A good meal and good company. Not a bad end to the day. We stroll towards the restaurant, the conversation flowing as if we've been doing this forever. "So, how do you find Hollowtown so far?" I ask, genuinely curious. It's almost too easy to talk to Jonathan, like flipping to a favorite chapter in a well-worn book. It's throwing me off somewhat, really. He chuckles, hands in his pockets. Honestly, it's got charm like nowhere else. And the tour guide isn't too bad either. He winks, and I can't help the playful roll of my eyes. We reach the restaurant, a cozy little spot that's more like someone's living room than a formal eatery. The walls are lined with old bookshelves filled with knickknacks, and the lighting is soft, casting a warm glow over the mismatched furniture. It's comfortable, unpretentious. "I recommend the chili cheese fries here," I suggest as we slide into a booth. And again, burgers are killer. "Sounds good to me," Jonathan agrees with an easy smile. The waiter comes over, and we place our orders. I lean back, looking across the table at him. "Thanks for this, by the way. It's nice, having dinner like this." He waves off my thanks. "No worries, Vienna. I'm just glad for the company." As we wait for our food, the conversation drifts from favorite books to our wildest travel dreams. It's nice the way he listens, really listens. I talk about a dream trip to New Zealand, and he's right there with me, adding it to his own travel bucket list. The ease of our chat makes me wonder about the fine line between new friends and something more, but I immediately cease the ludicrous thought. Our food eventually arrives, steaming and aromatic, plunked down on the table with a casual flourish that's typical of this place. We've gone for the classics, a pair of juicy, dripping burgers and a mountain of chili cheese fries piled high between us. I take the first bite of my burger, the flavors bursting in a perfect, messy symphony of beef, cheese, and a tangy sauce that's their secret weapon. It's as delicious as I remember, maybe even more so with the added pleasure of good company. Jonathan digs into his burger with an enthusiasm that's infectious. His eyes light up after that first bite, a genuine smile spreading as he nods in approval. "This is amazing," he seems to say with every bite, though no words are actually spoken. He handles the burger like it's the best he's had in ages, managing to keep the conversation going even as we both navigate our way through the generous portions. Watching him enjoy the food, seeing him relish the flavors I've grown up loving, adds a layer of satisfaction to the meal that I hadn't anticipated. It's like sharing a piece of my world, and it's gratifying to see it embraced with such gusto. The food does more than fill us up. It bridges gaps, making the evening feel even more friendly and warm. As we dive into our meal, the conversation drifts effortlessly from one topic to another. Despite my initial reservations, I find myself opening up about the simple threads that weave together my life here. I've always loved the quiet of this town, I confess, spearing a chili-coated fry. There's a rhythm to it, you know? Slow, but real comforting. Jonathan listens intently, nodding as he chews. It sounds peaceful, really different from the city buzz. I'm up in a high-rise most days, always surrounded by noise and rush. I pause, the image of his city life painting a stark contrast to my own. It's fascinating how our worlds seem parallel, yet so distinctly different. We share a laugh over how I'd probably get lost within an hour in his urban jungle. But you know, it's not all about the hustle for me, he adds, wiping his hands on a napkin. I'm really passionate about hockey. Glad I got to go pro. His eyes light up when he talks about his dedication to hockey. It's clear it's not just a career in a sport, but a part of who he is. Any flicker of insecurity I might have felt about our differing worlds seems to melt away with his words. His authenticity makes it easy to forget those differences and just enjoy the connection we're building. What about you? Any dreams you're chasing? He pipes up. I simper, feeling rather self-conscious. Well, nothing as exciting as professional sports. I dream of owning a bookstore someday. Just a small place with lots of cozy reading nooks. That sounds amazing, Vienna. Really, he says earnestly, and something in his tone makes me believe he truly understands. We spend the rest of the meal chatting about everything from our favorite books to places we'd love to travel. Jonathan's stories of city life and my tales of small-town charm weave together into a tapestry that seems to comfortably envelope us both. Despite the differences in our backgrounds, our shared interests and dreams bridge the gap, making the evening not just enjoyable, but something a little magical, much to the reluctance within me. We're stepping out of the restaurant by 8 p.m. The cool night air feels refreshing after the warmth of our meal. Jonathan insists on walking me home, a gesture that feels both old-fashioned and sweet. We chat casually, our footsteps echoing softly on the pavement until we reach my apartment building. It's not much, but it's home, I say as I fumble with my keys at the door. Jonathan stands just outside, peering in as I push the door open. The dim hallway light spills over my less than glamorous living space, highlighting the peeling paint and the old couch that's seen better days. He glances around, his eyes taking in the stark contrast to his city high-rise. It's got character, he says carefully, a hint of concern hidden under a light smile. Every place has its charm, right? I nod, feeling a slap of resignation mixed with a touch of embarrassment. Yeah, it's a bit rough around the edges, but it's mine. Jonathan nods, understanding, or at least doing a good job of pretending. That's what matters, Vienna. It's your space. I force a small smile, feeling the heat of embarrassment creep up my neck. I'm used to it. I mumble, trying to brush off the visible state of my apartment. My discomfort grows, so I fake a yawn, hoping to signal that it's time to call it a night. Well, it's been fun. Thanks for dinner, Jonathan. But as I start closing the door, Jonathan reaches out, stopping it with a gentle but firm hand. I pause, surprised, and our eyes lock. There's an earnest plea in his gaze that makes my breath hitch within me. Wait, he says, his voice low and serious. There's something I want to say. I'm frozen for a moment, caught off guard by the intensity in his eyes. Every instinct tells me to listen, to stay open despite wanting to hide behind the safety of my closed door. I take a deep breath, finding the strength to set boundaries. Jonathan, I really appreciate tonight, and I mean it. But I think it's time to say goodnight. Thank you for everything. I muster the courage to say, meeting his gaze with a firm yet gentle look. He nods slowly, understanding yet visibly disappointed. Of course, Vienna. Good night then. I give him a small, sincere smile and slowly close the door, the soft click marking a definitive end to the evening. Leaning back against it, I let out a long sigh. The quiet of my apartment wraps around me like a familiar blanket. But my mind races, replaying the night. It's clear that, despite our enjoyable time, Jonathan and I live in different worlds. What we had was just a brief spark, a one-night stand, and a fleeting time of companionship. It was sweet while it lasted, but deep down, I know it's nothing more, nothing less. I slide down to the floor, resting my head against the door, stewing over this realization. As I sit in the dim light of my living room, I determine firmly that this is where it ends. The chapter with Jonathan closes here and now, and it's time to move forward, holding on to the memories but not the expectations.
Chapter 14. Jonathan. My initial plan to stay at Hollowtown for no more than a week has been positively 100% disrupted. I'm just thankful that our coach has extended our vacation for another week, which allows me to linger with the icon that our training's going to be intensive when we return. A reason that I'm leaning to favor the serene quietude of the townscape, since I am frequenting the lakeside every now and then after jogging in the morning. But somehow, deep down, I know for a fact that Vienna has a part to play in my stay. I don't know how to explain it. I just find her interesting. She's like everyone else in the town, a little reserved and apprehensive, but I remain in a loop nevertheless. I moan, chagrined, as I roll around my bed. Lying on my back, I stare at the beige ceiling of my hotel room, my thoughts drifting towards Vienna. I've started to notice little things, like how she's always just wrapping up something whenever I show up. It's like she's got this sixth sense about when I'm about to swing by her favorite coffee shop or the bookstore she loves so much. Just yesterday, I walked into the cafe, spotting her at her usual corner table. The moment she saw me, her eyes widened a bit. Suddenly, she was gathering her stuff, mumbling something about an errand she had forgotten. It struck me then, she's been doing a lot of forgetting lately, at least when I'm around. And then there's the bookstore. I remember stepping in, excited to tell her about a mystery novel I just started, only to see her slipping through the back door. A flash of her scarf, the only proof she was ever there. The clerk gave me a puzzled look, shrugged, and went back to arranging the shelves. I pushed myself up, sitting on the edge of the bed, my hands dangling between my knees. Maybe I'm just overthinking it, I muttered to myself, but a nagging feeling tugs at me. It's like trying to catch smoke with your bare hands. Every time I think I'm close to understanding, she's just out of reach. As I sit here on the edge of my rumpled hotel bed, my mind replays when we had dinner on Sunday. I walked her home, and there it was, her life laid bare in the cramped space of her rundown apartment. The walls were peeling, and everything seemed to be crammed into too little space. I tried to keep my reaction neutral, but maybe my eyes betrayed my shock. I saw her face then, the embarrassment mixed with a hint of hurt as she quickly tried to block the view into her living room, making some excuse about the mess. She laughed and yawned it off, but her laughter was too sharp, too quick. It's been eating at me ever since. Was it that glimpse of her vulnerability that pushed her away? I'm frustrated, honestly. Is that what she's upset about? Because the state of her apartment, her personal struggles, they don't change how I see her. To me, she's not just some woman I spent the night with. That night, we clicked on a level that wasn't just about laughs over drinks or shared dinners. It felt real, like the start of a genuine friendship. But now, every interaction feels like a step back. I begin pacing around the hotel room, the same four walls starting to feel more like a prison than a retreat. Each step feels heavier, my restlessness growing. It's like the fun that was supposed to fill my vacation is slipping through my fingers, grain by grain. I make my way to the balcony, needing a change of scenery, even if it's just the view of Hollowtown from above. The quaint rooftops and winding streets that once seemed charming now just remind me of what's been going sideways. As I lean against the railing, the breeze feels cooler, almost urging me to make a decision. Maybe it's time to cut this trip short. The whole adventure here, especially the mess with Vienna and the friendship I hoped we could build, is turning into more trouble than it's worth. The thought of heading back to the city, to the familiar hustle and the comfort of my own place, suddenly feels more appealing. There, at least, everything is straightforward, and I don't have to guess what someone is thinking or feeling. Maybe some distances are just meant to stay that way. Hollowtown might just be better as a nice memory, not a place to linger. Grunting, I start shoving clothes into my suitcase, each fold a reminder of why I came to Hollowtown in the first place. There's a nagging feeling that I can't shake off, a persistent whisper in the back of my mind. It's insisting there's more to my wanting to be friends with Vienna, something deeper than I'm ready to admit. It's ridiculous how complicated things have gotten just when I thought I was sorting my feelings out. Despite the mess in my head, I'm determined to make one last attempt to clear the air with Vienna. I can't leave things like this, not with things so tangled. My bag half packed, I head out to her workplace, my steps quick with purpose. Later, as I walk into the shop, there she is, flitting between the aisles. She spots me and I see that familiar hesitation. She quickens her pace, clearly avoiding me. "Hey, please, can we talk?" I call out gently, reaching out towards her. She stops, turns slightly, her expression guarded. "I really don't think there's anything to talk about, Jonathan," she replies, her voice low. "But there is," I insist, stepping closer. "I might be leaving soon, and I don't want things between us to end like this. Can we just reset? Start over, maybe?" She looks at me, uncertainty flickering in her eyes, and I hope she sees the sincerity in mine. This isn't just about a simple goodbye. It's about setting things right, or at least trying to, before I head back to the city. As I plead my case, Vienna falters, letting out a weary sigh. Her voice is cool, controlled, almost like steel. "What do you need, Jonathan?" I shuffle my feet, looking down before meeting her eyes. "I'm leaving town," I start, "and I feel like I messed up with us. I might have crossed a line without knowing." I pause, gathering the courage to continue. "I'd like to make it right. How about one last dinner? Just to talk, clear the air." She studies me for a moment, her expression unreadable. "One dinner, that's it?" she asks, a hint of skepticism in her tone. "Yeah, just dinner. Promise," I reassure her, hoping she sees the sincerity in my eyes. I watch as conflict flickers across Vienna's guarded visage. "Jonathan, it's not a good idea," she says quietly. "Okay, I understand." She gives me a nod, not unkind, but resolute, and turns to leave. Turning on my heel, I head back to the hotel. The streets blur around me, each step echoing the realization that sometimes, no matter how much you want to fix things, it just isn't up to you.
Chapter 15. Vienna. I'm not a coward to deny the reality that Jonathan's departure has left a certain impression on me, both in a good and bad way. His advent along with that fleeting night begat new perspectives I didn't think I'd view in my life ever. His company a splash of novelty in my otherwise usual, ordinary life. He's given excitement to my hard days. But the bad side is that I'm being strung along to his presence that, deep down, I know is naught but detrimental. We live in different worlds, and there's a reason for that division. To stop the lines from blurring and creating chaos. I'm adamant on this stance, unwilling to risk my heart again. Max has done enough, but forgetting him is harder than thinking about him. Every day, I do my morning runs around Hollowtown, half expecting to see him on his own jog near the park. I pass the hotel that holds an ephemeral memory of a thrill so sensual, I often avert my eyes to bury the recollections that threaten to resurface in my mind's eye. The coil proceeds to twist within me, but I keep my chin up and continue along what I'm used to before Mandy's wedding and Jonathan's appearance. Days roll by, dragging into weeks, and here I am, slipping back into that comfortable groove of everyday life. The sharp edges of that brief, wild ride with Jonathan are getting a little fuzzier, a little more like a dream I might have had once. It's easier this way, all neat and tidy without the messy bits that come with, well, anything that has to do with him. I'm all in with work now. My day's chock full of tasks that I throw myself into with a kind of fervor that's half genuine, half desperate. It's my way of scrubbing away any lingering traces of the chaos he brought into my life. But every so often, in those quiet, unguarded moments, I catch myself missing the unpredictability he trailed behind him like a cloud of dust. There's a tinge of longing for the sparks and butterflies, for the rush of something new and exhilarating. It's annoying, really, how my mind wanders back to him when I'm trying my hardest to keep it locked on the here and now. Deep down, I know it's for the best, keeping our worlds apart, like oil and water, never meant to mix for long. He's from a slice of life so different from mine, it's like we're from separate planets sometimes. I tell myself it's right that all this, sticking to my lane, maintaining my balance, is how it should be. I'm protecting my heart here, guarding it like a fortress from another potential siege. And yeah, maybe there's a tiny part of me that whispers what if, but I'm quick to shut it down. Life's complicated enough without adding what could have beens into the mix. So I'm sticking to what I know, finding solace in the familiar. And yeah, it's not thrilling, but it's safe. And safe is good, right? Right. 2 months zip by, and I'm clocking out at the pet shop, ready to call it a day. Just as I'm about to flip the sign to closed, a wave of dizziness hits me like a sucker punch. I stagger, clutching at the nearest shelf, sending a couple of dog toys tumbling to the floor. Whoa, you okay there? Janice rushes over, her hands gripping my arms to steady me, her brows knit together in genuine concern as she scans my face. Yeah, I think so. Just a bit lightheaded, that's all. I mumble, trying to laugh it off, but even I can hear the strain in my voice. Nope, that's it. You're going to the hospital, she declares firmly, already reaching for her phone. I wave her off, steadying myself against the counter. Really, Janice? I'll be fine. I just need a minute. But Janice isn't having any of it. Not taking no for an answer, okay? Either I take you, or you promise me you're heading straight there. I know she won't drop it, so I nod, giving in. Okay, I'll go. Just let me get my things. She watches me like a hawk as I gather my things, still not quite convinced until I'm actually stepping out the door. Text me when you get there, all right? She calls out as I leave. Will do, I call back, feeling a mix of annoyance and gratitude. Hospital, here I come. I drag myself into the hospital, still feeling off, but mostly convinced I'm just running on empty. The fluorescent lights in the ER are harsh, and I squint as I head to the reception to get myself checked in. Name and date of birth? The receptionist asks without looking up. I give her the details, and she hands me a clipboard. Fill this out, please. Forms filled, I slump into a chair to wait, thumbing through my phone to distract myself. It doesn't take long before a nurse calls me back. This way, she says, leading me through the brightly lit corridors to one of the examination rooms. The doctor's routine is thorough but quick. Blood pressure check, listen to my heart and lungs, a quick look in my ears and throat, and then some questions about my diet and sleep. You probably just need some rest, the doctor suggests, with a friendly smile after I tell him about my dizziness. But let's run some blood tests to be sure, okay? I nod, still convinced a good night's sleep is all I need. As the nurse draws my blood, I zone out, thinking about my bed. With everything done, I head back to the waiting area to wait for the results, hoping it'll be quick so I can just go home and crash. I'm half slumped in the plastic chair, scrolling mindlessly through my feed, when my name finally echoes through the waiting area. With a weary sigh, I shuffle into the doctor's office, bracing for the usual "get more rest" spiel. "Have a seat," the doctor says, gesturing to the chair across from his desk. He has a stack of papers in front of him and a look that I can't quite read. "So, we did find something on your tests," he starts, and I tense, my heart skipping numerous beats. "Your vitals are all normal, and yes, you do need more sleep, but that's not all." I blink at him, confused. "Okay, what is it then?" He smiles, a bit too cheerfully given my mounting anxiety. "Congratulations, you're pregnant." The words hit me like a freight train. Pregnant? Me? "Wait, what?" I sputter. "Are you sure?" "Quite sure," he nods, pointing at the paperwork. "See here? Your HCG levels are elevated, which confirms it. We can conduct more appropriate tests to ensure the result." I'm speechless, my mind racing as I try to process the news. Pregnant. The thought plagues me as I stumble out of the doctor's office. The sterile, buzzing hallways of the hospital seem to warp around me. My feet carry me automatically to a nearby chair, and I sink down, my mind a chaotic whirlpool. Pregnant. The word echoes in my skull, a surreal chant that doesn't fully register. It's like I'm in some weird dream, watching myself from the outside, unable to comprehend the gravity of it all. The reality of my situation slowly seeps in, each detail more terrifying than the last. This was never part of any plan. Because, honestly, what plan? My life is a series of patched-together jobs and late rent payments. And Jonathan? He was a chapter I thought had closed. A fleeting night of abandon, now resurfacing with life-altering consequences. I don't even have his number. And he's back in his city, probably oblivious to the storm he's left in his wake here. I feel a wave of nausea as the panic begins to claw its way up my throat. How am I supposed to handle this? I can barely keep my life together as it is. The thought of bringing a child into my barely held-together world is terrifying. The financial strain alone feels like a noose tightening around my neck. I've always been just about scraping by, and now, with a baby, my hands automatically rest on my stomach, a protective, almost instinctual gesture. Beneath my palms, there's a new sense of purpose, a tiny flicker of something that isn't just fear. Is it possible that I could do this? Could I be someone's mom? The very thought sends a fresh wave of panic through me, but there's something else there too. A whisper of wonder, a hint of what could be. I'm not sure how long I sit there, lost in a torrent of emotions, horror, disbelief, and a reluctant curiosity swirl within me. I think about the tiny life growing inside me, and for a moment, the fear subsides, replaced by a fragile thread of connection. I'm terrified, yes, but also fiercely protective of this new, unexpected part of me. Do I have what it takes to be a mother? I don't know. The question looms large, daunting, but as I sit in the dim light of the hospital, holding my womb, I realize that I'm about to find out. No matter how unprepared I feel, this is happening. And maybe, just maybe, I might find the strength to rise to this challenge. As the initial shock wears off, a resolve begins to form, quiet but steady. I have to be strong for me and for this tiny, unexpected miracle. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand,
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 16, Jonathan. Settling back into my house is easier than I thought. It's like my body just knows where home truly is, no matter how comfortable I felt back at Hollowtown. I take the time to savor the weekends before we're called back to weekday training, staying indoors to rest from the late-night getaways with my friends. A few weeks after I get back, I find myself on my couch. Dinner is a bucket of popcorn with pizza and soda while watching a new movie. I'm acutely aware that this is far from being the best and proper meal to end the day, but I'm going back to the extensive regime in at least 48 hours. So it's better to enjoy the little things while it lasts. Tomorrow, and for the later nights, it's jumping back to the club. Maybe some in the team are free and we can go together. The thought of hanging out with them again makes me grin as I watch the rom-com, stuffing my mouth full of yummy cheese popcorn. I think, feeling at ease. This hits the spot. All's good and all's well, just the way it is and as it should be. It's been about 4 months since I left Hollowtown, and our coach wasn't joking when he said our training's going to be intense after vacation. Most of us were unable to get to our pastimes afterward. It isn't until today that I'm here, back in the heart of the city, feeling the pulse of its nightlife through my veins. It's my first night out since getting into the gist of our usual training, and the club's vibrant lights and the bass thumping against my chest feel like a welcome back hug. I weave through the crowd, a drink in hand, savoring the familiar thrill of being surrounded by faces eager for fun, just like me. Flirting comes as naturally as breathing in this atmosphere. I toss smiles and cheeky winks to girls who catch my eye, and it's a game that we all seem to enjoy playing. There's this rush, a kind of electric buzz that shoots through me when I see that spark of interest returned. It's all light and playful, no promises made beyond the enjoyment of the moment. The night rolls on with more drinks, louder music, and fleeting connections. Each laugh, each dance feels like a piece of the old me clicking back into place. It's liberating, this life of no strings and no worries, just living for the joy of now. The freedom, the spontaneity, it's intoxicating, and honestly, there's nowhere else I'd rather be. In the swing of city life, I'm hitting all the usual beats. Hockey practices are ramping up, and man, the ice feels good under my skates. We're drilling hard, breaking down plays, and every session leaves me buzzed with that pure adrenaline high. Off the ice, the social calendar's packed too. Dinners, quick coffees with friends, and those never-miss Tuesday trivia nights at our favorite local. It's good, really. Familiar laughs, familiar faces. Nights out are back on the agenda as well after we all ease further into our regime, slipping through the city's pulse under neon lights. There's a rhythm to weaving through clubs and bars, a pattern of flirtation and fleeting connections that feels both exhilarating and exhaustively familiar. I chat, I laugh, I charm. It's like muscle memory. Girls come and go. Some stick around till morning, but as soon as they leave, the room feels emptier than before they arrived. But no matter how full my days are, how packed the nights, there's this gnawing emptiness that started to settle in, like a shadow I can't quite shake. Vienna's image flickers back to me at the oddest moments, mid-laugh during a drill, or right when the crowd's roar fades into background noise. She's there, lingering on the edge of my thoughts, a persistent echo of something deeper, something real. In bed, it's even more pronounced. There's laughter. There's heat. But none of it reaches far enough. I'm always searching for something more in their eyes. Something none of them can offer. They're wonderful, they're beautiful, but they're just not Vienna. They don't spark that wildfire in my chest like she did. Don't challenge or push me in the way she used to, effortlessly, just by being her. And it's not just about missing her body next to mine, but missing the conversations, the silences, the connection that seemed to cut right through the clutter of everything else. What started as a dull ache is now a clear, unmistakable void. Everything I do, as fun and engaging as it is, just feels a bit like I'm going through the motions. Hockey is great, friends are amazing, nights out are a blast. On paper, everything's perfect. But there's a depth, a richness that's just not there anymore. It's like eating your favorite meal without being able to taste it. You remember how good it used to be, how it used to make you feel, and you go through the motions, hoping that next time the flavor will hit you like it used to. So, as I lace up my skates or raise a glass, toast to a night out, the truth is settling in heavier each day. Nothing really compares anymore, not without her. And maybe, just maybe, it's time to admit that what I'm missing isn't something but someone. Someone unique, who's become the measure against which everything else falls short. One night, I'm lying in the dark, the sheets cool against my skin, and I still can't shake this deep, gnawing void. It's unsettling, yet there's something about it that hooks me, pulls me in. I've never been this guy, the one who gets hung up on someone. But Vienna left a mark on me that I can't scrub off. I roll onto my back, staring up at the ceiling fan as it cuts through the still air. The silence of the room echoes back at me, and I can't help but laugh bitterly. The truth hits hard. It's ridiculous. I've never allowed myself to be tethered to anyone, always riding on being free and untouchable. Yet here I am, tethered to a ghost, to the echo of what could have been. I say again that it's because I don't have many girlfriends. There's just Pamela, a good friend to the team, and Chris's girlfriend. Despite my casual arrangement with Vienna, I wanted to know her more. Maybe let her meet the team, too, and have her blend into our circle. She fit the vibes. Somewhere inside laughs at my attempt to deflect the truth. But am I? Really? She was just an interesting person. It's 10 p.m. and the sharp buzz of my phone slices through the silence like a siren. Groaning, I grab it off the nightstand, squinting against the harsh glow of the screen. "Chris," I mutter, voice thick with exhaustion. "Dude, I know it's late, but guess what? I'm getting married!" His voice blasts through the speaker, overly loud and brimming with excitement. I sit up, the sleepiness snapping away as his words sink in. "Married? Seriously, man?" I try to sound as pumped as he feels, but my mind is already racing ahead. "Yeah, and we're going back to Hollowtown for the big day. You gotta come, man." Hollowtown. The words hit me like a punch to the gut. Vienna. I could see her again. My heart kicks up a notch, thumping loudly in my chest. "Hey, are you there?" Chris prompts, pulling me back from the edge of my spiraling thoughts. Yeah, I'm here." "That's great, man. Really great," I manage, my mind spinning wildly. I rub a hand over my face, feeling the weight of the unknown. "I wouldn't miss it for the world," I finally say, more to convince myself than Chris. Hanging up, I toss the phone aside and lie back down, staring at the ceiling. The prospect of crossing paths with Vienna again leaves me restless, a tangled mess of hope and anxiety. Am I ready to face her? Part of me isn't sure, but another part can't wait. The room feels smaller somehow, the night stretching out tirelessly before me. I'm slouched in my seat on the private bus, my eyes half closed, pretending to catch some Z's. The guys keep shooting concerned glances my way, asking if I'm all right. I just wave them off, mumbling about being sleepy, but the truth is far from it. My mind's racing as each familiar street corner, each old cafe we pass, cranks up the tension inside me. As the bus rolls deeper into the heart of Hollowtown, the streets blur a bit, morphing into a watercolor of past and present. I keep my eyes half-lidded, feigning uncharacteristic disinterest, but every cell in my body is on edge, alert and waiting. It's like stepping back into a dream, one where you can't quite remember if you're the hero, or just a ghost passing through. The bus grinds to a halt, and a ripple of excitement surges through the team. Everyone's itching to stretch their legs. "Come on, man!" Leonard calls out, snapping me out of my reverie. I nod, forcing a grin and step off the bus, my stomach twisting. The cool air hits me, and with it, a flood of memories. Every corner of Hollowtown is steeped in nostalgia, and I'm suddenly hyper-aware of every step I take. "You good, dude?" Sam checks in as we walk. "Yep, just taking it all in," I reply. But really, I'm scanning every face we pass, half dreading the moment I might spot Vienna. With each step through the old town, I gird myself to face whatever comes next. My friends chatter and laugh, pulling me along, but part of me is always on the lookout, ready for that chance encounter that might just set everything right, or turn it all upside down.
Chapter 17. Vienna. Ugh, I groan. I sit on the tile floors of my bathroom, unable to find the strength within me to stand and wipe my mouth clean from the rest of last night's dinner. This is awful. It's understating a lot of things. But everything is, from top to bottom, awful, terrible, and horrendous even. But what's use in crying over spilled milk? I'm no stranger to these harsh tides. I have braved countless stormy weathers along with the ups and downs of life, and I've gotten through all of them. I'll get over this too. I swear to myself in assurance, as I've always done. I'll get over this too. Repeating it like a mantra distracts my mind from spiraling into a web of panic as I stand, leaning over the sink to turn the faucet on and wash my mouth. My mouth tastes bitter, reaching deep into my throat and causing me to grimace, gargling some water to get rid of the aftertaste of morning sickness. My legs feel like jelly, and I want nothing to do with anything, much less get out and do my run around town. Both my mind and body are against my routine. Easily distracted and easily famished, as if I haven't been maintaining a healthy diet whenever I can. The situation at hand is new and alarming, worrisome and dreadful, but I'm not letting any of my fears get to me. No matter how much I feel inclined to fall back into bed, curl up and cry, that won't solve anything, and it certainly didn't solve anything when I was a kid. I have an hour and a half more until my shift, so I sit on the creaking couch, taking the bill notice in my hands. A terrible mistake. Because the moment I do, uncontrollable emotions surge at me like a tidal wave, and my fingers start trembling. Darn it. I heave, clenching my fists, the papers crumpling and creasing in my hold. I'm no longer juggling 2 other jobs because, honestly, my stomach can't take it anymore. Every day feels like a marathon that I didn't sign up for, and here at least, the pace is slower, manageable. But to be real, the paycheck barely covers the bills. Each time I check my bank app, the numbers just keep dropping, like watching a slow-motion freefall that I'm powerless to stop. My savings? What savings? They're a laughable memory, dwindling down to digits that can't even cover next month's rent. And with everything going on, my anxiety isn't just through the roof. It's orbiting the planet. It's like a constant buzz in the back of my skull, a reminder that the future is this big, dark cloud waiting ahead. Hormones? Yeah, they're not helping. They're like gasoline, fueling the fire of my worries, making me second-guess everything I once took for granted. I try to embrace this gnawing anxiety, treat it as just another part of my day. What else can I do? I take a deep breath, let it out slowly, and force a smile as I dip my head in a sigh. Life goes on, right? And somehow, I'll have to figure out how to roll with it. Alone again in the cramped confines of my apartment, I lean against the back of my sofa and groan. The dim dawn fades, casting long shadows of the rising sun that seem to echo the silence. It's just me, my thoughts, and the quiet hum of the refrigerator. Life has always been a bit of a roller coaster for me, starting from when I was just a kid, bouncing around from one foster home to another. No roots, just a series of temporary stops that never really felt like home. It taught me how to pack light, both physically and emotionally. Growing up like that, you'd think I'd be used to feeling isolated, but it never really gets easier. I've had my share of relationships, childish flings that fizzled out as quickly as they sparked, and a couple of darker ones that left deeper scars. Then there was Max, my ex-fiancé, the one who promised the moon but delivered only heartache. Finding out about his affair felt like being kicked while I was already down. It shattered something inside me, something I haven't managed to piece back together yet. And now, here I am, 4 months pregnant. The irony of it all is almost laughable. How am I supposed to provide for a child when I can barely scrape by myself? Every little expense sends me into a panic, and the future feels like this huge looming cliff I'm speeding towards without brakes. As for Jonathan, well, I can only wish him luck in hockey. The walls of this tiny apartment close in on me, and I feel the weight of my decisions, my mistakes. It's crushing. I'm supposed to be strong, to be toughened by my past, but some days, like tonight, I just feel broken. How do you prepare to bring a child into a world when your own world feels so unstable, so transient? Nonetheless, the reminder of a baby, my baby, causes a little flutter that feels like a whisper against the chaos of my thoughts. It's both terrifying and wonderful, a reminder that no matter how unprepared I feel, there's a little life depending on me now. I wrap my arms around my belly, a protective, almost instinctive gesture. I'm intimidated, more than I've ever been, but there's a part of me that wonders if maybe, just maybe, this could be the start of something beautiful. Maybe this baby is my chance to finally build something lasting, something that feels like home. I move to stand in front of the mirror, my reflection staring back with a kind of tired determination. I straighten up, pulling on my pet store uniform with a renewed sense of purpose. I grab my bag, ready to face the day. You can handle this, I tell my reflection firmly. I step out the door. It's time to start the shift, time to keep moving forward. After all, life doesn't stop, and neither will I. The pet store is bustling today, and I do my best to keep up. My name tag slightly askew, and my hair in a less than perfect ponytail. The small bump under my uniform is becoming more noticeable each day, and with it, the relentless morning sickness seems to cling stubbornly to my mornings, and sometimes even sneaks into my afternoons. I'm restocking some bird feed when I drop my pen, hooked to my collar with a soft clatter. Bending down feels like a monumental task these days, and as I brace myself to retrieve it, a sigh escapes me. Great, just what I needed, I mutter under my breath, the dizziness reminding me of its presence. Before my fingers can even graze the pen, it's swooped up by someone else. I straighten up, preparing to offer a quick thanks, but the words catch in my throat when I hear that familiar voice. Looking for this? The voice is soft, kind, and undeniably suave. The kind of voice that sends a shiver down your spine because of how familiar it feels. I lift my gaze, and there's Jonathan, holding my pen with a gentle smile, as if he hadn't left the town at all. "Hey," he says, his eyes crinkling at the corners, that familiar warmth enveloping me like a long-lost blanket. "Long day, huh?" The sight of Jonathan in front of me feels like a jolt through my system. Here he is, in the flesh, in this tiny pet store that's worlds away from his usual scene. My heart races and my mind buzzes. It's like the universe has just flipped on its head. "Jonathan, what are you doing here?" My voice is a mix of surprise and a hint of fear. The small-town life was never his style, all quaint streets and slower paces. It's a stark contrast to the bustling city life he thrives in. He shrugs, a casual gesture that somehow still seems carefully measured. "I'm with my team for a wedding," he says. The simplicity of his words rattles me more than I expect. Just when I thought I had found some semblance of balance, managing work and pregnancy, here he is, Jonathan, the father of my child, threatening to topple everything. His presence here now stirs a storm of emotions I've tried so hard to manage. His words hang in the air, heavy and significant. The balance I've fought so hard to maintain feels fragile, like it could shatter with the slightest touch. Part of me wants to turn away, to protect the little piece I've carved out for myself. But another part, a deeper, more vulnerable part, wonders what this could mean for us, for our child. Jonathan's very existence, once a source of pain, now holds a promise of something more, something potentially beautiful. It's terrifying and tantalizing all at once. I nervously take the pen from Jonathan, my fingers brushing against his slightly. He smiles. A warm, familiar grin that, despite everything, eases the knot of anxiety in my chest. My heart races, but it's not just from nerves now. There's a flutter of something like relief, too. "So, how have you been?" he asks, leaning casually against the counter. I see Janice giving him a questioning glance as she passes by us. "Busy," I reply, trying to match his ease. "And tired. You know, the usual glamorous life of a pet store employee." I try to keep it light, but my voice betrays a hint of the real fatigue behind the joke. Jonathan chuckles, and it's like a sound from a past life, a sound that used to make everything feel a bit better. I can only imagine, but it looks like you're handling everything just fine. I find myself smiling against all odds. Trying to, at least. I unconsciously rest a hand on my belly, the small bump still barely noticeable but significant. His eyes follow the movement, and there it is. The dreaded look of surprise that I've been waiting for. He's just walked into a parallel universe. He looks absolutely gobsmacked, shock etched across his face as he takes in the sight of my growing belly. It's like those movie moments where everything freezes, and you can almost hear the record scratch. But this is real life, not a movie. And yeah, it's terrifying, navigating this unexpected reunion, dealing with his shock. I realize this is just another part of my journey. Life throws curveballs, and all I can do is catch them as best as I can and keep moving forward. As I hold my belly, the conversation starts to feel like a confrontation and a bridge, fragile perhaps, but possible to cross. And for now, all I have to do is to hopefully cross over it.
Chapter 18. Jonathan. My mind feels like it's powered off the moment I recognize what's before my eyes. Maybe I'm seeing things. But I'm not. She's pregnant. Seeing her like this, it's like a punch to the gut. It's a curveball that I didn't see coming. And now I've got to figure out what my next move is. All while my head's spinning with a million questions and maybe just a hint of a bruised ego. As I'm trying to make sense of Vienna standing there with a baby bump, she says something. My head's too noisy, and I miss her words completely. But she's smiling. That small smile, it's like a slap. I remember the cold goodbye I got from her last time I was in town, how she shut me out. And now, here she is, smiling at me while cradling her belly. It feels wrong, almost mocking. Without thinking, I do what she did to me. I turn on my heel and walk away. I can't deal with this, not right now. The sight of her so happy when I'm dumbfounded, it's too much. I hear her calling after me as I make a beeline for the exit of the pet store, but I don't stop. Outside, I walk faster than necessary, trying to outpace my feelings. The chilly air hits my face and I pull my jacket tighter around me. I rush back to the hotel, the image of Vienna with her baby bump haunting every step. The lobby is buzzing with my teammates, and there's Chris with his fiancée Pamela, basking in the pre-wedding glow. They're all laughs and champagne toasts, pulling me into the revelry. I try to blend in, slapping on a smile, clinking glasses, but Vienna's image keeps flashing back like a stubborn afterimage. "Hey, where'd you vanish off to?" Alvin nudges me, his eyes curious. "Just went to check out the lake," I lied, shrugging off his question. My smile feels as fake as it probably looks. Needing an escape, I excuse myself and head straight for the bar. Perched on a stool, I signal the bartender, and soon, one beer turns into 3. Each gulp is supposed to wash down the confusion, the weird ache that set up camp in my chest since seeing Vienna. But no luck. The alcohol buzzes through me, yet does nothing to numb the sharp twinge of something that feels dangerously like regret. Here in the noisy solitude of the bar, surrounded by celebrations, I'm wrestling with thoughts of what could have been, what should have been, and what now will never be. The bar's clinking glasses and muffled chatter fade into the background as each sip of beer blurs the edges of my reality a little more. Vienna's name slips out of my mouth, slurred and soaked in a mix of confusion and desperation. I can't shake the image of her standing there, so changed, so unreachable with that gentle hand on her bump. It's like a loop in my head. Vienna happy, Vienna pregnant, Vienna without me. "What's up with you, man?" Alvin's voice cuts through the haze, laced with concern. "Yeah, dude, you're freaking us out a bit here," Samuel adds, glancing over with furrowed brows. I try to focus on their faces, but Vienna's image superimposes itself on my blurry vision. I can't anchor my thoughts anywhere but back to that shocking moment today. My heart feels tangled, a mess of hurt, betrayal, and an irrational sense of loss. I keep drinking, hoping to drown the feelings, to silence the relentless echo of her name in my head. Eventually, the world tilts a bit too sharply. Alvin and Samuel, steadier than my thoughts, haul me up. "Let's get you back to your room. You've had enough," Samuel decides, his arm firm around my shoulders. They guide me through the hotel's dimly lit corridors, my mind wrestling with the emotions breaking through the alcohol-induced fog. Betrayal. That's the word that sticks. It's irrational, immature even, to feel betrayed. Vienna and I, We were nothing serious, just a fleeting connection. Yet here I am, feeling discarded, left behind in a narrative I didn't know I wanted to be part of until it was too late. They dump me on the hotel bed, and the room spins as they mutter goodnights and close the door behind them. The quiet that follows is heavy, filled with the weight of my unsorted emotions. Lying here in the dark, the spinning room starts to slow, but my thoughts don't. Vienna, with her soft smile and that baby bump, has thrown my world off its axis. It's ridiculous, right? How could I, Jonathan, the guy who prides himself on never getting hung up on girls, be this shaken up over a woman I barely know? We shared just one night, a brief flicker in time. Yet here I am, unable to shake her from my mind. I tell myself it's absurd to even think there was anything romantic about it. I'm the guy who's all about fun, no strings attached, always ready for the next adventure. Love? That's not in my playbook. But as the room grows steadier, my heart doesn't. It thumps wildly, painfully, filled with a weird sense of loss and longing that feels foreign but fierce. Maybe I'm just not satiated. My intoxicated brain tries to justify. Maybe this is just me wanting what I can't have. But deep down, as I wrestle with these thoughts, my heart seems to disagree, pulling me towards something deeper, something I hadn't planned on. The realization hits hard, and as I finally black out, it's with a mind full of chaos and a heart that's starting to admit something more might be at play here.
Chapter 19. Vienna. As I fish out the letters from the mailbox, I chance upon an RSVP tucked at the far end of the mailbox. Another wedding invitation, this time Chris and Pamela's. I distinctly recall Chris being a part of Jonathan's team, and I know that Pamela is from here, even if she went to the big city for her career. A myriad of thoughts fly in my head at the implication that I might run into Jonathan again at the wedding, which is tomorrow. Talk about a stroke of luck that I found the invitation in my mailbox today. I enter my apartment, not even giving the attention to the squeaking floorboards, as I take my seat on the couch, placing the invitation on the coffee table. Sitting here on this worn-out couch, I can't help but feel a storm brewing inside me. I'm holding the wedding invitation, its edges crisp and clean, unlike the tangle of emotions inside me. What a small world I'm in. As I run my hand over my belly, feeling the gentle curve that's begun to show, a million what-ifs flood my mind. What if he wants nothing to do with our baby? Or even worse, what if he tries to take our baby away, thinking I'm too poor to provide? These thoughts swirl around, making my heart race and my palms sweat. I can't let that happen. This little bump, barely noticeable but already so loved, is mine to protect. I'm determined to keep my child safe, no matter what Jonathan, or anyone else, thinks or says. I shift slightly, trying to get comfortable, but the squeaky floorboards remind me of the reality of my situation. I'm here in this small apartment in Hollowtown, living a quiet life that's about to get a whole lot louder. The invitation on the coffee table isn't just a piece of paper. It's a gateway to confronting past choices, facing Jonathan, and standing up for the future I'm building. Tomorrow is more than a wedding. It's a showdown, and I need to be ready for whatever comes next. A couple hours later, just as I'm about to climb into bed, a sharp pain clenches my abdomen. It's like nothing I've felt before, a stabbing that makes me gasp and clutch at the sheets. Ow, ow, ow. I mutter and wince, trying to stand, hoping it's just a fleeting ache. But then I see it, a patch of blood between my thighs. Panic surges through me, icy and swift. No, this can't be happening. I whisper, my voice trembling as much as my hands. Without wasting a second more, I grab my phone and door keys, barely remembering to throw on a jacket over my pajamas. The drive to the hospital is a blur, each red light an eternity, each green light a burst of desperate hope. But the cab is thankfully swift. I need help. I choke out to the nurse at the desk, after rushing inside, and she ushers me through to a small, stark room where I'm told to wait for the doctor. The wait is agony, every minute stretching out before me. Finally, the doctor comes in, a gentle-looking woman with calm eyes, Dr. Simons. She runs some quick checks, her hands cool and reassuring. All right, I don't see any major issues. But it looks like stress might be contributing here. You need to take it easy, she advises, scribbling something on her clipboard. Stress? I echo, feeling assured and frustrated. Is the baby okay? The baby is fine, she comforts. But you need to lighten your workload, all right? Take some time to rest, for both your sakes. Relief washes over, leaving me weak. Thank you, doctor. I manage, my voice thick with emotion. As I leave the hospital, the cool night air feels like a balm. The baby is okay. We're okay. I need to take this seriously. Slow down and focus on our health. That's my priority now, no matter what else is going on. I slump onto the cold, hard bench just outside the hospital, the doctor's notes clutched in my hand. The words, reduce stress and lighten workload, glare up at me, but they might as well be in a foreign language. How am I supposed to do that? The idea of cutting back hours at the pet store is laughable. That job is the thin thread holding everything together. Rent, bills, and now, baby stuff. I dig through my wallet, the leather cracked and worn, and count the bills. Each one seems to whisper a reminder of just how tight things are. The hospital visit alone snatched a good chunk of what I had tucked away for emergencies. Looking at the few crumpled bills left, a bitter laugh escapes me. Some emergency fund, huh? The chill from the metal bench seeps through my clothes, mirroring the cold knot of dread in my stomach. The urge to just break down, to let the tears and frustration flood out is overwhelming. I can feel the hot sting of tears, and my throat tightening as everything threatens to spill over. But no, I shake my head, brushing away the first defiant tear that escapes. I'm not going to crumble, not now. I didn't survive all these years just to crumble at motherhood. I take a deep, shuddering breath, trying to gather the shards of my resolve. I remind myself of the tiny, perfect heartbeat that I'm fighting for. I've handled tough spots before, scraped through on less than this even. I can do it again. Yeah, it's going to be a hell of a fight, but I'm not giving up. For my baby, for our future, I'll find a way. I have to. Strength doesn't come from what you can do. It comes from overcoming the things you once thought you couldn't. And I'm about to prove just how strong I am. As I sit here on this chilly bench, my hand automatically rests on my belly, feeling the gentle, reassuring bump beneath my palm. The thought of the baby's father rings in my mind, and I'm forced to admit, amid the swirl of panic and practical concerns, that I haven't been entirely fair either. Reflecting on it now, I was pretty harsh with Jonathan before he left. I dismissed him coldly, thinking he was going to be just like my ex. Jonathan will be at the wedding, and maybe it's a chance not just to confront our past, but to start setting things right. Right now, the immediate battle is figuring out a way to support me and this little one. I need a plan, something solid and feasible that goes beyond the day-to-day scraping by. I know the answer is already within my grasp, and it's so logical and sound. But the obstinate part within me, the one that had gotten by without anyone's help until now, refuses to listen. Being strong means knowing when to ask others for help, too. Mandy's recent words play in my head. With a deep breath, I stand from the bench. The night air is brisk, and as I step out of the hospital's fluorescent glow into the moonlit darkness, a sense of resolve steadies my shaky legs. I'm not just going to survive, I'm going to thrive. For my baby's sake and for my own. It's going to be tough, no doubt about it. But I feel such determination lighting up within me. This isn't the end of my story. It's just a challenging chapter, and I'm the one holding the pen.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. When I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 20. Jonathan. This is the second wedding I've been to in a year, and I can't say I'm having as much fun as I did at the first one. I spent the morning grooming myself well, styling my blonde hair and shaving to remain crisp and clean. I'm now weaving through the crowd at Chris and Pamela's wedding reception, doing my best to match the energy around me. Despite the thumping music and laughter, I can't shake the heaviness in my limbs, like I'm dragging through water instead of air. Sure, I look decent enough, clean-shaven, hairstyle just right, but the bags under my eyes tell a different story. Still, I plaster on a grin and dive into the festivities. After exchanging hearty congratulations with Chris and Pamela, who both look ridiculously happy, I get roped into a round of wedding games. Someone hands me a balloon and a spoon, and next thing I know, I'm part of a relay race, balancing the balloon awkwardly as I jog. The laughter bubbles up, genuine for the first time tonight, even though I'm half worried about tripping in my polished shoes. "Hey, don't drop it!" a voice teases from the sidelines. I glance over to see a group of Chris's cousins, cameras ready, capturing every potential slip. I can't help but chuckle, pushing on a bit more. As the evening rolls on, I'm dragged to the makeshift photo booth, draping an oversized feather boa around my neck and striking a pose with a few friends from college. We're all smiles, the flash capturing this slice of joy. Stark contrast to the fatigue that clings to me like a shadow. Finally, I snag a quiet moment, leaning against a cool wall outside, a glass of soda in my hand. The stars are out, twinkling in a clear sky, and for a brief moment I let the facade slip, allowing my being to just breathe and feel the weight of the day. It's not perfect, but for now, it's enough. The cool night air hits me like a splash of sobering cold water. The laughter and music fade into a muffled hum behind me, and for once I'm grateful for the quiet environment. I've always been the life of the party, thriving in the chaos of loud music and louder friends, but tonight, it all just feels suffocating. Walking a little away from the lights and the laughter, I keep saying that it's just the overstimulation, the too much of everything that's putting me off my game. But deep down, I know it's not the noise or the crowd or the endless games that are getting to me. It's Vienna. The thought of her, the unresolved mess of feelings she stirs up in me. It gnaws at the edges of my mind, darkening the festive lights. I've lived a carefree life, always floating from one adventure to the next, never letting anything hold me back. Love was a no-go zone, a line I drew in the sand early on, and I danced around it with the skill of a seasoned performer. So why now? Why does this whole situation with Vienna unsettle me so deeply? It's like I'm looking into a mirror and not recognizing the person staring back. It's clear I've got some thinking to do, far away from the noise and the forced cheerfulness of the party. Tonight, for the first time, the revelry feels like a mask I'm tired of wearing. Just as I'm about to duck out of the reception hall, a familiar voice freezes me in my tracks. "Jonathan?" I turn, spotting Vienna. I haven't seen her since yesterday, and part of me hoped I wouldn't. Yet another part, the one that's been in knots since I got back to town, Kind of hoped I would. My heart kicks against my chest like it's trying to escape. I'm not even sure how she got in, but then I remember that Pamela is from Hollowtown, so she must have gotten an invite. I turn around and there she is, looking composed yet earnest, her eyes searching mine for something I'm not sure I'm ready to give. "We need to talk," she says, her voice steady. She reaches out, lightly grasping my arm. Her touch sends a jolt through me, unexpected, not entirely unwelcome. She's composed and not desperate, but her eyes are eager. I nod hesitantly, leading the way. And as we step into the cooler, dimly lit garden, the peculiar flutter in my chest doesn't subside. Vienna stops under the soft glow of a garden light, turning to face me. Her expression remains calm. "Jonathan, it's complicated." "Complicated?" I challenge, my voice softening despite myself. "Seems like you're handling it all pretty well." Vienna reaches out, her hand hesitating in the air between us, before dropping to her side. Under the dim glow of the garden lights, Vienna's next words hit me like a freight train. "I owe you an apology, Jonathan. How I acted when you were leaving. It wasn't right. I was scared, putting up walls. But that's no excuse." Her voice is steady, but I can see the effort it cost her. Before I can even process her apology, she continues, her hand moving to caress her bump. "This baby is yours, Jonathan. You're the father." My eyes drift down to her small, growing belly, and a whirlpool of emotion sucks me in. "Vienna, This is a lot," I stammer, running a hand through my hair. "I don't really do... well, permanent things." My voice trails off, weak even to my own ears. She nods, her eyes meeting mine with a resilience that I've always admired, but never fully understood. "I know, Jonathan, and I'm not asking you to change everything about who you are. I needed you to know." Looking at her, at the small but undeniable proof of the life we created, the reality of it all begins to sink in. This isn't just about me anymore. There's a tiny, innocent life that might need me, and despite all my fears and reservations about changing my lifestyle, I can't help but feel a tug at my heartstrings. What does this mean for us? For me? I don't have the answers, but as I stand there looking at Vienna, I realize maybe it's time to start finding them. The weight of her news is still settling around us, and before I know it, Vienna's voice breaks a bit as she shares more. "I was at the hospital last night. I started bleeding. They said it's stress. Work's been crazy, and honestly, my savings are thin." Her usual composure cracks, revealing the strain she's under. "I don't want to come off as just coming to you because I need help." She struggles with a sigh, and I swallow. Hearing this, I remember all the stories she shared about her past, how she's always fought, tooth and nail, to carve out her independence. She's a survivor, never one to lean on anyone unless absolutely necessary. So this, her sharing this vulnerability, her reaching out, it's huge. It's not just a call for help. It's a trust fall. The idea of being a dad, of being someone's constant, it's terrifying. I've never envisioned myself in that role. I don't even know the first thing about being a good father. But looking at Vienna, seeing her so unguarded, something starts shifting in me. "Okay," I'm suddenly saying, the word more a breath than a voice. "Okay, we'll figure this out." It's not a grand declaration, but it's a start, a step towards adapting to this unexpected turn. My heart races with nothing but dread and responsibility, but as I see a small, relieved smile touch Vienna's lips, I know this is the right thing to do. Concern for her, for our child, it trumps everything else. I'm in this no matter how scary it looks from where I'm standing. "I can't believe you came here," I murmur, my worry for her clear in my voice. I make a mental note to make sure we exchange numbers properly later. No more losing touch. "Are you still bleeding?" Vienna nods, her eyes wide. "It comes and goes," she replies. Just then, Alvin catches my eye from across the reception. He raises an eyebrow, clearly curious and surprised about what's going down. I give him a quick, apologetic look and gesture that I need to leave. Turning back to Vienna, I gently touch her elbow, guiding her towards the exit. "Come on," I say, feeling a protective instinct kick in. As we move away from the noise and the crowd, stepping out into the cooler evening air, it feels like we're stepping into a new chapter, one that's daunting, but suddenly less so with her by my side.
Chapter 21. Vienna. It's unbelievable. I'm still unable to believe that I'm not dreaming. If Mandy was with me, she would have pinched my arm, stating I'm too pessimistic for my own good, but that's only because it's what I'm already used to. It's not like my life has been a shower of sunshine and rainbows. No, far from it. I spent my years, from childhood to adulthood, living through storms and lightning. It's a constant flux of issues and problems that I've grown to adapt to being at the very rock bottom. I don't whine about it since I face whatever comes to me head on and constantly seek the brighter side in my beliefs and hopes, even if life likes to tread down on me. Maybe it's because the past relationships I had were toxic or something, but I'm spinning in disbelief. I half expected Jonathan to just up and leave, but my assumptions are against me this time, and I'm eating my own dreaded fears as Jonathan leads me to his rental car, insisting we go to the hospital. Once we arrive, he parks, and before I can move, he's at my door, scooping me up like I'm some swooning damsel. "Jonathan, seriously?" I gasp, clinging frantically onto him. I'm pregnant, not porcelain. Nope. He's on a mission, striding into the ER like he's storming the gates, dead set on getting me checked over. I want to roll my eyes, maybe tease him about overreacting. But honestly, the gesture hits me harder than I expect. This is Jonathan showing up, really showing up, and it's a lot to process. As we navigate the hospital corridors, I feel the tears start to well up. Not from pain or fear, but from this overwhelming sense of everything shifting, settling into something new. He's here, really here, talking to nurses, filling out forms, and there's this fierce determination about him that I've never seen before. He's taking no chances with us, with our little unexpected future. I'm back in the familiar, somewhat sterile environment of Dr. Simons' office, feeling the cool touch of the examination table beneath me. Dr. Simons, with her ever-calming presence, starts with the usual: blood pressure, temperature, and then moves on to the more elaborate stuff like an ultrasound. The cold gel squishes under the probe as images of our baby flicker on the screen, a tiny heartbeat pulsing steadily. It's surreal, and I can't help but hold my breath every time we hear that little thump-thump. Next, she takes a few blood samples to check my iron levels and other vitals, ensuring everything's on track. It's routine, but somehow, today, it feels more significant, more real. As she wraps up, she starts explaining the nutritional plan I should follow, jotting down a list of supplements I need to start taking. Meanwhile, Jonathan is right there, taking it all in. Dr. Simons begins explaining the do's and don'ts for a pregnant woman to him, and I watch him nod, his brow furrowed in concentration. It's almost comical. This is the guy who charmed his way to me in Mandy's wedding, the quintessential playboy who I thought would run for the hills at the first sign of responsibility. I expected it, but here he is, scribbling notes about prenatal vitamins and asking about the next appointment. It's overwhelming, seeing this shift in a man I only know for a few months. The man who seemed destined to remain a fleeting memory from a wild night is now discussing baby names and birthing plans. My heart swells, and I feel this unbidden rush of tears as the reality of it all sinks in. He's here, he's staying, and he's terrified, but he's stepping up. Jonathan catches the shimmer of tears in my eyes, and immediately his tone softens. Hey, no crying now. Doc says stress isn't good for you or the baby. I let out a shaky laugh, wiping my eyes. I'm not sad. I'm just happy, really, really happy. It's a simple truth, spoken from the depths of my jumbled emotions. He reaches out, squeezing my hand gently. We're going to be okay. You know that, right? We'll figure this out together. Together, a foreign word. His words, so full of promise and newfound determination, only make me weep harder, but this time, the tears are mixed with laughter. It's a crazy, beautiful mess, and for the first time in a long time, I feel like maybe, just maybe, we're on the right path. I wake up to the soft beep of the hospital monitor. My last memory is of the doctor coming in and telling us that we would need to stay at least 24 hours for some more tests. When I open my eyes, I'm at first disoriented, the white walls and sterile smell reminding me where I am. But then I see Jonathan, and everything feels a bit better. He's perched on a chair beside my bed, and in front of him is an array of colorful Tupperwares spread out like a makeshift buffet. "Morning, sleepyhead," he greets with that lopsided grin of his. I figured the hospital grub wouldn't be up to par, so I brought reinforcements. He lifts a lid, revealing pancakes, their sweet aroma filling the room. As I sit up, adjusting my pillows, he hands me a fork with a flourish. "I hope you like them with extra syrup and a side of bad hospital puns, because the nurse told me you need to keep your spirits up." I just chuckle, shaking my head. "That's so cheesy, Jonathan." "Hey, I'm just trying to butter you up," he quips, winking, and it's so ridiculous, so quintessentially him, that my heart swells within me. I eventually dig into the pancakes, which are surprisingly fluffy and delicious. I feel a profound sense of gratitude. Here he is, making jokes, bringing breakfast, staying by my side through a night in the hospital. It's more than I ever expected from him. I'm touched, overwhelmed by his care and sudden dedication. It's a lot to process, how quickly things have shifted between us, from uncertainty to this tender domesticity. I take a bite, the sweetness of the syrup lingering on my tongue, mirroring the unexpected sweetness of the moment. Every bite, every joke he cracks, just deepens the warmth spreading through my chest. "Thank you," I say, my voice soft with unspoken emotions. "This means a lot." "Anything for you," he responds. And I believe him. I really do. As I nibble on the last piece of pancake, the weight of everything that's happened presses down on me, mixing with the lightness of the morning. It's a strange feeling, being this cared for, especially by someone I expected might leave at the first sign of trouble. I set my fork down, hesitating before I voice the nagging thought that's been eating at me. "Hey, can I ask you something?" I start, my voice trailing a bit as I look up to meet his eyes. Why did you believe me so easily? About the baby, I mean. You didn't even ask for a paternity test or anything." He pauses, his smile fading into a more serious expression that I rarely see on him. He takes a deep breath, his gaze steady and sincere. "Look, I know we haven't known each other for long, and yeah, it's a big deal. But I don't see any reason to doubt you. When you told me, I just knew I wanted to be part of this, no matter what." His words wash over me, easing the layers of doubt that have built up from years of expecting the worst. "Thank you, Jonathan," I say, my lips curving slightly. "That means more to me than you might realize." He gives a small, understanding nod and pushes the Tupperware towards me again. "How about we finish this off together? Can't let good food go to waste, right?" I laugh, the sound mingling with the relief flooding through me. "I'd like that." As we share the breakfast, the room feels lighter, hopeful even. It's a new chapter, one I never expected but am now eager to explore. With each bite, each shared laugh, I feel the threads of a new beginning weaving around us, promising something genuinely good. For once, I think that my life is finally starting on the good path that only leads up.
Chapter 22. Jonathan. My nap is dreamless, and it's arguably one of the best naps I've gotten since leaving Hollowtown. And I know for a fact that it's because I managed to reconnect with Vienna after all this time. It's ridiculous to consider at first, but my sleepy mind relents as I wake up fully, bleary eyes blinking open to the hospital room. I crack my stiff neck before sitting upright, realizing I've fallen asleep leaning over the side of Vienna's bed, who is reading a magazine. "Hey," Vienna greets, and I smile. "Hey." My phone, that is thankfully muted, is lighting up with notifications and texts from my friends. I wince, rubbing the sleep out of my eyes, quickly unlocking my phone to shoot them a quick text informing them of my whereabouts and my plans to head back to the hotel. I glance at the window, noting how it's still an hour or two before lunch. Around 10, give or take. Moving my gaze back to Vienna, I breathe out slowly, observing her gentle expression, a contrast to the usual firm one I saw that crumbles only to the most incredulous jokes I'm spouting. "I'll leave for a while," I say, quick to add, "just to get my stuff from the hotel and get some lunch for us." Vienna's expression softens and she nods. "Sure, I'll be here." Before I know it, I'm smiling and standing, heading back to the hotel and inform the guys and get lunch along the way. As I slide behind the wheel of my car, the hospital's stark white building slowly fades from view in the rearview mirror. I'm hit by a wave of relief mixed with anticipation. It's odd how this small town, with its slow pace and familiar streets, now holds such a monumental piece of my future. I've got 4 more days here. Just 4 days to sort through the tangled mess of decisions about my career and what's happening with Vienna. It's a lot, and part of me is eager to spill everything to my friends to get it off my chest and maybe gather some of their chaotic wisdom. The drive to the hotel is a blur, my mind racing faster than the landscape shifts outside. I begin to repeatedly rehearse the conversation in my head. How do you even start? "Hey guys, guess what? I'm gonna be a dad and, oh, I might be shifting my whole life around." It sounds like a plot twist in some indie movie they'd drag me to see. Pulling into the hotel parking lot, I park the car but don't rush out. Instead, I sit there for a moment, the engine idling softly. I'm not just back at the hotel. I'm at a crossroads, and every choice feels weightier than the last. Taking a deep breath, I grab my phone and bag, ready to face whatever comes next. I push open the door to the room where my friends are lounging around like they own the place. Chris sprawled on the couch, Leonard flipping through a magazine, Samuel, Cole, and Alvin playing some card game that looks halfway between poker and chaos. They look up, surprised to see me. I've been missing for the better part of 2 days, and I know they've got questions. "Where have you been, man?" Chris asks, his eyebrows raised in that way that says he's half concerned, half curious. I steel myself for it, my hands slightly shaking. "Okay, so I've got news. Big news." I pause, the weight of the next words making my heart race. "I'm going to be a dad." The room erupts into a mix of shouts and gasps. Leonard nearly drops his magazine, and Samuel whistles long and low. "Dude, seriously? What are you planning to do now?" Cole asks, leaning forward, his expression serious amid the shock. I run a hand through my hair, feeling the sweat at my temples. Honestly, I'm not sure yet. But I know I need to support Vienna through this. That's what I'm focused on right now. Sam's eyes widened. "Vienna? The girl from yesterday?" "That's her," I confirm, nodding slowly. Cole, ever the skeptic, leans back and eyes me carefully. "You sure you're the father? We've been in this situation one too many times from ladies trying to score you after your flings." I chuckle. "Yeah, I'm sure. Vienna's not the type to have flings. I was her first, thrill, let's say." Everyone falls silent for a moment, taking it all in. I feel the tension ease as they start to understand the gravity of the situation. They're my chaos crew, always ready for the next adventure, but this is different. This is real life, and it's changing everything. I lean against the doorframe, watching as my friends gradually absorb the shock. Their expressions slowly shift from astonishment to a more supportive demeanor. When she's feeling up to it, I'd really like you guys to meet her, I muse with hope. And I think she'd like to meet you all too. They nod, still a bit dazed, but there's a warmth in their eyes that wasn't there a minute ago. Of course, man, Leonard says. And there's a sincerity in his tone that makes me grateful for this bunch. Thanks, guys. It means a lot, really, I say, feeling a lump form in my throat. Sam, who's been watching me with a knowing smirk, finally breaks the silence. You're in love with her, aren't you? He says, amusement coloring his voice. The room erupts again, this time with laughter and light-hearted teasing. Looks like the team's playboy finally got hit by Cupid's arrow, Chris chimes in, slapping his knee. Yeah, who would have thought? Cole adds, winking at me. Our Jonathan, all grown up and whipped. I stumble in my words even as my face heats up. Their banter, usually sharp and relentless, feels different this time. Like they're genuinely happy for me, even if they're showing it in their typical rambunctious way. I try to come up with a witty comeback, but I'm lost in their laughter and the sudden realization of just how much is about to change. The teasing feels like a rite of passage, one I'm unexpectedly glad to undergo with these guys by my side. I shoot them a look, my defenses up as I cross my arms, feeling the heat of their gaze. Look, it's not about being in love. I'm just trying to do the right thing, okay? I created this situation and I need to handle it, I assert, trying to sound more convincing than I feel. Alvin chuckles, shaking his head slightly. Man, you're just in denial. It's written all over your face, he teases, not buying my stern demeanor for a second. Chris, who's presently the voice of reason now that he's a married man, nods in agreement with Alvin. I've been there, dude. I know what love looks like, and you've got all the signs. Trust me on this one, he says, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he adjusts his wedding band, a subtle reminder of his new life chapter. No, seriously, it's not like that, I protest, feeling a mix of annoyance and embarrassment. The room is filled with their laughter and cheeky comments, making it hard to stand my ground. Whatever you say, lover boy, Leonard chimes in, clearly enjoying the banter too much. Disgruntled, I turn away from their teasing faces. I'm just here to pick up some stuff. I'm planning to stay at the hospital for a while. Make sure everything's okay with Vienna, I state matter-of-factly, hoping to shift the focus from my personal feelings to my responsibilities. Their laughter and playful jabs follow me as I head towards the room I share with Leonard to pack my things. The teasing doesn't stop, echoing down the hallway. But there's a part of me that appreciates their support, even if it's shown in the most infuriating way possible. As I zip up my bag, I can't help but wonder if they're right, if there's more to my actions than just responsibility. But for now, denial seems like a safe place to stay. I step into the shower, the hot water cascading down, washing away all the grime and stress of the day. My friend's words echo in my mind, a relentless tide that refuses to be ignored. I mentally fight back against their observations, adamant that they're wrong. Love? No, that can't be what this is. I'm just trying to be responsible to fix what I've inadvertently set into motion. It makes sense, right? Yet there's this nagging feeling inside, whispering that it might explain the emptiness I felt when I left Hollowtown months ago without making amends with Vienna, and the intense pull I felt seeing her in her current condition. I try to convince myself that what I'm doing is merely about obligations and responsibilities. Love, in my eyes, has always looked like a weakness. I've seen too many weeping couples, too many broken homes. Evidence in my book that love is more trouble than it's worth. That's why I've always steered clear, kept things light and unattached. It's safer that way, or so I've convinced myself. But as I turn off the shower and step out, drying off, the reality of my packed bag seems to mock me. They're ready to go, just like I am, ready to rush back to Vienna's side. I groan at the realization. Maybe I'm not just being responsible. Maybe just maybe, I'm more involved than I've dared to admit. As I zip up my jacket and grab my keys, the truth seems to laugh at me. I'm whipped and bad. It's a tough pill to swallow, this unexpected twist in my carefully detached life. But as I head out the door, the urgency to be near Vienna again overshadows all my doubts and denials. Maybe my friends are right after all. I slap Leonard on the back as I head out the door, throwing a quick, "Catch you guys soon," over my shoulder. Chris calls out a, "Take care, man," and I can hear their laughter fading as I step into the bright afternoon sun. "Tell Coach soon. Don't give our good man a heart attack." I grunt, amused. Now the plan is simple. Grab some takeout from that deli Vienna loves, then go back to the hospital to share a somewhat decent meal with her. The deli is bustling, and it takes longer than I'd like for me to get my order. The smell of fresh bread and deli meats fills the car as I start the engine and pull away from the curb. The drive back to the hospital gives me too much time to think, and my mind wanders to the reality of the situation. I'm going to be a dad. My child. The thought still sends a shiver down my spine. The road stretches out, and with each mile, I feel a growing resolve. I'm here for Vienna and our kid. That's what matters now. Love, fear, and all that other mess can wait. Right now it's about them, ensuring they're okay, making sure they have everything they need. Pulling into the hospital parking lot, I park the car and grab the bag of food. As I walk toward the entrance, I finalize the thought in my mind. My feelings, whatever they are, can take a back seat. For now, it's about the well-being of this little family we're about to become. That's the priority. Love, with all its complications, can wait. I'm here, and that's enough. For now.
Chapter 23. Vienna. I'm sorting through the small pile of books the nurse has lent me, and as I do, I'm surprised at the array of fiction that lingers in their shelves. I certainly wasn't expecting the hospital to have books in the first place, but fiction is just icing on the cake. Perhaps some of the nurses have a reading hobby, whatever the reason is for it. I'm just glad I have the time to read and wind down, especially after I was informed that I'll be staying for a whole lot longer since they diagnosed an infection. By the time I'm immersed into a dystopian retelling of Romeo and Juliet with a time-traveling twist, Jonathan has returned, carrying some paper bags. I only notice him when he plops down beside me with a, "Hey." "Welcome back," I say, inserting a bookmark made from simple folded papers. "Got all your things?" It looks like he also brought the rest of his bags, which takes me aback. Grinning, he nods, fishing through the paper bags and taking out what I survey came from the local deli. "It's nearing lunch soon, and I didn't know what to get you. So I got some pre-made salad bowls, potato wedges, and sandwich wraps. Gotta get that nice balance, you know?" "Thanks, Jonathan." It's one of the times I actually say his name, and I try not to focus on how I actually like the way it flows and runs off my tongue. "Hey, don't mention it." My smile spreads across my face before I'm even aware of it, and it continues on for as long as he's here. I'm sitting here, still a bit dazed, watching Jonathan move around the hospital room with an ease that surprises me every time. 2 weeks ago, I wouldn't have guessed he'd be the solid rock I needed, but here he is, barely leaving my side, only slipping out to the hotel to update his ice hockey team and his coach about the unexpected turn our lives are taking. It's weird, this feeling, watching someone rearrange their life bit by bit for you. Jonathan's devotion, it's not just in the big gestures, like showing up with bags of food he thinks I might like. It's also in the small things, like how he makes sure to charge my phone at night or adjust the blinds so the light doesn't glare too much on my face. Every morning, I wake up to a smile and a soft, "Good morning," that somehow makes the sterile hospital room feel a little less cold. He talks to the doctors, makes sure I understand what's going on, and jots down notes about my medication schedules. I've started to count on his presence, his stability. It's a safety net I didn't know I needed. I mean, After a childhood of bouncing from one foster home to another, you kind of build a wall around your heart. You learn not to expect much from people. But Jonathan, he's been chipping away at that wall without even knowing it. It's strange and new, having someone who genuinely cares. Not in the fleeting, superficial way some of my past boyfriends did, or the conditional manner of my adoptive families. Jonathan's care is different. It's consistent, unwavering. He doesn't wince at the hard parts, doesn't look away when I share bits and pieces of my not-so-great past. And it's not just about being here because of the baby. No, it feels like he's here for me, too. For the first time, someone isn't just with me, they're for me. As I watch him grumble quietly while trying to untangle the charger cords, a warmth spreads through me. It's comforting and terrifying at the same time. Comforting because, hell, it feels so good to be cared for, to be seen and valued. But terrifying because, what if I get used to this? What if I start expecting this as the norm and then it disappears? Yet every day, Jonathan makes it easier to silence those fears. He's redefining my understanding of what it means to have someone in your life. He's showing me that maybe, just maybe, I can have something permanent, something steady. This whole situation, it's making me rethink a lot of things. About relationships, about trust, about what it really means to let someone in. And as I lean back against my pillows, watching him hum a tune while he sorts through another bag, I realize that for the first time in a long time, I'm not just enduring my days. I'm actually looking forward to them. Sitting across from Jonathan in the small hospital cafeteria, I'm sipping on lukewarm coffee when he launches into another one of his stories. So there we were, right? Middle of nowhere, van broke down, and Sam decides it's the perfect time to prank Leonard with a fake snake. He laughs, shaking his head at the memory, his eyes lighting up with mischief. Wait, you guys did what? I can't help but laugh, the sound bouncing off the walls, filling the space between us. It's in moments like this, listening to him recount tales of ridiculous road trips and wild adventures with his teammates, that I see another side of him. It's not just the laughter or the carefree shrug of his shoulders. It's the gleam of fondness in his eyes when he talks about his friends, like they're his family. He shifts, leaning closer, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. And you know, growing up, I never really had stability. We moved a lot, so my team, they became my makeshift family. There's a hint of vulnerability there, a peek into a childhood that wasn't all rosy. I nod, understanding more than he knows. Sounds like you guys really look out for each other, I murmur, my heart warming to the thought. Yeah, we do. And now, I guess it's more than just the team, huh? He smiles softly, his gaze shifting to my slightly rounded belly, then back to my eyes. There's a depth there, a sensitivity that belies his easygoing, sometimes playboy-like exterior. I'm struck by the complexity of the man in front of me. Beyond the charm and the goofy stories, there's an intelligent thoughtfulness, a kind of emotional intelligence that catches me off guard. It's refreshing and, honestly, a little bit thrilling to discover these layers to Jonathan, each story and shared secret, knitting him closer into the fabric of my life. Stuck in the hospital day in and day out could have been a drag, but somehow Jonathan turns it into something a bit like an adventure. It's bizarre how he does it, like he's got this magical ability to light up the room just by walking into it. Even before he cracks a joke or pulls a silly face, there's this energy about him that starts to lift the gloom as soon as he appears at the door. And then there's that grin of his. Man, that grin should come with a warning label. It does something funny to my heart, sends it into this fluttery chaos that I used to read about in novels and roll my eyes at. But here I am, feeling all of that every time he smiles like he knows a secret. Maybe about how I'm feeling. After everything with Max, how that mess cracked my trust into pieces, I swore I'd keep my heart under lock and key for a good long while. But with Jonathan, I don't know, it's different. It's like he found the key somewhere along the line and is slowly, gently unlocking me. I'm not just falling for him. I'm stepping into the fall, eyes wide open, letting go of those reservations because maybe, just maybe, this time it's actually worth it. In these quieter moments, when the hustle of nurses and the beeping of machines fade into the background, I catch Jonathan watching me. There's something in the way he looks at me, kind of deep and pondering, like he's trying to memorize the moment. And just when our eyes meet, and the world tightens around us, he'd break into a nervous joke. It took me a while, but I've picked up on this. His go-to move when he's feeling unsure or caught off guard. It's adorable, really, and it tells me something important. That maybe I am not the only one with butterflies doing somersaults in my stomach. There's this part of me, the one that's weathered storms and dodged life's sharper edges, that whispers caution, murmuring that this all might be too good to be true. How can something that feels so right be real, especially when past experiences have taught me to brace for the inevitable fallout? But then, there's Jonathan, with his earnest blue eyes and his goofy grin, making those doubts seem like shadows in the bright light of day. Even with Max, I always had one foot out the door, ready to run at the first sign of trouble. But this man, he's different. He doesn't make me want to run, he makes me want to stay. As I watch him now, lost in whatever game he's playing on his phone, completely unaware that I'm studying him, something clicks. It's like a puzzle piece finding its perfect place, a soft click that says, yes, this fits. This is right. And I realize, heart thudding with a mixture of fear and exhilaration, that I'm completely, hopelessly falling in love with him. It's not just about the laughter and the light he brings into my days. It's deeper, stronger, and far more terrifying because for the first time, my heart is making the choices, and this time, it's chosen Jonathan.
Chapter 24. Jonathan. Okay, Miss Vienna Shane. I watch, barely able to keep my leg from bouncing as I sit with Vienna, her doctor checking the clipboard for her recent checkup. I'm hoping that she gets the green light out of the hospital. We no longer see any abnormalities, and your blood pressure has gotten back to its normal levels, so that's good. The doctor smiles, passing a comforting pat to Vienna, who looked on gratefully. And the infection's gone now that you've finished your course of antibiotics. There are still a few things I'd like you to take note of regardless, but otherwise you are free to go. I almost forget to restrain myself from letting out a whoop, but I managed to in the nick of time, chewing on my lip in an endeavor to stave off the huge grin that threatens to grow larger. I catch Vienna's gaze as the doctor tells her to take things easy and maintain a healthy diet for her and the baby, and I shoot a pair of giddy thumbs up. Take care now. With a wave, the doctor leaves, and I'm immediately springing into action, sweeping Vienna off the bed and spinning her in the air. Whew! I cheer as she clings to my arms. Jonathan! She chides, laughing, and I finally set her back down on the bed. I haven't exhausted my energy yet, but I don't want to put her and our little baby at any risk, so I'm charging my excitement elsewhere. I'm practically bouncing on the balls of my feet as I stuff clothes, books, and a handful of Vienna's favorite snacks into the bag. Each item lands with a thud, and my grin persists at my own overzealous packing technique. Jonathan, you might want to be a bit more careful with that, Vienna chides, though the smile tugging at her lips tells me she's more amused than annoyed. Someone's a bit too excited, huh? Can you blame me? I shoot back, zipping the bag with a flourish and swinging it over my shoulder. Freedom awaits! Together we make our way to the rental car parked outside the hospital. I can feel the energy buzzing through my veins, a stark contrast to the sterile hospital halls we leave behind. Instead of heading to her old rundown apartment, I take a detour, pulling up in front of a newer, nicer building. Vienna's eyes bulge, mingling with both confusion and surprise. Jonathan, This isn't my place, she says, bemused. I can't contain my excitement any longer. I hop out, rush to her side, and before she can protest, I've scooped her up in my arms. Her laughter rings out as I bound up the steps 2 at a time. Reaching the door, I kick it open gently, a laugh escaping my lips. Welcome home, I announce as I step inside, carefully holding her up. It's for the baby, Vienna. I want the best for both of you. The apartment isn't lavish, but it's a significant upgrade from her previous place. The living room is spacious enough, with sunlight streaming through clean windows, casting warm patches on the hardwood floor. The kitchen, though small, gleams with new appliances and lacks the perpetual drip of an old faucet. A cozy bedroom beckons from down the hall, promising restful nights away from the sounds of the city. Vienna steps further into the apartment, her expression a mixture of conflict and awe. She runs a hand along the back of the new sofa, her eyes scanning every corner, absorbing the reality of this new beginning. I watch her face light up with each small discovery, knowing that despite her initial shock, this place, our new start, is exactly what we needed. As I set Vienna down gently on the plush new carpet, I notice a hint of unease flickering across her face. She's trying to hide it, but I know her too well by now. What's up? I ask, nudging her shoulder lightly with mine to coax her into opening up. She hesitates, biting her cheek before letting out a small sigh. I know it sounds silly, but I suddenly have this huge urge to go grocery shopping, like to celebrate getting out of the hospital. But I didn't want to ask. You've already done so much. I throw my head back and laugh. Silly. That's the best idea you've had all day. I grab her hand, pulling her gently but firmly back towards the door. Come on, let's stock up that fridge. It's practically begging for some love. We're back in the car before she can protest any further, heading to the nearest grocery store. When we're there, I'm hovering about, picking random items that may strike her fancy. Do you like these? I ask, holding up a fancy box of tea. Or what about this brand of cereal? You need to eat well, you know. Vienna laughs, swatting my hand away playfully as I try to fill the cart with an assortment of snacks and essentials. Jonathan, I can choose my own cereal. Thank you very much. Her laughter is music to my ears, and as she debates between brands of pasta sauce, I feel such an inexplicable swell of happiness. This, right here in the grocery store, picking out the mundane details of our life together. It is like a celebration in its own right. As we weave through the aisles, I catch a few shoppers sneaking glances in our direction, realizing who I am. I shoot them a smile, thankful they're respecting our space and letting us have our little grocery date without interruption. Look at this! Vienna points to a row of gourmet cheeses, her eyes lighting up. I immediately grab several varieties and toss them into the cart, ignoring the price tags. Vienna's hand reaches out, hesitating over a particularly expensive block of cheddar. Jonathan, maybe not this one, it's too much. I shake my head, chuckling as I add it to the cart anyway. Hey, today's a celebration, remember? We can be frugal some other day. Today, you get whatever you want. She tries to scold me, her eyebrows knitting together in a mock stern look, but I can see the corners of her mouth fighting a smile. Reluctantly, she nods, letting me spoil her just this once. As we continue filling the cart with all her favorites, artisan bread, fresh fruits, and even that fancy organic honey she loves, I can't help but feel my mirth bursting forth. Vienna's not used to being treated like this, to being allowed to want things without worrying about the cost. It reminds me how much she's been through and how she's never really had someone to just take care of her. I want to do this for you, I tell her, my voice soft but earnest as I place a jar of her favorite jam into the cart. I want to be the one who makes you happy, who makes you feel like you deserve all this and more. She looks at me, her eyes softening, and I know she understands. This isn't just about spoiling her. It's about showing her she's loved and valued no matter what. Back home, we unload the groceries and start cooking together in our new kitchen. I'm eager to prove that my culinary skills extend way beyond microwave meals and fast food. from chopping vegetables and stirring pots with a flourish, occasionally bumping into Vienna as we maneuver around our small but functional space. Each accidental nudge sends a ripple of laughter between us, and I can't resist cracking jokes about my chef-level skills, which I claim are as finely honed as my ability to pick the ripest avocados. But amidst the playful banter and clatter of cooking utensils, there's a growing tension that thickens every time our eyes meet. It's like an electric charge, sparking unexpectedly, leaving a trail of unspoken words hanging in the air. This feeling, both foreign and unwelcome, lodges itself in my chest. It's not just the excitement of sharing this new space or the joy of being together outside the confines of a hospital room. It's deeper, more complex, stirring emotions I thought I'd managed to keep at bay. Cooking together in our new home isn't just about feeding our bodies. It's a dance of intimacy, stirring up a concoction of feelings I'm not sure I'm ready to face. The kitchen is warm, the air filled with the mingling scents of garlic and herbs as we move around each other, a choreographed yet spontaneous dance. My friend's teasing words echo in my mind, whispering it's love. But I push the thought away. The tension between us peaks, and it's impossible not to notice the way Vienna's brown eyes seem to capture the light, a vivid contrast to her soft, dark curls that frame her face like a Renaissance painting. Vienna. I pause, my voice softening. I take in every detail of her face, her high cheekbones, the gentle curve of her lips, and those mesmerizing eyes that always seem to see right through me. I reach out to caress her cheek gently. Her skin is warm under my fingertips, and she leans into the touch, closing the distance between us with a quiet sigh. Our lips meet, and the world starts slowing down. It's not the same hot, steamy kiss we shared after our casual arrangement months ago, but instead, it's imbued with a tenderness that wraps around my heart. It's gentle, questioning, yet undeniably right. The realization hits me like a quiet thunderstorm in the back of my mind. Perhaps my friends were right about one thing, after all.
Chapter 25, Vienna. Oftentimes when I get off early from work and decide to be a bit cheaper than usual, my go-to dinners are bread and eggs paired with cup noodles, which I top off with some store-bought meat. And then I enjoy the rest of the night all alone, something I've become accustomed to. But not today. Today, I'm not alone in my dilapidated apartment. Instead, I'm in a completely new and safe living space, with Jonathan sitting across from me. I'm suddenly hyper-aware of everything that I'm doing compared to when I'm just slurping down my noodles. Part of it is because this doesn't scream date to me anymore, and having him with me under the same roof is a monumental change. But I'm also aware that what happened a few minutes ago in the kitchen plays its role well in our currently shared silence around the dining table. I poke my dinner, a hearty serving of lemon turmeric chicken with asparagus and roasted potatoes, a far cry from my usual, ordinary meals. It's delicious, even more so since Jonathan actually cooks well, but I'm more taken by the tension than the flavors. I sit across from Jonathan, poking at the perfectly roasted potatoes on my plate. The kitchen still holds the warmth of cooking, but the air between us feels charged, almost electric after that unexpected kiss. It's a strange sort of tension, not uncomfortable but definitely uncharted territory for the both of us. I'm trying to focus on the lemon turmeric chicken, which is absolutely delicious by the way, but I keep on replaying that kiss over in my mind. It was sweet, a little clumsy, and now here we are, trying to act normal. It's kind of funny, actually, how we're both avoiding each other's eyes, like two teenagers caught in the act. So, Jonathan starts, finally breaking the silence that had settled over our dinner. I was thinking, maybe you'd like to meet some of my friends. We're staying a bit longer 'cause our manager arranged a fan meet at the town square. I looked up, surprised. Meeting his friends already? That's a big step. But then, it's also kind of flattering that he wants to include me in that part of his life. I've heard him talk about his teammates with so much enthusiasm. They sound like a great bunch. Yeah, I respond, trying to sound more casual than I feel. I'd like that. It'd be nice to meet them. His face lights up with a relieved smile, and I'm unable to help but mirror it. Maybe this is good. Stepping out of my comfort zone, diving a bit deeper into his world. Despite the initial shock of the kiss and the big step of meeting his friends, I find myself actually looking forward to it. Who knows? This could turn out to be a lot more fun than I expected. Walking into the town square with Jonathan, my stomach is doing somersaults. It's the idea of meeting his friends that makes my nerves act up. Everyone seems excited, chatting and laughing, and here I am, nervous about meeting the important people in Jonathan's life. It feels like stepping onto a stage, spotlight on me, except the stage today is this bustling square. Jonathan, sensing my unease, keeps me close, his hand reassuring on my back. It's amazing how his presence can calm my jittery nerves. Just as I start to relax, he introduces me to his teammates. To my surprise, they're incredibly welcoming, their friendly banter easing me into the group like I'm one of their own. In the midst of it all, Jonathan hands me his car keys. "Hold on to these for me, will you? Just in case I lose them in this chaos," he says with a wink. Before I can respond, he gives me a quick kiss on the cheek, leaving me stunned for a moment. It's a simple gesture, but it fills me with a fluttery warmth, grounding me amid the overwhelming excitement of the fan meet. As the fan meet kicks off with a roar from the crowd, I stand a bit awkwardly to the side until Pamela, Chris's wife, whom I briefly saw at the wedding, sweeps in like a fresh breeze. "Hey, you must be Vienna, right? Jonathan told us a lot about you." She beams, looping her arm through mine and effectively pulling me into her world. "Can't believe I never saw you before, and I lived here before going to the city." "Oh, hi, Pamela. Yes, I'm Vienna. It's so nice to meet you," I respond, genuinely relieved to have a friendly face in the sea of strangers. We watch the boys, including Jonathan, take the stage. Her easy chatter makes me feel surprisingly at home. "I'm glad to have made a new friend today," I say, thinking how Mandy would definitely be giving me her "I told you so" look for worrying too much about fitting in. Pamela laughs, then leans in a bit, lowering her voice. "I saw that cheeky kiss Jonathan gave you. He's quite smitten, isn't he?" Her knowing smile puzzles me a bit. "Really? Jonathan and me, it seems? I don't know. Unreal," I confess, unable to mask my surprise. "Oh, honey," she chuckles softly, giving my arm a gentle squeeze. "I've known Jonathan since I started dating Chris. He's a charmer. Yeah, always in the clubs, but I've never seen him be so publicly affectionate in a wholesome way." She laughs. "PDA is normal to him, but something about the way he does it with you is different." The implication makes my heart skip a beat. Jonathan, feeling something deeper for me? The thought sends thrill and fear spiraling through me. I'm stunned, really, because how could someone as vibrant and full of life as Jonathan fall for someone like me? I feel a tug of apprehension. That's a lot. I'm not even sure what to think, I admit, my voice entwined with awe and uncertainty. Pamela just smiles, patting my hand as we turn our attention back to the lively antics of the fan meet, leaving me to ponder this new, unexpected twist in my life. Throughout the day, I'm actively watching Jonathan with an intensity I didn't know I had. It's like I'm seeing him for the first time, though it's far from it. He's in his element, laughing and messing around with his teammates, each interaction smooth and full of warm camaraderie. And every so often, his eyes sweep the crowd, and when they meet mine, there's this spark, a kind of silent acknowledgement that sends a warm flutter through my chest. The way Jonathan interacts with everyone, especially the kids who come up to him, really catches my attention. He's natural, patient, and genuinely delighted to engage with them. He kneels to their level to chat, signs autographs with a smile, and even manages a few playful tickles. Watching him, I can't help but imagine him with our child, and that image fills me with a mix of immense pride and a hopeful excitement that's both new and a bit overwhelming. For once, the future feels not just like a thing to be wary of, but something potentially wonderful. Seeing him so vibrant and loving, I find myself falling a bit more, not just into the idea of him, but into the reality of what our life could be together. It's a lot to take in, considering where I've come from and the walls I've built around my heart. But today, those walls seem a little less necessary, a bit more like relics of a past that doesn't have to dictate my future. It's scary, but for the first time in a long while, it's a good kind of scary. Sitting there at lunch with Pamela, laughter flows easily, but I keep finding my gaze drifting back to Jonathan. He's a few tables away, animatedly discussing something with a couple of kids who seem utterly captivated by him. In these moments, I take the time to really look at him. His deep blue eyes that seem to light up with every smile. The sharp lines of his jaw that give him a look of determination. And the gentle curve of his lips that speaks of kindness and warmth. My heart races in a way that's unfamiliar yet exhilarating, a vivid reminder of the growing feelings I've been trying to temper. And as I watch him, something within me shifts. It's like the final piece of a puzzle clicking into place. I've known, somewhere deep down, that I've fallen for him, but I've held back, guarded by layers of caution shaped by past hurts. Yet now, here, surrounded by the laughter and the undeniable warmth from everyone around, those layers start to peel away. This isn't just about acknowledging that I'm in love with Jonathan. It's deeper than that. It's about admitting to myself that I'm ready to let go of the title of a lonely survivor and step into a role I've shied away from for so long, that of a partner, a lover, someone who is part of a we and not just AIM. Opening up to the possibility of a future with him feels like stepping out into the sun after a long, harsh winter. It's terrifying to be so vulnerable, but for the first time in a long while, it feels right. This is no longer about just surviving. It's about living, and perhaps loving fully.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylerWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 26. Jonathan. Honestly, I never once imagined the day I'd be bringing a girl to meet the rest of the hockey team. It just isn't my thing. Actual, legitimate romance and courtship are affairs that's in Chris's and Samuel's scope. But here I am today, going against what first defined me, and bringing Vienna along to the fan meet. Although the guys haven't gotten the chance to actually talk with her outside the usual first introductions, I know they're going to love her. In fact, Pamela already loves her. At least that's what I'm getting as I notice her gushing over Vienna at the far distance at the back of the crowd. I lean back on my seat as the rest of the team finishes their short conversations to open the fan meet, having already done my piece, making sure to be no more than friendly to the girls that try to take my attention. I like to think that I'm already taken. I haven't glossed over that part of my relationship with Vienna yet, because so far since our reunion a week or two ago, it's only been me assuring her that I'm taking up the responsibility of fatherhood, no matter how intimidating. And that's it. It's for the baby, but we haven't talked about us. Not yet, at least. I'm still reeling, but I'm getting there. Here I'm sat smack in the middle of this roaring fan meet. But honestly, all the noise and the crowd kind of fade into the background because, well, Vienna's here. And it's like my senses are tuned to a whole different frequency. Vienna frequency, if that's a thing. No matter the buzz, no matter how many people try to grab my attention, I catch myself constantly looking for her. She could be all the way across the room, and I'd still feel her presence, magnetic as ever. Every now and then, I spot her through the sea of heads, and man, it does things to me, especially when she smiles. It's pretty much my favorite sight these days. It's a stark contrast to the tough, independent vibe she usually has going on, and it hits me every time how she's got these layers that she only peels back for a few. Lucky me, I guess. And the thing is, she's not just physically here, she's with me, leaning on me, literally and figuratively. For someone as fiercely independent as Vienna, seeing her find some kind of comfort or support in me, it's huge. It's not like she needs me to take care of her or anything. She's more than capable. But she chooses to lean on me, to let me be there for her in the little ways, during loud fan meets or quiet dinners at home. It's wild how amidst all this chaos, her presence just grounds me, makes everything else kind of blur into the background. So yeah, it's busy and loud here, but with her, I'm just really content, and somehow everything feels just right. When the fan meet wraps up, I lead Vienna to the after party. It's this cool setup in the park with stalls and tables everywhere, and even a spot for dancing under these fairy lights that make everything look kind of magical. As we walk in, I'm feeling this concoction of excitement and nerves because, well, it's one thing to introduce your girl at a hectic event, and another to bring her into the more intimate circle of the after party. The team is all there with my close friends Cole, Alvin, Chris, Samuel, Leonard, and even Coach. I watch their faces as we approach, trying to gauge their reactions. But man, I shouldn't have even worried. It's like they've switched from hockey mode to party mode in no time. Cole's the first to throw his arm around me, giving that big booming laugh of his. And then he's all smiles for Vienna, pulling her into the group like she's been part of the crew forever. Alvin, always the quiet one, offers her a genuine smile and a nod that says, "Welcome," in his understated way. Chris and Samuel, ever the hosts, are already telling her about the different foods at the stalls, making sure she knows she's got to try the tacos from the third stall on the right. Leonard, who's a bit more reserved, hangs back, but I catch him watching her with a sort of approval as she laughs at something Chris says. And Coach, well, Coach is just beaming, clapping me on the back and making sure Vienna feels like part of the family. It's a relief, seeing them embrace her so readily, making her laugh and bringing her into conversations. They're making her part of the team in their own way. And as I watch her there, laughing under the string lights, I feel this deep, contented kind of happiness. She's fitting right in, and it feels perfect. As everyone starts drifting towards their favorite parts of the party, Vienna mentions she's going to grab some tacos from that stall everyone's been raving about. I nod, watching her head off into the crowd with a smile. But no sooner has she disappeared into the sea of people than I feel someone tugging at my arm. It's Marga, Elaine's, Samuel's little sister, friend, and she's got this clingy grip that instantly sets off alarms in my head. "Hey, Jonathan, come dance," Marga chirps, her voice a bit too loud, a bit too cheerful. I try to wriggle my arm free, keeping my tone friendly but firm. Sorry, Marga. Gotta decline. I was just about to... But she cuts me off, laughing as if I'm playing some kind of game. "Oh, come on! Just one dance!" she insists, pulling even harder. That's when I see Vienna returning from the taco stand, her eyes scanning the crowd, landing on us. My heart drops. She stops dead in her tracks, her expression hard to read. She's protectively cradling her belly with one hand, the tacos forgotten in the other. "Vienna, wait, it's not..." I start, trying to extricate myself from Marga's relentless grip, but Vienna doesn't wait. She turns on her heel, walking away fast, and all I can see is her back getting smaller in the crowd. "Vienna!" I call out again, desperation edging into my voice, but she doesn't turn around. Marga finally lets go, looking bewildered, but I barely notice her now. My mind races, and my chest tightens with the fear of how much this misunderstanding might cost me. I need to fix this now. I need to find Vienna, explain, and make things right. Nothing else matters. I'm not thinking about Marga anymore as I start pushing through the crowd, trying desperately to catch up to Vienna. She's moving fast, ignoring my calls, her silhouette cutting sharply through the throngs of partygoers. "Vienna! Hey, just wait a second!" I shout, hoping she'll stop, turn around and give me a chance to explain. But she doesn't. Frustration boils over when Marga grabs my arm again, trying to pull me back. Without thinking, I roughly shove her aside, my focus solely on Vienna. "Back off, Marga!" I snap, my voice sharper than I intend. "What's your problem, Jonathan?" Marga retorts, her tone equal parts surprise and annoyance. "You're my problem right now. Why can't you just understand it's not a good time?" The words burst out of me, harsh and loud enough that heads start turning our way, including those of my teammates. Chris jogs over, his face lined with concern. "Dude, what's going on?" he asks, eyeing the scene. I barely glance at him, my eyes still on the quickly disappearing figure of Vienna. "Got a problem, and I need to fix it," I explain hurriedly, my irritation palpable, barely able to contain it as I look sternly at Marga. "Go fix it, man. We've got this," Chris says, albeit confused. He nods towards Marga and signals that he'll handle whatever fallout there's left as Samuel and Elaine approach, being filled in on the situation. Grateful for the backup, I don't waste another second. I turn and start running, pushing past people and dodging between groups. The cool night air hits my face as I break free of the crowd, scanning the area for any sign of Vienna. The park stretches out, dimly lit and vast, but I'm determined. I need to catch her, explain everything. The party, the noise, the lights, all of it fades into the background as I focus solely on finding Vienna and making things right. Nothing else matters but getting to her and clearing this up. Panting, I stop for a moment at the side of the park, scanning desperately for any sign of Vienna. That's when I spot her, heading towards our rental car parked under the soft glow of a street lamp. My heart races, not just from the run, but from the fear of losing her over something so stupid. "Vienna!" I call out, but she doesn't slow down. She's hurt, I can tell, and the misunderstanding eats at me, gnawing at my insides like a relentless worm. How could something so trivial spiral out of control so fast? As I start running again, my mind is a jumbled mess of emotions. I need to fix this, now. Seeing her upset like this, all because of a silly situation, it kills me. "Vienna, come on! Just let me explain!" I shout as I dodge a couple walking their dog, pushing my legs to move faster. This isn't just about clearing up a misunderstanding. It's about proving to her that she can trust me, that I'm there for her, truly and completely. The thought of her doubting that stings more than anything. I can't let her drive away thinking I don't care. "Vienna, wait!" I call out as I close the last few feet between us. My breath is heavy, my voice urgent. I can't let her go, not like this, not now.
Chapter 27, Vienna. I've had deja vu before, but the worst of it all is the overlapping flashes of vivid images that paint themselves before my mind's eye. Catching my ex-fiancé Max on top of his mistress as they kiss and entangle in each other's arms. An unknown woman draped over Jonathan's arm, hugging him closely as if they're not strangers, but intimate with one another. I'm unable to see Jonathan. Or rather, I refuse to look at him. I can't. For once, I'm actually afraid of seeing his face. The idea of remembering how Max looked content before, stunned, and attributing the possibility of Jonathan going through the exact same expressions renders me unable to look at him. To find out that he's secretly been having and liking another woman nearby. When I hear the faintest call of my name permeate through the recesses of my mind, I'm splashed with the coldest waters of reality again, and the world resumes its pace as normal. "Vienna," I hear Jonathan saying. "Vienna," I remember Max calling. And I can't take it. Not again, not anymore. I mutter under my breath, each step away from the chaos of the party, like a beat in a mournful song. "Figures," I hiss to myself, my voice barely a whisper over the crunch of gravel under my shoes. The word tastes bitter, laced with the age-old sting of disappointment. I should have known. How could I not? It's always the same story, isn't it? As I glance back over my shoulder, the image of Jonathan with that woman clamped onto his arm burns in my mind. He looks at her with a familiarity that slices through me, like a hot knife through butter. It's more than just jealousy. It feels like betrayal, like being gutted alive. I can almost feel my heart crumbling, pieces of trust turning to dust. The pain is sharp, a visceral punch to my gut as I fumble for the car keys in my pocket. I slide into the driver's seat of Jonathan's rental. The car's interior is cold, impersonal, yet it feels like a sanctuary compared to the emotional battlefield I just fled. I jam the key into the ignition. The engine sputters to life, matching the chaotic frenzy of my thoughts. I slam the door shut and lock it just as Jonathan's hand thuds against the window. I can barely see his face through my blurred vision, tears streaming down my cheeks. I swipe at them furiously, hating how weak they make me feel. "Stupid, stupid tears," I mutter to myself, refusing to meet his gaze. "Vienna, please, just let me explain." His voice is muffled through the glass, desperate and pleading, but the words barely register. All I can think about is how foolish I've been, letting my guard down, thinking things could be different. "He's just like Max," I whisper to myself. The pain's sharp and fresh, as if I'm reliving the moment I caught Max cheating. It's the same pattern. Jonathan's no different. A charming playboy, adept at saying all the right things. And me? Just another girl, another notch on his belt, except this time there's a baby involved. "Lucky me," I say sarcastically, the words thick with bitterness. He bangs on the window again, harder this time. "Vienna, don't do this." But it's too late. My emotions, supercharged by pregnancy hormones and painful memories, are a tidal wave I can't hold back. I turn the key in the ignition, the engine roars to life, and I slam my foot on the accelerator. The need to put physical distance between me and Jonathan is overwhelming. I throw the car into gear, the headlights slicing through the darkness as I pull away. The rearview mirror frames the fading lights of the party, a stark contrast to the dark road ahead. Never again, I vow, the road unwinding like a dark ribbon before me. The sound of the engine is a dull roar in my ears, a fitting soundtrack to my swift getaway. As the distance grows, the sharp edges of the heartache begin to blur, the night swallowing my resolve and my regrets in equal measure. I catch a glimpse of him in the rearview mirror, running after the car, his figure getting smaller and smaller. But I don't stop. I won't stop. I can't. The need to escape, to breathe, to not be suffocated by disappointment and heartache overwhelms me. The drive back to my apartment is a blur of streetlights and shadows. The rundown building looms ahead, its dilapidated exterior a stark reminder of my reality. No fairy tales, no Prince Charming, just this rough, tough life that I've always known. I lean back against the seat, the fight draining out of me. This was supposed to be a new start, a chance for something good. But sitting on the driver's seat, it's clear as my tears. I'm right back where I started. Only now, I'm not alone. I place a hand on my belly, a tear slipping down my cheek. "Just you and me, kiddo," I whisper into the emptiness. "We'll figure it out." My hands tremble on the steering wheel. The car's hum is the only sound in the dead night. "Slow down!" A voice in my head screams, louder than the chaos swirling in my heart. but I'm too far gone, caught in a tidal wave of hurt and betrayal. The seatbelt dangles uselessly beside me, a nagging reminder of my hysterical recklessness that I stubbornly ignore. Suddenly, my headlights catch a deer, its eyes wide with fear, frozen in the middle of the road. "No!" I gasp, instincts kicking in. I jerk the wheel hard to the left, my heart slamming against my ribs. The world tilts wildly as the car swerves, the screech of tires ripping through the silence of the night. The impact when I hit the tree is brutal. Pain explodes through my body, a white-hot blaze of agony that drowns out everything else. The airbag deploys with a whoosh, slamming into me hard enough to steal my breath away. For a moment, everything is a dizzying blur of pain and noise. Then, stillness. I'm slumped over the steering wheel, the aftermath of the crash echoing in my ears like a bad dream. My breath comes in short, sharp gasps, each one a stab of pain in my chest. I try to move, but a wave of nausea pins me down, the world spinning dangerously. "You're okay. You have to be okay," I whisper to myself, my voice shaky. The loneliness crashes down on me then, heavier than the wreckage pinning me to my seat. Tears mingle with the blood trickling down my forehead, the salty sting a harsh reminder of my solitude. "Help," I croak, the word barely audible. But there's no one to hear it, just the whispering trees and the distant uncaring stars. Alone, trapped. I close my eyes against the pain, waiting, hoping for rescue or the strength to save myself as I always do. My breath hitches, each inhale sharper than the last. The pain is unbearable, radiating through every inch of my body, but it's the fear gripping my heart that's truly paralyzing. "My baby," my voice croaks, my unborn child being the only thought that cuts through the fog of my shock. "Please, let my baby be okay." The car's mangled frame groans, a chilling lullaby as darkness edges my vision. I try to stay awake, try to fight against the pull of unconsciousness, but it's hard. Everything hurts too much, and the cold is seeping into my bones. "I'm so sorry," I murmur, a tear escaping down my cheek. It's not just the physical pain, it's the crushing ache in my heart for the future I might have stolen from my child. This tiny life, so fiercely wanted amid the chaos of my own, now threatened by a single moment of despair. As the darkness tightens its grip, my mind clings to a flicker of hope that help will arrive, that my baby will survive. But the fight is draining out of me, my senses dulling as everything fades to black.
Chapter 28. Jonathan. My breath is heaving from an amalgamation of panic, desperation, and frustration. "Ugh!" I groan, tapping my foot on the ground as I try to ground myself first. I can't do things under this kind of pressure. Not when Vienna's ran off in hysterics and I'm borderline almost the same. I can't even find the shame to go back to the party, finding myself stuck as I stand there, unable to catch up to Vienna at all. I'm sure that the scene escalated after I shoved Marga away, but I can't find it within me to care. Not when there are so many more things that take precedence over a woman that's all over me. Knowing what Vienna went through and how I saw that Max dude with her when we first met, her history with relationships and with what she saw just now, I'm tempted to start pulling my hair out. I'm standing at the curb, my friends' voices fading into the background as I drag my hand through my blonde hair again, trying to piece together my next move. Vienna's taken off in my car, tears and all, and every second she's out there alone, my heart races with worry. She could be anywhere, possibly in danger, and here I am, stuck figuring out what to do next. "Jonathan, man, are you listening?" Alvin's voice cuts through my panicked thoughts. I look up to see concern etched across his face and the faces of my other friends. They're clueless about the details, just catching the tail end of the chaos, but they know enough to see I'm bordering on a meltdown. "Dude, take my bike," Alvin suggests, tossing the keys to his rented motorbike into my hand. "Find her, man, quick!" I nod, barely managing a "thanks, Alvin," before sprinting to the parking lot. The motorbike's engine roars to life under my grip, a stark contrast to the silent scream in my head. I kick it into gear and peel out of the parking lot, the cool night air slapping against my face as I race down the street. I'm careful, always careful, but tonight the rules feel different. Vienna's pained expression, that look of utter betrayal, haunts me as I navigate the dark streets. I curse under my breath, cursing Marga and the mess she stirred up. "Damn it, Marga," I mutter, revving the engine as I lean into a sharp turn. "I have to find Vienna. I have to make this right." To my relief, I only need to drive a little while to see the car, but that relief is quick to seep away into horror. The moment I see the crash, my blood turns ice cold. It's the silhouette of my rental car, unmistakable even in the dim streetlight, crumpled against a lamppost. I gun the motorbike's throttle, my heart slamming against my ribs as I near the wreck. I skid to a stop, gravel crunching underfoot, and almost fall off the bike in my haste. "Oh God," I mutter, fumbling for my phone with shaking hands. I dial the hospital, pressing the phone hard against my ear, my voice a mixture of fear and forced calm. "Hi, I need an ambulance, quickly," I blurt out as soon as the operator picks up. I rattle off the street names, barely registering my own words. "Please hurry, it's urgent." I pocket the phone and rush over to the car. The door is ajar, hanging off its hinges. My breath catches in my throat when I see Vienna. She's slumped over the wheel, lifeless, motionless. For a second, I can't move, can't breathe. "Vienna!" I shout, my voice cracking as I reach her. I gently shake her shoulder, hoping, praying she'll just wake up and look at me. "Vienna, please, wake up!" There's no response. Just the quiet of the night punctured by the distant sound of sirens growing louder. I'm scared out of my mind, but I hold her hand, waiting for help, feeling completely helpless. Summoning every ounce of strength I have, I check her quickly to make sure I won't hurt her further by moving her. She's limp, almost like a doll, and it scares me more than I want to admit. Gently, I pry her out of the twisted metal of what used to be my rental car, cradling her carefully as I carry her a safe distance away. My knees hit the asphalt hard as I set her down, the impact jarring but forgotten as I immediately search for her pulse. It's there, faint but unmistakable under my trembling fingers. Tears start to blur my vision, hot and uncontrollable. I've never cried over a girl before, never felt my heart actually ache like it's being squeezed in a vice. But here now, with Vienna unconscious and so fragile in my arms, the tears just won't stop. "Come on, Vienna, please wake up!" I plead between sobs, my voice cracking under the weight of my fear. Feeling a rush of something fierce and tender and terrifying all at once, I lean close to her ear. "I love you, Vienna," I whisper, the words spilling out with a sincerity that shakes me to my core. I feel stupid, so stupid that it took a crash, a literal and metaphorical crash, to get me to admit how deep my feelings go. It's a crisis that has peeled back my layers of childish fear of commitment, revealing the raw truth of my emotions. "I love you," I say again, a little louder, as if the force of my confession might somehow bring her back to consciousness. "I should have said it sooner. I'm here now and I'm not going anywhere, please. Just wake up." The sirens are getting closer now, a sound that brings both relief and a deep, gnawing anxiety. As I weep, kneeling on the cold asphalt, the growing sound of sirens begins to mix with my sobs, heightening both my hope and desperation. When the paramedics finally arrive, flooding the scene with flashes of red and white light, my relief is palpable, yet a new fear grips me. They move toward her, and I feel an instinctual reluctance to let her go. But reality bites hard, and I slowly relinquish my hold, my hands trembling as I back away to give them space. One of the paramedics, a kind-looking woman with gentle eyes, starts asking questions as they stabilize Vienna on a stretcher. "What happened? Does she have any allergies? Is she on any medication?" The questions fly fast, and my tongue fumbles uncertain. She's pregnant," I manage to get out, the words feeling heavy and laden with worry. I don't know all the answers they need, but I hope this crucial piece of information helps. As they load Vienna into the ambulance, my friends arrive, their faces etched with concern and confusion. They've never seen me like this, unraveled, openly crying, a mess of raw nerves and fear. This is my first real breakdown in front of anyone, and the vulnerability of it claws at me. "John, what happened?" Sam queries as he claps a hand on my shoulder. I shake my head, unable to form words that could possibly explain the chaos and the pain of watching Vienna so still, being whisked away to the hospital. "It's bad," is all I can mutter, feeling the weight of my friends' stares, their worry mirroring my own agony. I don't know how painful it is supposed to be, watching someone you love being raced away like this, but it tears through me, leaving a raw, aching void where confidence once lived. Leonard and Cole quickly hail a cab, but everything around me feels like it's moving in slow motion. The two pile with me into the back seat as the rest stay behind to wrap up the party, the cab's worn cushions barely registering under me. The city blurs past the windows, streetlights streaking through the night like falling stars, but none of it reaches me. I'm numb, hollowed out by fear and shock, my mind replaying the sight of Vienna over and over like a nightmare I can't wake up from. Inside the cab, the air is thick with tension. Cole keeps looking over, probably trying to come up with something to say, something that could possibly make this better. But what can you say? Leonard just stares out the window, jaw clenched, as if trying to deal with his own whirlwind of thoughts. No one speaks. The silence is heavy, loaded, but it's fitting. Words would just bounce around, unnecessary noise in the tight space of our shared anxiety. I keep my eyes fixed on the glowing numbers of the cab's meter, watching them climb and climb as we weave through the traffic of the night. It's easier than thinking about what awaits us at the hospital. My heart is a tight fist in my chest, each beat a painful reminder of how much I stand to lose. Fear gnaws at my insides, mixing with a strange guilt for not having told Vienna how much she meant to me sooner. Why do we wait for the worst moments to show our true feelings? As the hospital comes into view, a cold realization settles over me. This isn't just a visit. It could be a turning point. Everything might change tonight, and the uncertainty of what's waiting for us in that hospital is terrifying. I feel like I'm teetering on the edge of something vast and dark, and I'm about to enter in a total freefall.
Chapter 29. Vienna. Is this all that my life's amounting to? All those years of surviving alone, barely making ends meet but still existing, going through the ups and downs of life in a mental, social, and emotional aspect. Guarding and preserving myself with walls I've securely built to safeguard me. Letting Jonathan break them down as I finally consent to the hope that maybe I'll no longer be alone, that I'll no longer be existing, and I'll finally be living, only for life to slap me in the face and force me back into a coffin, straight away telling me that hope is non-existent in my case. Nothing ever goes up. It's just a slippery slope to the depths of rock bottom, the lowest of the low. And I blame myself, really. I've been meticulous as the years pass me by, constructing this balance, this routine that I'm so familiar with. If I hadn't taken a leap of faith, that spontaneous step that shook me out of the life I'm comfortable with, would I even be in this situation? As my senses sluggishly crawl back to the land of the living, a gentle touch feathers across my face, pulling me further from the grasp of unconsciousness. My eyelids flutter open, reluctantly at first, squinting against the harsh, invasive hospital lights that seem determined to pin me down. Everything's a blur, a smear of whites and grays, until a face swims into focus. Jonathan. His eyes are wide, a mess of shock intertwined with visible relief, as if he's just watched me walk a tightrope across an abyss. "Vienna," he whispers, so soft it almost gets lost in the clinical beeps and murmurs of the hospital room. "Stop," I manage to croak out, my voice sounding like it's been dragged through miles of dry desert. It's all so bright. I just woke up. My hand flutters up, a feeble attempt to shield my eyes from the glaring light, or maybe from the reality of having to face Jonathan in this moment. He pulls back slightly, the shadow of hurt flickering across his face before he schools it into a mask of concern. I can tell he's trying to read my expression, to gauge how far he can push or if he should retreat. "How do you feel?" he asks, his voice barely above a whisper, as if he's afraid that speaking any louder might shatter me. I want to say a million things. I want to rail against the unfairness of it all, to yell at him for the walls I'd let him tear down only to find myself here, broken in a hospital bed. But all that comes out is, I don't know, everything's spinning. Can I have some water? As he nods and turns to grab a cup, I take a deep breath, trying to steady the whirlwind of thoughts. Waking up feels like being thrust onto a stage mid-performance, under a spotlight too bright, with no script or direction. All I know is the scene must go on, and Jonathan, for better or worse, is still part of it. Slowly, the fog in my brain begins to clear. Fragments of memories start to crash into me like waves. Jonathan, that woman clinging to his shoulder, the screech of tires, the shattering impact. My breath catches. My baby! Panic claws at my chest, raw and urgent. Jonathan sees the terror in my eyes, and he's quick to react. He grabs my hand, gently placing it on the familiar curve of my belly. "The baby's fine, Vienna," he assures me, his voice a soothing balm, despite the chaos swirling inside me. "I'm so relieved you're both okay." He's looking at me with those eyes full of something that looks like hope, maybe desperation. "Please let me explain before you shut me out," he pleads. I open my mouth to respond, but words fail me. Speechless, I'm caught in a tumult of relief and lingering distrust. How do I feel? Relieved, yes, because our baby is safe. But underneath that, there's a storm of confusion and hurt, a mess of feelings I can't untangle just yet. "Jonathan, My voice trails off. How do you condense fear, relief, and heartbreak into words that make sense? I shake my head, trying to clear it, to focus on what's important right now. He waits, his hand still covering mine, warm and steady. The room is quiet. The only sound is the steady beep of the heart monitor. In this moment, it's just us and the life we created, hanging in a delicate balance. I know we need to talk, to clear the air, but for now, I just need a moment to breathe, to absorb the fact that our baby, our little miracle, is okay. That's all that matters right now. Jonathan shifts uncomfortably in the silence, his eyes searching mine for some kind of forgiveness or understanding. "You've been in a coma for over a week," he blurts out, the words tumbling in a rush. "My team went back to the city, but I stayed. I couldn't leave you." I'm taken aback, not just by the revelation of the time lost, but by his decision to stay. Yet, the sting of seeing him with that woman lingers sharply, coloring every word he says. It's like a bad rerun of every relationship I've ever had with cheaters, the same tired excuses echoing in my head. "But Jonathan, I saw you." I start, my voice cracking a bit, the image of him with her flashing vividly in my memory. He continues, seemingly oblivious to the interruption, or perhaps just desperate to make his case. "I was here every day, talking to you, hoping you'd wake up. His words fade into the background as memories flood in, promises broken, trust shattered by others before him. It's all too familiar, and a part of me wants to shut down, to protect myself from what feels like the inevitable pain. Jonathan's voice breaks through my whirlwind of troubled thoughts. "I love you, Vienna. I wish I'd realized it sooner, accepted it without all this mess, this crisis," he confesses, his voice heavy with emotion. His eyes lock onto mine, earnest, pleading for me to understand, to see the truth in his words. My heart utterly sings at it, a part just wanting to leap out and embrace his confession, to erase the doubts and the pain. "He loves me," and I love, but then reality snaps back. It's hard, almost impossible, to simply forget the image of him with another. The memories of last night that don't just vanish because of a few heartfelt words. My mind wrestles with my heart, a tangle of emotions and skepticism making it hard to breathe, to decide. Before I can muster a response, the door swings open and Dr. Simons enters, her presence a welcome interruption. She greets us warmly, her professional smile a contrast to the emotional tension hanging in the room. "Good to see you awake, Vienna. I need to check up on you, run a few tests." "Jonathan, could you please give us a moment?" I ask, my voice calm but firm. He nods, pain flickering across his face as he stands. "Of course. Take care, Vienna," he says softly, then turns to leave. I watch him go, his shoulders slightly slumped, the weight of unresolved issues hanging between us. As he disappears through the door, a mix of relief and regret washes over me. I'm left with the echoes of his confession, the complexity of my feelings, and a deep, unresolved ache that no medical checkup can diagnose. As Dr. Simons goes about her routine, checking my vitals and making notes on her clipboard, I find myself responding mechanically. Yes. No. I'm not sure. The words slip out while my mind is miles away, tangled up in the mess that's unfolded. Jonathan's confession reverberates in the back of my thoughts, battling with the vivid images of betrayal. Was he sincere? The intensity in his eyes, the shake in his voice. I replay these details, trying to sift through the emotional debris for a glimmer of truth. I'm torn. Part of me screams to guard my heart, to build up the walls higher than ever. But another part, quieter but persistent, whispers that maybe there's a future worth exploring if I can find the courage to listen to his side of the story. It's a risky gamble, with my heart as the stake. But for now, just for this moment, I need solitude. I need to breathe without the weight of immediate decisions pressing down on me. Healing, both physical and emotional, isn't instantaneous. It requires patience, time, and space. Space to reflect, to grieve, and ultimately to decide. As Dr. Simons finishes up and leaves the room, I close my eyes, allowing myself this much-needed pause, a quiet before the next inevitable storm.
Chapter 30. Jonathan, I don't have a lot of firsts in my life anymore. I've emptied my bucket list over the years. Clubbing, sleeping around, going to Vegas, creeping around an abandoned building, you name it. All kinds of random niches I believe I've already exhausted. There are simply no more thrills than the one I'm already so accustomed with: hockey, parties, and women. But this one, sitting on a cold hospital bench waiting for my chance to be heard out, feeling as if the world is crumbling around me, this is a first, and it's not a good one. Lost can't even begin to describe what I'm feeling. It's inexplicable, and I can only try to describe it as worse than not winning a competition I've trained so hard for. No, it's even worse, like you're missing a winning shot and the puck is swept in someone's defense. The pinching and twisting of my heart is ultimately foreign to me, a throbbing undertone that doesn't stop no matter what you'd start thinking you have cancer. I've never experienced it before, not to this extent. The women I've been with more than once never left such a painful impression on me. Not until Vienna, at least. While I'm hunched by the hospital bench reviewing some footage that Leonard managed to procure for me, I realize that I've been trying to compare Vienna with all the women I've been with. And when she's literally incomparable. It's cheesy, and even I cringe at the thought of it, but the knowledge of Vienna being a one-of-a-kind woman abates the pain in my heart a little. As I sit here in the sterile, echoing hallway, my leg bouncing nervously, I watch the door like it's gonna open any second now. The doctor finally emerges after what feels like forever, and I practically jump up, hope bubbling up inside me. But her face doesn't carry the good news I'm desperate for. "Jonathan, she's not ready to see visitors," she says, shutting down my buzz. What? Can I just see her for a quick second? I plead, my voice edging on desperately. She shakes her head, looking genuinely sorry. She's asked for some space, Jonathan. It's best if you respect that. I slump back down, feeling like someone's punched the air out of me. Running a hand through my hair, I try to rein in the frustration boiling up. Yeah, okay, I get it. Just let her know I'm here, all right? Whenever she's ready. I'm left staring at the closed door, the weight of the situation settling in. She's right there, just beyond that door, yet miles away from me. It's killing me, this waiting game, but I guess I've got to play it. The doctor nods, a silent promise hanging between us before I nod my thanks to her, watching as she moves on, her steps echoing down the long, sterile hospital corridor, eventually disappearing into the labyrinth of the hospital. Despite the setback, my resolve doesn't falter. I'm here for Vienna, no matter what it takes. As I watch the door, nurses bustle in and out, their faces a mask of professional concern mixed with the daily grind. After a while, curiosity gets the better of me. Standing up, I catch the attention of one of the nurses as she exits Vienna's room. Hey, can I just make sure Vienna's got everything she needs? I ask, trying to keep my voice steady, casual even. The nurse stops, giving me a once-over before nodding slowly. She's stable, resting comfortably, she informs me, and I feel a brief flicker of relief. We're keeping a close eye on her. Don't worry, she's in good hands. Thanks, I appreciate it. Really, I reply, my gratitude genuine. The nurse smiles, a small, tired lift of the lips, and then offers, There's a vacant room down the hall, if you need to rest a bit. I shake my head, though I'm touched by the offer. No, thank you. I think I'll just stay here. Close, just in case, you know? The nurse nods understandingly, and with a final sympathetic glance, she moves off to attend to other duties. I settle back down on the bench, my gaze fixed on the door to Vienna's room. The hospital is bustling around me, a constant stream of activity and murmured conversations, but it all fades to the background. My mind is firmly fixed on the woman behind that door. The bench is hard and uncomfortable, the chill of the metal seeping through my clothes, but I hardly notice. Time stretches, thin and taut, each minute ticking by with excruciating slowness. I'm a statue, a fixture outside her room, fueled by a mix of hope and anxiety. Every so often a nurse passes by, offering me a nod or a small word of encouragement. It's clear they've noticed my vigil, and their kindness is a small comfort in the cold, clinical environment. My phone buzzes occasionally in my pocket, messages and calls coming in, but I ignore them all. Nothing is as important as being here, just a wall away from Vienna. I replay our last conversations in my head, the good moments alongside the challenging ones. Each memory stirs a mix of emotions, painting a vivid picture of our complex relationship. I'm ready to face whatever comes next, ready to apologize, to explain, to listen. Whatever it takes to heal the wounds I may have caused. The waiting is hard, the hardest thing I've ever done. But for Vienna, for us, I'll wait as long as it takes. She's worth every second, every minute of uncertainty. And when that door finally opens, I'll be here, right where she needs me to be. I'm planted on this cold, hard hospital bench, eyes glued to the door, hope buzzing in my chest like a trapped bee. Every time it swings open, my heart skips, wishing it's my turn to step in and clear the air. You look like you're about to jump out of your skin. A passing nurse chuckles, noticing my intense focus. I manage a weak smile. Just waiting for a chance to fix things, I admit. She nods, understanding, then adds, Hang in there. Sometimes waiting is the hardest part. I nod, eyes back on the door, silently praying for that chance to make everything right. I'm back on my perch, the unforgiving hospital bench that's become my temporary home. Lunch was a quick affair, a sandwich wolfed down without tasting, my thoughts elsewhere, with Vienna. As I settle back into my watchful wait, the memories of us trickle in, sweet and painful in their clarity. We hadn't had a lot of time together, not really, but every moment felt loaded with meaning. Like that lazy Sunday just a week before all this mess, when we'd lounged around her new apartment, sunlight spilling over us like a blessing. Vienna had laughed at my attempts to cook, her head thrown back, eyes sparkling with delight. Those moments, so simple and yet so filled with joy, are etched into my mind now, more poignant than ever. As the sun begins its descent, casting long shadows through the hospital windows, I find myself grappling with the ache to return to those times. The trust we'd started to build had been fragile, a delicate thing I hadn't known I was capable of fostering until her. And then, just like that, it was threatened by a misunderstanding, a woman from a blurred past clinging to me at the worst possible moment, sparking Vienna's doubts. Hours stretch into the evening, the corridor dimming around me, but my resolve only strengthens. Each passing minute reinforces my determination to wait, to be the steadfast presence Vienna might need, even if she's not ready to see me yet. I've never been good at waiting, at sitting still, but for Vienna, I found a patience I didn't know I had. It's as if my love for her, which I finally fully accepted in the quiet spaces of my heart, has granted me this new strength. I lean back against the cool wall, closing my eyes briefly. In the darkness behind my lids, I see Vienna's smile, hear her laughter, feel the ghost of her touch. It's these memories, these fragments of a shared happiness that fuel my vigil. They remind me of what's at stake, of what I'm waiting for. I open my eyes, the hospital's fluorescent lights harsh against the growing night outside. My body is weary, the bench more uncomfortable than ever, but my spirit is unyielded. This is where I need to be, right here, holding space for her, for us. Whether it takes hours, days, or longer, I'll be here, a sentinel of my own making. The love I feel for Vienna, a fierce, protective thing, wraps over like a shield. It gives me strength, bolsters my resolve. I'm ready to face whatever comes, to mend what's been broken, to rebuild the trust and craft a future, hopefully together. In this quiet hospital corridor, as night fully takes hold, my heart whispers promises of perseverance and hope. I'm not going anywhere.
Chapter 31, Vienna. I woke up today feeling odd, and when I allow myself to try and put a term to what exactly I'm feeling, I end up with the word null. The walls of the hospital room aren't stark white, colored a cool gray with just a few white and blue accents. Peaceful colors, but I feel anything but the peace it tries to emanate. I can barely feel the blanket on my person. It's as if I'm floating in space, my mind elsewhere as I stare out the window beside my bed. I rub the material of my worn bracelet, thankful it hasn't snapped off in the crash. Everything to me is monotone and robotic as I reach to take a plate of freshly sliced apples the kind nurse left for me earlier, since I don't have much of an appetite to stomach full meals. So even without much hunger, I force myself to eat the apple slices. Delighting in their juicy sweetness makes my lip tremor, gulping down the bits and pieces as I sigh. Sweetness. I taste it all the time, see it all the time, but it's just now that I realize that I experience it less than I thought. Is that the reason why I opt for a lot of sweets and favor them over bitter-tasting food? I'm not sure if there's any sort of correlation, but the irony of it all makes me stare blankly at the plate of apple slices, not eating any more until I remember my baby, and I eat one again. As I nibble on another slice of apple, the door creaks open, and Janice walks in, her smile mixed with concern. She's clutching her phone, ready with news. "Hey, Vienna." Mandy sends her apologies for not being able to make it. She's stuck on the other side of the country, you know. I manage a weak smile, pushing the plate away slightly. "That's all right. I'm just glad you're here. We can always video call Mandy later." Janice nods and pulls up a chair next to the bed, her hands busy as she starts slicing more apples. "So, guess who I saw on TV just sitting outside in the hall? That hockey player you told me about? He's still there, waiting. My heart skips a beat, and the apple in my hand feels suddenly heavy. He's still here? I whisper, the surprise making my voice sound higher than usual. The nurses had mentioned him yesterday, but I didn't expect him to stick around, not after everything. Yeah, Janice says, looking up from the fruit with raised eyebrows. Seems like he can't stay away. Must be something special, huh? I shrug, an infuriating combination of confusion and wishful thinking bubbling inside me. Maybe, I reply weakly, my mind racing with thoughts of him just outside my door. Why would he wait so long? What does he expect to happen? Janice, sensing my turmoil, reaches out and squeezes my hand. Hey, no need to think about it now. You need to rest. And, well, if he's really here for you, he's not going anywhere, right? I nod, comforted by her words, yet still curious about his persistence. It's strange how life throws these curveballs, leaving me to juggle feelings I thought I'd managed to shelve. As Janice continues to chat, I'm meanwhile lost in thought, wondering if I should face him or keep him waiting just a little longer. Janice's words hang in the air, heavy with implication, as I sit back comfortably on the pillows. Can't you see how much he loves you? She presses, her gaze intense as she watches my reaction. I shift uncomfortably, the uncertainty gnawing at me. Jonathan's persistence at the hospital door should mean something, right? But doubts cloud my thoughts like a thick fog. What if Jonathan's feelings aren't as genuine as they seem? What if I'm just another notch on his belt to him? You're overthinking this, Janice chides gently, bringing me back from the brink of my spiraling thoughts. She's breaking an orange open, her movements slow and deliberate. I don't know, I murmur, picking at the bedsheet. What about everything else? What about the baby? The questions feel heavy on my tongue. Janice pauses, placing the knife down. Look, whatever you decide, I'm here, okay? But don't let fear decide for you. He's been out there all this time. Maybe give him a chance to explain. You're afraid, and that's understandable. But gear up. Bring me back the Vienna I know. I nod slowly, taking in her words. I'm not normally like this. Janice is right. Jonathan's whole existence causes me to tumble and crumble in ways I can't explain. Thankfully, we drift into easier topics, talking about old college days and mutual friends. It helps, the normalcy of it. But Jonathan's shadow looms in the back of my mind, unshakable. Every now and then, my eyes drift to the doorway, half expecting to see him there. The possibility of facing him, of confronting all these tangled feelings, sends a shiver down my spine. But Janice's presence, her easy conversation, anchors me. It keeps the overwhelming tide at bay, at least for a little while, as I try to sort through the chaos of my emotions and the implications of opening that door. A few hours and a good pep talk later, Janice gives me a tight hug, her warmth comforting against the cool, sterile air of the hospital room. I've got to head to my shift now, she whispers, pulling back but holding onto my shoulders as she looks me in the eyes. You sure you want me to call him in? I nod, more out of curiosity than conviction. Yeah, let him in. Her smile widens, relieved and mischievous. About time, Vienna. With that, she turns and leaves, her steps light against the linoleum floor. Moments later, the door creaks open again and there he is. Jonathan, looking like he hasn't slept a wink. His usually neat blonde hair is tousled, and dark circles hang under his eyes like storm clouds. Hey, he says quietly, his voice rough around the edges. You're letting me explain? I just stare at him for a moment, taking in the sight of him. This isn't the polished, confident, charming guy I'm used to seeing. He looks worn down, genuine, or maybe just tired. It's hard to tell. Sit down, I finally say, my voice barely above a whisper. He obeys, pulling up a chair beside the bed, his eyes never leaving mine. So, I prompt, my arms crossing over my chest defensively. Jonathan takes a deep breath, his hands clasping and unclasping in his lap. I know I've messed up, Vienna. I'm not good at this, any of this. But I'm here, and I'm not going anywhere, not unless you tell me to. His words hang between us, heavy and charged with meaning. I'm still skeptical, doubts and fears tangling up inside me. But he's here, he looks a mess, and something about that sincerity makes me want to listen, even if I'm not ready to forgive just yet. As Jonathan sits across from me, the weight of the moment presses down. I study him, this man who, in less than a year, has managed to imprint himself so deeply into my life, for better and for worse. His disheveled appearance, a stark departure from the usual composed demeanor, makes him seem more human, more vulnerable. I can't help but feel a tug of conflicting emotions as I watch him. Inside my mind is a whirlwind. Thoughts and feelings crash against each other like waves during a storm. There's anger for the pain caused, a flicker of hope stirred by his presence, and a gnawing fear of what choosing either path, together or apart, means for my future. This decision feels monumental, like standing at a crossroad with each path veiled in fog, uncertain and obscure. It's paralyzing, this indecision, especially with him sitting right there. A living, breathing symbol of both heartache and potential happiness. The room feels too small, the moment too big, and I'm caught in between the urge to flee and the desire to dive deeper into the unknown with him. I take a deep breath, pushing away the swirling vortex of doubts and insecurities clouding my thoughts. It's time to clear the fog, to hear him out and truly understand his side of the story. Steadying my nerves, I motion for Jonathan to come closer. Okay, I say, my voice steadier than I feel. I'm ready to listen. He moves his chair nearer, eyes locked with mine, a silent thank you in his gaze for this chance. There's a palpable shift in the air as we prepare to bridge the gap that misunderstandings and hurt feelings have built between us. As I settle back against my pillows, a resolve solidifies within me. This isn't just about us anymore. There's a future at stake here, potentially shared, with our baby in the picture. I owe it to my child, and maybe to myself, to really listen, to consider a life where Jonathan is more than just a chapter, but a co-author. I'm here to gather the pieces, to see if together they can form a picture I want to be part of. It's about more than forgiveness now. It's about possibly finding a new path forward, together.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit tylerwalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylerWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyler.
Chapter 32. Jonathan. I don't stay dwelling in the hope I feel, wasting no time to bounce into the story. That woman was Marga. I knew her, but I didn't expect her to show up like that. She was clingy and it caught me off guard. I swear there was never any intention of rekindling anything. I glance at Vienna, trying to read her expression, hoping she sees the sincerity in my eyes. I shuffle a bit closer, taking a deep breath, These past months have been hell without you. Made me realize a lot. I pause, gathering my thoughts, my gaze fixed on my intertwined hands. I'm not gonna lie, commitment has always scared the hell out of me. You know that. But I never thought I'd find someone who'd make me rethink my whole stance on it. My voice grows stronger, fueled by the emotions I've been bottling up. But Vienna, you change everything. You and our baby, I say, my voice cracking a bit with emotion. I feel things with you I never thought possible. It's terrifying but amazing, and I don't want to lose that. I don't want anyone else. Pouring my heart out to her feels like shedding a heavy armor I didn't even know I was wearing. It's raw, and it's real. I'm all in, Vienna. If you'll have me, I'm here. This is where I want to be. With you, with our little family. I'm learning, I'll mess up, but I'm here. For you, for us. I hold my breath as I finish, my heart laid bare on the sterile sheets of her hospital bed. The room is silent for a moment that stretches on forever. I wait, hoping my words are enough to mend the rift between us. There's hesitance in Vienna's eyes, torn in a silent debate. I know I need something solid, something undeniable, and I have just the thing. Hold on, I got something else to show you, I say, pulling out my phone. Leonard pulled some strings to get this for me, I explain as I search for the video in my gallery. I hit play, and the grainy CCTV footage starts. It's from that night, the camera positioned perfectly to capture the park's entrance. Look, there's Marga. I point her out on the small screen, her arms reaching for me, pulling at my jacket. One can clearly see me trying to peel her hands off, my body angled away from her, my discomfort obvious. There, that's you in the background. I pause the video, pointing to where Vienna appears at the edge of the frame, her face turning as she catches the scene, her posture stiffening. I press play again, showing how I finally shove Marga off harshly, then take off after Vienna, who's already storming out. I look up from the phone, locking eyes with Vienna. I tried to follow you immediately, Vienna. I never wanted any of that to happen. My voice is earnest, hoping the visual proof helps her see the truth. As the video plays out, I keep my eyes fixed on Vienna, trying to read every little shift in her expression. It's like watching a silent movie where every tiny movement means 1,000 words. Her face is usually an open book to me, and right now it's a dreadful swirl of contemplation and conflict, a flicker of hope maybe. Those small contortions of her eyebrows, the slight tightening of her lips, they're all too familiar. I'm practically holding my breath, hoping she'll see the truth in that grainy footage, hoping it's enough to tip the scales back in favor of what we had. Tears start to slip from her eyes, and every part of me aches to reach out, to wipe them away like I've done countless times before. But I hesitate, hands twitching at my sides, not knowing if she's okay with me touching her right now. It's torture, sitting so close yet feeling miles away. I watch each tear trail down, feeling my own heart crack a bit more with each drop. Will she understand? Will she forgive me? The room feels like it's both shrinking and expanding, filled with our shared breaths and unspoken words, waiting for her to break the silence. The tension in the room seems to stretch on endlessly as Vienna watches the last of the video. Her face, which had been a mask of stoic reservation, begins to crumble, revealing the vulnerability that lies beneath. She turns to me, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, and the atmosphere shifts palpably. I'm sorry too. Vienna's voice breaks the silence, soft yet clear. The apology catches me off guard. I should have seen things straight away. You didn't deserve my doubts, not when you've been nothing but good to me. My heart melts. Her words are like a balm to the raw edges of my worry. Vienna, it's okay. I get why it happened. She takes a shuddering breath, and then the floodgates open. I was scared too, she confesses. When we first met, you were upfront about your casual flings. And after what happened with my ex, Max, seeing Marga with you, it brought all those fears back. I panicked. I ran. Hearing her lay out her fears so openly knots my stomach in sympathy. I never wanted to make you feel that way, I murmur, reaching out slowly to take her hand. She doesn't pull away, and the contact sends a wave of relief through me. Vienna squeezes my hand in turn, her gaze locking with mine. I want to trust you. I want us to try, for our baby and for me too. I want to believe in us. I went still. Do you mean, She nods. I'll give us a shot, yes, a chance. Her words wash over me, heavy with the promise of a future together. I clasp her hand tighter. I'm here, Vienna. Always. I'm not going anywhere. I'm all in, with you, with our little family. I love you. Our eyes meet, and in hers, I see the dawning of a new understanding, a shared commitment that feels as monumental as it is tender. The relief that courses through me is palpable, mingling with a love so deep it aches. Here, in this stark hospital room, we find a new beginning, our past fears acknowledged and our future embraced, together. The moment hangs between us, charged with raw emotion. Vienna's next words slice through the tension like a sunrise after the darkest night. They surprise me. I love you too, she whispers, her voice thick with emotion. Those few words ignite something jubilant within me, a spark of absolute joy that makes my heart swell. I lean in slowly, watching her eyes lighting up. Our lips meet in a kiss that seals our renewed promises, soft yet profound. It's a kiss filled with the hope of new beginnings, our past grievances melting away in the warmth of our mutual affection.
Chapter 33. Vienna. Everything feels out of place, not in the bad kind, rather, in a way that I'm almost unable to comprehend that this is real. For so long, I've been a part of a busy world, integrating with the blacks, whites, and grays, and never mixing into any actual hues to display color and life. Monochrome is my lonesome sanctuary, a haven with a conscientiously built equilibrium to keep myself grounded and in check, to follow the road I'm used to traversing alone. But now a little bit of yellow and blue has mixed in, swirling into my life's painting and changing it all together, as if fate's paintbrush has finally been gracious enough to smear color into my version of normalcy. Before I knew it, the balance, the scale I've been trying so hard to keep intact, had been obstructed, the axis shifting and tilting according to the variable that disrupted my peace to give way for the adventure of my life. I've been so hesitant to tackle it, uncertain to head into uncharted waters, to go past the comfort zone again, knowing I've been beaten and trodden down in my numerous attempts before then. But alas, my hope's been rekindled, and my outlook for the future brightened, because I've been assured that this time, the road ahead won't be something I'll be walking on alone. I'm nestled snugly in the VIP section near the ice rink, the cold seeping in around me, but I'm warmed by the thrill of the game. My eyes hardly stray from Jonathan, watching him glide over the ice with a finesse that always leaves me a bit breathless. At 37 weeks pregnant, my belly is massive, a solid barrier that keeps me seated and slightly reclined, but that doesn't stop my spirit. I cheer for him, for the team, my hands cupped around my mouth to amplify the sound as best as I can. "Go, Jonathan!" I shout, feeling a flutter of kicks in response. Our baby is already his tiny fan. The game is intense, teetering on the edge of a nail-biter as the seconds tick down. Emotions churn inside me, anxiety, excitement, pride, all swirling into a heady mix that keeps my heart racing. When Jonathan's team scores the winning goal in the last possible second, a surge of joy overwhelms me. I can't jump up and down, but I'm beaming, clapping, almost tearing up. Everyone around erupts into cheers, the energy electric, infectious. "Did you see that, baby?" I whisper down to my belly, laughing as another kick answers me. The announcer's voice booms through the mic, declaring the victory, and the crowd's response is deafening. I look around. Everyone's face is alight with happiness and relief. My eyes find Jonathan as he skates around, his teammates thumping his back, and our eyes lock. The pride in his eyes, reflecting my own, it's a moment of perfect connection. He skates over to the barrier nearest to where I'm sitting. Leaning over, he flashes me that heart-stopping grin. Did we do good, or what? He shouts over the noise, his eyes sparkling. You did amazing, I call back, my voice nearly lost in the cheers. He winks and promises a celebration after, and as he skates away, my heart swells. Today isn't just a win on the ice, it's a win for us. A little family soon to be 3, united and strong. The players start to disperse, heads turning towards the locker rooms. But my focus narrows when I see Jonathan break away from the group. He's dashing over, skates still on and jersey damp with the exertion of the game. My heart does a little skip, not just from surprise, but from a bubbling warm delight. He's making a beeline for me, helmet already off, his hair a sweaty mess that somehow makes him look all the more endearing. As he reaches the barrier, he doesn't hesitate for a second before he swoops me into his arms. He's careful, oh so careful, as he wraps me in a hug that carefully avoids pressing against my belly. You were amazing out there. I congratulate him, my voice filled with laughter and joy. Only because I knew my biggest fans were watching. He grins, nodding towards my belly, his eyes shining with love and a hint of playful mischief. Wrapped in his embrace, the noise of the crowd fading into a background hum, I realized just how right it was to let go of my fears, to tear down the walls around my heart and give us this chance. I'm so glad you're here, I whisper, not just referring to the rink, but to everything, us, this life we're building, the family we're about to become. His hug tightens just a fraction, mindful but full of emotion. Me too, Vienna. There's no place I'd rather be. The certainty in his voice, the warmth of his hold, it all reassures me that opening up to him, to this, was the best decision I ever made. We're in this together, through wins and challenges, and knowing that gives me a peace I've never felt before. As Jonathan pulls me into his embrace, the warmth of his hug radiates through me, but he doesn't stop there. To my utter astonishment, he takes a step back, and with a mischievous glint in his eye, he drops to one knee. The coach, who's been hovering nearby, hands him a small velvet box. My heart stops, a mix of disbelief and joy swirling inside me. Jonathan grins up at me, his eyes twinkling with excitement. I've been waiting for the right moment, he says, his voice steady despite the chaos around us. First a victory for the team, and now, hopefully, a victory for us too. The world seems to slow down, every sound muffled except for the steady beat of my own heart. All my life, happiness has been a fleeting visitor. From foster homes to failed relationships, I've navigated through life's storms mostly alone, my heart guarded, and my attitude blunt from too many disappointments. Yet here I am, standing in front of the man who has patiently chipped away at the walls I built around my heart, who brought warmth and color into my monochrome life. Jonathan opens the box to reveal a ring that catches the light. Simple yet so elegant. Will you marry me? He asks, his voice filled with hope and love. The question hangs in the air, and suddenly I'm overwhelmed. Tears well up in my eyes, blurring the gleaming ice rink and the celebrating crowd into indistinct shapes. I open my mouth to speak, but no words come out. Only a rush of emotions that constricts my throat. My past, with its shadows and storms, seems to fade away in the face of this bright, beautiful moment. Jonathan waits, his expression a mix of nervousness and certainty, his knee still pressed against the cold ground. I realize then that this is it, my chance at a true happy ending, something I never really allowed myself to believe I could have. Vienna. His voice is soft, filled with understanding and a little anxiety. He reaches out to gently wipe a tear from my cheek with his thumb. Nodding through my tears, I finally managed to whisper, "Yes, Jonathan, yes." The crowd around us, unnoticed for those few eternal moments, erupts into cheers once more. But this time the celebration is for us. As he slips the ring on my finger and stands to pull me into another hug, I feel a joy so profound it seems to echo through the very ice beneath our feet. In his arms, surrounded by cheers and the crisp air of the ice rink, I embrace not just Jonathan, but the promise of a future filled with love, partnership, and the kind of happiness that lasts. The moment I whisper, "Yes," it's like the whole world explodes into sound around us. The stadium is filled with thunderous applause, each clap echoing like a heartbeat, synchronizing with my own racing pulse. Jonathan slips the ring onto my finger, and it's more beautiful than I could have ever imagined. Simple yet stunning, catching the light in a way that makes it sparkle like the first star on a clear night. He stands up, his eyes shining with joy equal to mine. I don't care that we're in the middle of a crowded stadium, that all eyes are on us, or even that a part of me would usually cringe at such public displays. Right now, none of that matters. The joy bubbling up inside me is too vast, too overwhelming to leave room for any embarrassment or self-consciousness. I throw my arms around him, pulling him close, and whisper in his ear, "You'd better get used to me being around here, because there's going to be a lot more cheering in our future." He laughs, hugging me back just as tightly, and I can feel the vibrations of his laughter through the embrace. It's a sound that fills me with warmth, a promise of countless joyful moments to come. For the first time in my life, I'm utterly, blissfully happy, and nothing, no memory of past loneliness or fear, can dim the brightness of this moment. Here, in Jonathan's arms, surrounded by the cheers of a stadium full of people, I realize that I've found my home, my heart, my future. And it's more glorious than I ever could have imagined. As Jonathan pulls me close, the contrast is stark and strangely comforting. The cold, damp gear against his chest and the warm, gentle press of his lips against mine. It's a mix of sensations that somehow perfectly encapsulates this whirlwind of a moment. Around us, the stadium continues to buzz with excitement, but in his arms, there's a quiet center, a peace that tells me everything's exactly as it should be. His embrace is strong and secure, the kind of hug that says you're not going anywhere alone ever again. Despite the chilly gear, warmth spreads through me, the warmth of knowing I'm starting a new chapter, and it's one I won't be reading solo. With the ring on my finger catching every glint of light, symbolizing more than just a promise but a profound shift in my life's journey, I feel a thrill of anticipation. The cheers, the cold gear, his warm lips, all of it feels like a vivid proclamation. My days of going it alone are over. Now I step forward into a future where every joy, challenge, and adventure is shared with Jonathan, the man of my heart. And as we stand there, wrapped in each other's arms, I can't help but feel like my real life is just beginning.
Chapter 34. Jonathan. All my adult life. There's only been three things on my mind. Hockey, parties, and the ladies. It is the norm I chose for myself. The life I very much intended to stay in. I yearned to continue living in such freedom on the ice and on the dance floor with my friends, to keep my feet on its usual ground. For so long I thought that charming my way into different women's beds was a thrill in and of itself. But I never expected the kind of thrill that awaited me the moment I learned Vienna was pregnant. Initially, it shackled me with dread and fear. Fatherhood is a commitment, a relationship is a commitment, and I've been actively avoiding those for years. Commitment in general was my vice, but Vienna's existence paints my views towards it differently. It's like I've had a taste of honey and a bee's sting at the same time, and it pushes me to go back and have some more. The prick of the sting amounts to my fear, the unknown that I've been refusing for so long, but Vienna reels me to the uncertainty. Sitting here in this overly sterile hospital waiting room, I can't help but think there should be a crash course for guys like me. Dads-to-be who are practically vibrating out of their skin with a wild mix of dread and excitement. Because right now, I swear my heart is pounding so loud it's drowning out everything else. I'm on the edge of my seat, my leg bouncing non-stop, just thinking about the moment I get to see my kid for the first time. My own flesh and blood. It's wild to think there's this tiny person, half me, half Vienna, just waiting to pop into the world. But man, the flip side of that coin is heavy. It's like this dark cloud hovering right over the excitement, ready to burst at any second. I've heard all those horror stories about complications during childbirth, and every single one of them has been looping through my mind on repeat. The thought of anything going wrong with Vienna, it just knots up my stomach something fierce. Over these past months, I've fallen for her so hard and so fast, it's like I've been sucker punched in the feels. I'm talking head over heels, never want to get up kind of fallen. And knowing how much I've come to rely on her, to love her, the idea of her facing any kind of pain or danger, man, it terrifies me. It's a level of worry I didn't even know I had in me. So here I am, trying to focus on the good stuff. The amazing stuff, like cute puppies and kittens, and meeting my baby soon. But also bracing hard just in case I need to be strong for both of us. Because if life flips us off with the finger today, I need to be ready to smack it, no matter what. I'm glued to the small window of the hospital room, my eyes locked on Vienna as another contraction seems to hit. The pain etched on her face makes me wince, and instinctively, I'm rubbing the engagement ring. Now a comforting talisman in this storm of emotions. I feel this desperate urge to burst through the door and be right there by her side, holding her hand, telling her it's going to be okay. But I hold back, grinding my teeth a bit because that isn't what Vienna wanted. So back to pacing the hallway I go, each step echoing slightly in the too quiet space. It's funny, I've never had to think this hard about anything. Normally, it's all hockey plays running through my mind, strategies, game moves, the club. But now, it's all about Vienna and the little one. Every thought circles back to them, like they're the new center of my universe, which frankly they are. I stop for a moment, leaning against the cold, pale wall, trying to catch a breath that feels like it's been knocked out of me. My family. It's a concept so new, yet so overwhelmingly important. It's practically all I can focus on. Every decision, every thought now has this new gravity to it. I keep telling myself I need to be strong, keep it together for Vienna and the baby. They need me to be solid, unshakable. So I straighten up, take a deep breath, and start pacing again. Because right now, that's about all I can do to keep from falling apart. Every cry that cuts through the hospital wall straight from Vienna's room tightens a knot in my chest. I'm standing here, practically glued to the window, drumming my fingers against the sill, a nervous beat to the rhythm of my racing heart. It's like each shout, each cry from her, echoes inside me, ramping up the tension to almost unbearable levels. I can hear the doctors and nurses too, their voices steady, encouraging. They're the calm in this storm, and I'm just here, feeling helpless. A storm of my own existence. Something deep inside me is practically screaming, telling me to just bust through that door and be right there by her side. I want to see with my eyes that everything's okay, to make sure she's safe, that our baby's safe. Just when I think I might actually ignore all reason and crash through, my buddies from the hockey team show up. The whole gang. Chris, Samuel, Leonard, Alvin, Cole. They come through just in time. Each of them claps me on the back, gives me a hug, grounding me. It's like they're physically holding me together, keeping me from falling apart or doing something stupid. Their presence, the solid, reassuring thumps on my back, the strong grips around my shoulders. It all helps me exhale, breathing out some of that tension. I'm grateful, so damn grateful they're here. With them around, I find a bit of calm. A bit of strength to stay put, to trust the process, to wait it out with my feet firmly on the ground, just outside where I need to be. "How are you holding up?" Cole asks as they sit on the bench. Yeah, just practicing for when I have to stay up all night with the baby, you know? Samuel claps me on the back. Man, you're definitely freaking out. But it's all right. Everything's going to be just fine. I try to smile, absorb some of that positivity they're throwing around. It helps a bit. But then, like clockwork, the mood shifts. The doctors step out of the delivery room and their faces might as well be blank slates. My heart drops to my stomach, dread pooling there like ice water. I rush to the window, but it's no use. The curtains are now drawn, hiding Vienna and whatever's happening inside. I turn back to face the doctors, but they're tight-lipped, walking past without a word. My mind races. Every bad scenario I've ever imagined starts replaying, and I feel like I'm about to come apart at the seams. Hey, look at me, man, Chris says, stepping in front of me, blocking my view of the now-closed door. Breathe. They're doing their job. Let's trust them, okay? I nod, trying to latch onto the reassurance, but it feels like trying to catch smoke with my bare hands. The tension is back, full throttle, coiling around me so tight I can barely breathe. The waiting is torture, and all I can do is stand there, surrounded by my friends, clinging to hope. The moment I'm finally allowed into the room, it feels like crossing into another world. My feet move, but my brain's caught in a loop of what-ifs. Then I see it. Vienna, looking exhausted but radiant, cradling a tiny swaddled bundle in her arms. Our child. A surge of relief so strong it almost physically washes over me. I'm actually a father now. Hey, I whisper, my voice cracking like I'm 14 again. I edge closer to the bed, my hands shaky as I reach out. Touching my son feels like the most significant action I've ever taken. My finger brushes against his soft cheek, and it's like all the ambient noise, the beeps of machines, the distant steps in the hallway, all of it just fades away. It's just us, me, Vienna, and our boy. Vienna looks up at me, her smile weak, but so damn beautiful. We did it, she murmurs. You did amazing, I tell her, my throat tight with emotion. The reality that I'm a dad now hits me full force. This little guy, he's mine to protect, to teach, to love. I feel this heavy, wonderful weight settle on my shoulders, a sense of purpose anchoring me deeply to this spot beside them. Every fear, every moment of panic I've felt seems trivial now that I'm here, looking down at my son. I know it won't be easy, but at this moment I'm just overwhelmed with a desire to be the best dad I can be. I want to be his hero just as much as he's already mine. I lean over, pressing a gentle kiss to Vienna's forehead. I love you so much, I whisper, the words spilling out wrapped in every ounce of gratitude and awe I feel. She's tired, but her eyes meet mine, full of love and a shared understanding of the new life we've just begun together. Sitting with my little family, the world outside this room fades away completely. Nothing else matters.
Chapter 35. Vienna. I fondle the worn bracelet I removed from my wrist, my only memento of my biological mother, an accessory that's been told to have been with me in the basket when I was a baby. I have never met my actual mother, but I wonder what could have been, if she's seeing me now. No grudges have settled in my heart, just a distant sadness that I've learned to accept. The bracelet in my hand. Now, it's not only a relic of my parents, but a reminder of my past. A keepsake that foretold of my lonesome story growing up as an orphan, aging well into the hardships of adulthood when I'm just existing and not living. With a deep breath, I place the bracelet in a small box and lock it away, sealing the recollections of everything behind me. Today marks the day of a new beginning for me, a road that only leads to ups, and if there are ever downs, I know now for certain that I will never be alone. I look in the mirror, and the reflection staring back is draped in white, a sight I once thought was just a distant dream. Here, surrounded by Janice, Mandy, and Pamela, their excited chatter fills the room like a melody. It's surreal. like stepping into a life I had only imagined in quiet moments. The fabric of my dress feels like a cloud against my skin, the softest thing ever I've felt. This isn't just a dream, it's my new reality, right here in Hollowtown, the place I've always called home. Over the past year, life with Jonathan and our little boy has been nothing short of a beautiful journey. Being a mother, especially after my own solitary childhood, I pour every ounce of love I have into our son. I've vowed to give him the life I never had, one brimming with love, laughter, and the security of family. Watching him grow with that cheeky grin and boundless curiosity fills me with a joy that's hard to put into words. Every tiny bruise he has from playing with toys, every bedtime story he gestures for when repeating "Mama." It's all pieces of a life I cherish deeply. Jonathan, in a move that surprised everyone, took a hiatus from his hockey career to be there for us. It's a testament to the man he's become. Gone are the days of reckless parties and fleeting pleasures. Now he's here, fully present, juggling diaper duties and bedtime giggles with an ease that amazes me. Every day, whether it's a quiet morning watching cartoons or a noisy afternoon in the park, Jonathan is right there, his laughter mingling with ours. He's more than just a partner or a father. He's the anchor of this little family we've built. And as I stand here, on the brink of officially calling him my husband, I'm incredibly but positively overwhelmed by how far we've all come together. This whole journey, from solitary struggles to shared happiness, sometimes feels like a narrative spun from stardust. Yet, here we are, living it every day. As I adjust the veil slightly and meet the eyes of my friends in the mirror, a wave of gratitude washes over me. This isn't just my wedding day. It's a celebration of every hurdle we've crossed and every dream we've turned into reality. And as I take that final look at myself in the mirror, ready to walk down the aisle, I know deep down that the best is yet to come. I make my walk down the aisle with Mandy, the familiar melody that once played as a backdrop to others' special moments, now scores my own. The soft, lilting piano notes float through the air, wrapping around me like a warm embrace. Each step I take on the flower-strewn path feels magical, like I'm gliding towards a future painted in the brightest colors. The entire setting is breathtaking, draped in elegance, and lit by the soft glow of afternoon light, filtering through stained glass windows. My heart beats a wild, joyful rhythm when I see Jonathan waiting at the altar. He's got this tearfully happy smile that makes my own eyes water. It's a look of pure love and awe that sends a thrill through me. There's something profoundly moving about seeing such a strong, composed man overwhelmed with emotion. As I draw closer, the world seems to shrink down to just the two of us, standing there amidst the whisper of our closest friends and family. The ceremony itself unfolds beautifully. The solemnity of the Mass adds a sacred touch to our union, enveloping us in a sense of tradition and reverence. The priest's words resonate deeply, echoing through the hushed hall, reminding us of the sanctity and the strength of the commitment we're about to make. Every reading, every hymn, feels like it's reinforcing the bond that brought us to this moment. The church, with its vaulted ceilings and vibrant stained glass, wraps around us, creating a cocoon that feels both intimate and majestic. And there, standing before Jonathan, with the echoes of the piano fading into a serene silence, I feel a profound sense of peace and certainty. This is exactly where I am meant to be. Jonathan goes first with his vows, his voice steady but thick with devotion. I promise to be your partner in all things, not possessing you but working with you as a part of the whole, he says. I can feel my heart swell as he continues. I promise to be a true, loyal friend and husband to you, and be the hero to our little boy. Tears blur my vision, but I blink them away, overwhelmed by the love I feel for this man who has grown so much from the guy I first met. Then it's my turn. My hands shake slightly as I take a deep breath and begin. I vow to support your dreams, because through them your soul shines. I promise to create a home with you filled with laughter, patience, understanding, and learning. I glance at our son, then back at Jonathan. I vow not just to grow old with you, but to grow with you each day as better versions of ourselves. The sincerity in our words fills the air around us, heavy with promise and new beginnings. As we soak in this moment, the significance of our vows hangs between us, a testament to our journey together and the future we are building. This isn't just a formality, it's us, truly us, pledging our lives to each other with our most heartfelt words. As the moment for the ring exchange approaches, our little boy becomes the star of the show. My mind momentarily flits back to when he first suggested we get married. He was ready long before today, but I wanted to wait. I wanted our little boy to not just be present, but actively participate in our big day. And now, here he is, our smart little 1-year-old, wobbling down the aisle with the help of his Uncle Chris, drawing awes from everyone. Seeing him like this, I know we made the right call to wait. It's perfect. Clutching a small cushion with our wedding rings tied securely, he wobbles determinedly down the aisle. His wide eyes scan the crowd, taking in the sea of faces all cooing and smiling at him. It's an adorable scene, and my heart feels like it could burst from the cuteness overload. Chris, always the enthusiastic one, is right there beside him, gently guiding his tiny steps. With a big grin, he helps our little guy navigate the final few feet. Then, with a little laugh, he scoops him up and brings him over to us. "Mission accomplished, buddy?" Chris chuckles as he hands us the rings. Our son giggles, reaching out to both of us before Chris takes him back to sit with him at the pews. The moment is filled with light-hearted joy, setting a wonderfully warm tone for what comes next. Jonathan picks up the ring, his hands slightly shaking with excitement. As he slides the ring onto my finger, his eyes never leave mine. "With this ring, I give you my heart," he says, his voice strong and sure. I take his ring and hold his hand, feeling the weight of this symbol in my palm. Sliding the ring onto his finger, I tearfully smile up at him. "And with this, I take you as my husband, today and all the days that follow," I respond, my voice filled with love and a promise of forever. Our hands join, the cool metal of our new rings pressing between us, signifying our bond and the shared journey ahead. It feels like everything in my life has led to this beautiful, perfect moment. "You may now kiss the bride." My heart flutters with a mix of nervous excitement and pure joy. Jonathan reaches up, his fingers gently lifting the veil from my face, and the world seems to pause around us. His lips meet mine, and the kiss is sweet, deep, and sends a rush of warmth through me. I melt in his arms, everything else momentarily fading away. When we part, the room erupts into cheers. Glancing around, I catch sight of our little boy, clapping and laughing, mimicking the adults around him with such glee that it adds another layer of happiness to the moment. His joyous laughter, so pure and infectious, fills the room and my heart. Everyone's greeting us, the newly wedded couple, their smiles wide and congratulations heartfelt. But it's the sight of our son, so thrilled, that truly completes this perfect moment. Everything feels right, just as it should be. The whole wedding ceremony feels like something straight out of a dream I didn't even know I had. From the delicate flowers lining the aisle to the soft music that fills the air with a tender melody, everything is just perfect. I'm not just going through the motions. I'm really living every second of this, soaking it all in. Each glance, each touch between Jonathan and me is filled with the promise of forever, making the day not just a celebration of love, but a vivid start to the rest of our lives. As the ceremony wraps up, I find myself clutching Jonathan's hand tighter. We turn to look at our little boy who's giggling and oblivious to the significant role he's just played in our big day. Seeing him so happy and carefree, I feel all the walls I'd built around my life crumbling down. I'm overwhelmed with a sense of freedom. The freedom to love without holding back, to embrace life with all its ups and downs. Standing here with Jonathan by my side and our son between us, I can't help but smile. It's a smile of relief, of unbridled joy, because I know our future is bright, filled with love and endless possibilities. It truly is only the beginning of something so beautiful.
Chapter 36. Jonathan. With the baby in the arms of his trusted nanny, I take my wife's hand and lead her into the open doors of the elevator. We couldn't decide on where to go for our honeymoon, so we decided on the hotel we made love in on the night we met. Vienna loved the idea, and it kept us close to the baby. That's what she wanted. I couldn't say no. I made sure to get the same room as well. As the elevator doors close, I feel the familiar hum of machinery whirring into motion. Vienna shuffles a little closer to me, her red stilettos clicking against the white-tiled floor as she leans against my side. Her arm brushes against mine, sending a tingle up my spine that sends a warm spark through my entire body. She smiles up at me, her eyes shining with anticipation and love as the numbered buttons above our heads light up one by one, indicating our ascent. The scent of her perfume mingles with the faint scent of her hair, creating a heady aroma that fills the small space between us. We step out onto the luxurious carpet of the hotel hallway, and I can't help but grin like an idiot as I remember our first time here. The way she moaned my name and gripped my hair so tightly, it still sometimes hurts to think about it. A thrill runs down my spine at the thought of reliving those moments in this very place where it all began. The soft rustle of her dress follows us as we walk side by side towards our room, both of us trying not to appear too eager but failing miserably. I slide the keycard into the electronic lock and hear the soft click as the door unlatches. Slowly pushing it open, we step into our sanctuary for the next few days. Rich mahogany furniture and plush velvet curtains greet us immediately. A bottle of champagne chills in an ice bucket on the table by the window, along with 2 crystal flutes waiting patiently to be filled. I pop open the cork and pour us each a glass before gently guiding Vienna over to the plush king-size bed. She gasps softly as we sink into its downy embrace, me behind her so that she's leaning back against me while I prop myself up on one elbow. I can feel her heart beating rapidly beneath my hand where it rests on her palm. We clink glasses together and she takes a sip, her eyes closing in delight at the taste of bubbles on her tongue. "It's just like I remember," she murmurs softly, sighing contentedly. I pull her closer for a deep kiss that makes me feel like we're starting all over again, then release her slightly to take another sip of champagne myself. Our honeymoon suite isn't large, but every inch of it is opulent, from ornate lamps casting warm light across polished surfaces to thick rugs underfoot that muffle our footsteps as we move around each other like dancers learning new steps.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 37. Vienna. There are admittedly times when I'm still unable to process the reality that I'm no longer alone. There are days when I wake up with a jolt after opening my eyes to a lovely master bedroom and not the rundown apartment that's ensconced me for multiple years. It takes me a while to unwind and to settle into the arms of my husband on a good Saturday morning, the scene eventually disturbed by our son barging into the room. But those moments I embrace wholeheartedly. Shadows of the past, their hauntings and their echoes. They like to plague my dreamscape in the night with fears of Jonathan's eventual departure, like everyone else. But such fears are quelled by daybreak, when he holds me so close and eases my heart, reminding me that the walls I broke for him are worth it. Not only for our family, but for my life as well. It's these twinkles in time that I keep locked in my memories to look back on in even better days. The heartbeats of later recollections that push me onward. I'm still getting used to depending on Jonathan. The habit of keeping everything to myself, still in the process of ebbing away. It's a journey, that's for sure. But a journey that I'm living for. I won't have it any other way. I step out of the hospital, the sliding doors whisking closed behind me, a broad smile tugging at my lips. I'm unable to restrain it. I'm bubbling over with a secret joy as my hand instinctively rests on my stomach. No, I'm not hungry. This gesture is far more meaningful, filled with anticipation and a touch of wonder. Though I let the silence wrap around my smile, choosing to keep the reason to myself just a moment longer. Jonathan is waiting in the car, parked just across the bustling urban sprawl that's oddly comforting with its familiar chaos. As I slide into the passenger seat, his eyes light up with that familiar mischievous glint. "You look extra happy today," he teases, starting the car. "What's got you in such a good mood?" I laugh, playfully nudging him. "Oh, you'll see." The engine hums to life, and we merge into the flow of traffic, heading toward our favorite little restaurant to celebrate another year of us, our wedding anniversary. "So, how's our little genius doing in preschool today?" I ask, leaning back into the seat, still cradling my stomach subtly. Jonathan's smile broadens as he takes a turn. "He's doing great. You should have seen him. He's already ahead with his reading lessons. Mrs. Dalton says he's quite the star pupil." Pride swells in his voice, a shared sentiment that warms me from the inside out. "We've really come a long way, haven't we?" I muse aloud, gazing out the window at the city passing by, a blur of colors and movement that somehow mirrors the rapid pace of our lives. As we pull up to the restaurant, the quaint charm of its rustic exterior, draped in twinkling fairy lights and the soft glow of lanterns, welcomes us. The aesthetics are a blend of old-world charm and cozy modern touches, making it the perfect backdrop for our little celebration. The wooden sign swaying gently in the evening breeze reads, "La Bella Vita," and I can't think of a better place to mark the continuation of our beautiful life together. Inside, the ambiance envelops us. A gentle buzz of conversation, the clinking of glasses, and the rich aroma of culinary delights, promising an evening of indulgence and intimate celebration. Jonathan reaches over to hold my hand, and the connection feels as electric as ever. I know tonight is going to be unforgettable. In the warmth of the moment, I finally decide it's time to share our new joy, the reason behind my uncontainable smiles today. We settle into our cozy booth, and the buzz of excitement fills me whole. Jonathan and I quickly scan the menu, and he orders his usual, the steak with peppercorn sauce, while I opt for the lighter seared salmon. With our orders whisked away by the waiter, we sink into the comfort of each other's company, making the most of this rare weekday together. "You know, it's such a treat having you here on a Thursday," I say, beaming across the table at him. He finally got back to playing hockey this year. It's another adjustment, but with such a devoted husband like him who never misses a call unless he's taken by a game, and video calls me by night, how can I whine? He comes back home during the weekends and never misses any of our child's school events. Jonathan chuckles, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Yeah, Coach was pretty cool about letting me sneak off for our anniversary. It's good to be back, even if it's just for a few days." I nod, my mind drifting to my own recent endeavors. And speaking of being back, the bookstore is actually doing really well. We just got in a shipment of rare classics. You should see the crowd they pull." "That's awesome, babe." He reaches across the table, squeezing my hand. "Seems like both our dreams are playing out nicely, huh?" "Definitely." My heart fills with warmth. Our meals arrive, steaming and fragrant, but we're deep in conversation, barely noticing. But as we eventually eat, I steer the topic towards something that's been on my mind. "You know, with everything going so well with us, it feels like the right time to think more about family, don't you think?" Jonathan pauses, a forkful of steak halfway to his mouth, then smiles softly. "Absolutely, I've been thinking the same. We've built a beautiful life, and I can't imagine anything better than adding to it." Our eyes lock, and in that moment, there's an unspoken agreement. We're ready to expand our family, to grow our love even further. The rest of the afternoon wraps around us like a warm embrace, filled with shared dreams and whispered plans for the future. As we dig into our lunch, the conversation continues to flow smoothly, though there's a bubbling undercurrent of anticipation. I've been holding on to a piece of news since leaving the hospital for my checkup, waiting for just the right moment. My heart races as I drop my fork gently onto the plate and look up at Jonathan, his face alight with the joy of this rare weekday together. "John, there's something else I wanted to tell you tonight." I start, my voice a mix of nerves and excitement. He looks up from his steak, a curious tilt to his eyebrows. "Yeah? What's up?" he asks, his fork paused midair. I take a deep breath, my hands trembling slightly under the table. "Well, we're going to need another seat at the table soon. I'm pregnant." The fork clatters onto his plate as his jaw drops, eyes wide with shock. For a moment, he just stares at me, and I can almost see the gears turning in his head as he processes the news. His expression is a picture-perfect mix of astonishment and pure joy. "Really?" he finally exclaims, a huge grin spreading across his face. He reaches across the table, taking my hands in his touch gentle yet filled with emotion. "We're really having another baby? Is that why you asked about adding into our family earlier? I'm just so blessed, honey." His initial excitement gives way to a flicker of concern. "But I worry about you, love. It's going to be tough with me away during the week. Are you sure? Are you okay with this?" I squeeze his hands reassuringly, smiling. "It will be hard, but we've done it before, right? And hey, we'll figure it out together. We always do. And Pam's nearby, too." Jonathan nods, the worry in his eyes melting into a determined warmth. "Together," he echoes, and the word hangs in the air between us, a promise of shared challenges and shared joys. The rest of the evening is filled with plans and laughter, a lightness in our hearts buoyed by the promise of new beginnings. We sit across from each other in the warm glow of the restaurant, our laughter fading into softer smiles. I find myself caught off guard by the depth of Jonathan's love. It's moments like these that my heart softens, overwhelmed by his devotion. I reach across the table, covering his hands with mine, needing to express what's swelling inside me. "John, I'm so incredibly glad to be your wife," I begin. "No matter what life throws at us, I know it's going to be okay, because this time, I'm not alone. I'm with you. Thank you." Jonathan's eyes soften, his thumb gently brushing against my hand, a silent acknowledgement of the weight my words carry. "I have you, our son, and now another little one on the way," I continue, my heart full. Growing up, I never really knew what a family was supposed to be like. You know, being an orphan and bouncing from one home to another. It never felt right. But with you, I found it. I finally know what it's like to have a real family. A tender smile plays on my husband's lips, his eyes reflecting the soft restaurant lighting, making them sparkle with emotion. "You've given me the perfect family, too," he replies, his voice warm and steady. We both pause, letting the significance of the moment wash over us. I squeeze his hands a little tighter, grateful beyond words. "Happy anniversary, love," I whisper, the familiar term feeling more profound tonight. "Happy anniversary," he echoes back, his voice filled with love and promise. In this quiet corner of our favorite restaurant, surrounded by the murmur of other diners and the clinking of glasses, I feel a deep, abiding peace. With Jonathan, with our children, I am home. The challenges ahead don't seem so daunting when faced together. As a family, perfectly imperfect, but entirely ours. It's moments like these, simple and filled with laughter, that I treasure the most. As our smiles linger, I feel a wave of contentment wash over me. We dig back into our meals, the delicious flavors seeming even more exquisite paired with the joy of our shared moment. I look across the table at Jonathan, his eyes twinkling with humor and love, and think about how far we've come. The darkest hours of my life, those days of uncertainty and loneliness that once seemed endless, now feel like a distant memory. Here, with him and our growing family, I see the best parts of my life unfolding. It's like the rough patches were just the backdrop, making the bright moments shine even brighter. The future stretches out before us, filled with promise and the laughter of our children. I can't help but feel like we're living our own version of happily ever after. It's not without its challenges, sure, but every story worth telling has its twists and turns. And as I sit here, enjoying the last bites of my meal and the comfortable silence between us, I'm ready for all of it. With Jonathan by my side, the adventures to come feel not just manageable, but exciting. It's a beautiful realization that the best is yet to come, and I'm here for each and every moment of it, until the end.